It's a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessi tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala. Hello everyone and welcome to Hearthstone Grandmasters last call, the final week of action here before we send one of our 8 remaining Grandmasters through to the World Championship. Everything on the line for all of our players. And joining me on the casting desk, we have a real Renaissance man, a former GM himself, and though you watching may not have seen him cast too much, a very experienced caster in his own right. It's Alan. How's it going?
I'm doing great. I am so excited to see this very last week of Grandmaster. It's been a journey for Grandmaster. It's been years, and we're moving on to a new system. And this week, we'll see who's gonna win for the final ticket of Grandmaster to get to the Worlds.
That's right. One final spot for Grandmasters for our players to be able to get there. And the way that they have got to this point in the season before they get through to playoffs was there was a 3-week season. All 16 of our Grandmasters from the regions of Americas, APAC, and Europe fought it out for as many points as possible. And then the top 8 players, in terms of those points, have made it through to the playoffs this week. And we're going to be playing another dual elimination groups bracket. 2 groups this week of 4 players each, and the 2 winners of each of those groups will go on to form the 4 players for our semi-final. And Alan, the format that they are going to be in is a little bit old and a little bit of new, right? It's a little bit spicy, a twist on a classic format, because it is Conquest, which we know and love, where you have to win with each of your classes in order to be able to, in order to be crowned the champion. But it's best of 7, which can really shake up the expected metagame.
Yeah, we've seen best of 7s of Conquest coming up here and there throughout the through the history of Hearthstone. Just about during 2015, we've enacted this format in the Worlds, and then in the upcoming year we had it for the Spring Championship. But other than that, this is very rare and upgrade actually for the players to showcase their skills, because you have more questions to answer. Usually in the best of 5 conquests, you're struggling to find the 4th, sometimes even the 3rd and 4th decks in the format, and now they need to find a 5th deck to fit their lineup, and they really need to put in the work and then see what decks that they are comfortable with, and they don't want to bring a very bad deck that might lose to the powerhouses multiple times, because in Conquest you really need to get 1 win for every deck, and then maybe you just have to see what decks that did great in the testing and then just put out the results.
That's right, yeah. One week link in the House of Cards, and it can all come tumbling down with, you know, you have Rogue, Druid, Mage, and then you just sit there thinking, okay, what are my next 2 classes I have to bring at this point? Because it starts to drop off pretty quickly in terms of the power level. But if they can figure it out and come up with a winning lineup, our players will be rewarded with $22,500 for getting that first place victory. And of course, what our players are looking forward to most of all this weekend, what they're really fighting for, that Worlds. Having said that, I think there are 3 of our competitors playing this weekend who already have their ticket booked to Worlds at this point in the runnings, which really shakes things up for a lot of the other players fighting top spots.
Yeah, it's Levick, it's Possessi, and it's Habu Gabu. And for these players, They are very satisfied with what they have, with the position that they are. They are just here for some extra joy in terms of competitive Hearthstone, and then just to try to do well and showcase their skills, get some more exposure, and most importantly, some cash grabbing.
Exactly, yeah, and getting themselves back in the tip-top players mindset as well, because Bunny Hopper had an absolutely monstrous first couple of weeks in this season of Grandmasters, finishing first and then second, only losing to Bly's in those entire 2 weeks of play. And last week, it meant that, honestly, he was kind of just memeing a little bit. He'd already guaranteed his spot in first or second, and then he was just throwing out runes of the Archmage, just having a good time, almost trying, well, not obviously trying, but almost wishing that he wasn't drawing so well and playing so well so his opponent would have a chance. But Bunny, he's just too good, man. One of the real threats for all of the players trying to make it through to Worlds this week of Grandmasters, especially because he finished in that second spot, he's going to be getting a free win going into this week of play, which massively bolsters his chances. Or I believe also in Group A's, Lloyd Gruzin in 7th, 8th seeding gets an automatic loss heading into this week, which really hurts chances, means there's no room error whatsoever if he wants to make it through to the World Championship.
The auto win in the first round really means a lot. It really ups your chances. But if you're in the elimination or the lower bracket, you still have a great chance if you're confident and then you adjust your mindset to the right place. We've seen last year in the first season in the EU region Grandmaster that Fnatic did it with a lower bracket start. He just didn't allow himself to lose any games.
To get all those wins through. As you can see there, this is what I think we're going to be focusing on throughout all of today. Alan and I are already going to be casting one series, actually, as we have less matches to cover this week than the usual Grandmasters week. And we're going to be taking you through Habu Gabu and Levick, and then the rest of the casters will be running through Bunny versus the winners, Lloyd Gruzin versus the loser, all that good stuff before we head on to Group B tomorrow. And then the semi-finals on Sunday to crown our victor. Very exciting stuff all the way through. And I think they're taking a look at Group B as well. This will be all of the action tomorrow. And trying not to show too much bias, don't look at my Twitter page. It will only betray my allegiances, I think. Possessi as the one non-European player, and of course the one APAC representative as well, here in this top 8. Even though he's already got his spot booked to Worlds, I can't help but root for my boy.
Yeah, European players always say, if GM weren't regional, there were a lot of more chances for other European players that didn't make the cut to European Grandmasters into other regions Grandmasters. And that's what we are seeing now in this final weeks. They finally have a chance to prove their point. And, well, what can I say? They're not wrong so far.
Yeah, the proof very much in the pudding on this instance. But Possessi, man, he breaks all the rules. He rocks up, he plays some of the goddamn worst Hearthstone you've ever seen in your life, and he'll still win the week no matter what. He's, no, jokes aside, obviously one of the best players I think we've seen in Asia Pacific over the last couple of years. I just like to meme on him because he's so well established. He's the world champ at this point. You're allowed to. But for our first match of the day here, and our only match for today for you and I, Alan, we have Habu Gabu versus Levick. Two players, as we were talking about, who already have their spots booked at Worlds, very importantly, but really want to get another accolade to their name, call themselves the final Grandmasters champion, even if neither of them have been around in Grandmasters for all that long of a time. And the strategy that both players are going for here is on both sides a little bit unconventional. Habu slightly more classic, I suppose, with that rogue druid mage trio that we talk about being the real top 3 archetypes right now. But Levick right out of left field compared to what the rest of the metagame is right now.
Well, aggro doesn't see a lot of play for a reason, especially in ladder, because it's not there in terms of power level for other decks, especially mage, rogue, and druid. And for Habu Gabu's lineup, I think he brought mostly just regular or standard decks. the Quest Hunter and the Shaman. Shaman was his signature deck in the previous meta, and then Quest Hunter was a powerhouse in the previous meta. So nothing too special there, but in terms of lineup. But for Levick, I think it's a comfortable pick for the lineup for him, because he qualified to the Worlds in the Summer Championship by using these aggro and tempo oriented decks. So I believe that's it's just sweet spots.
Yeah, indeed. Taking a look at this big spell mage as well for Habu Gabu. It's a deck that a lot of players have been transitioning over to, Habu Gabu especially, over the last couple of weeks. Because if I remember correctly, Habu was one of the original big spell mage acolytes. He really believed in this deck right back in the day, before it was popular with a lot of the other, before it was considered a top tier archetype. And now it seems like we're going backwards a little bit. Players deviating back from the skeleton mage to going back to their roots on the big spell mage. How do you think it's going to fare against the aggro druid that Levick has got as his first aggro deck?
So versus aggro druid, you really want to either you freeze the board or you silence them. And luckily for both mages, Skeleton Mage usually plays Blizzard nowadays, which is a great addition versus those board-oriented aggros. And for Habu Gabu's mage, which is the big spell variant, it has the 2 Starfish to help assist the board control and then try to keep the power level down on boards.
All right, well, here we go. First game of Grandmasters playoffs ready to go. I don't think for either player this is necessarily the problem deck that you often run into in Conquest. So a loss here, especially given that you need to get to 4 wins now instead of the usual 3, is definitely not a death sentence for either of our players, but it's not a position they would like to be in, of course. And now for Levick, I want to talk about the mulligan with this deck, because I was talking to you about this a little bit yesterday, which is what cards are you actually looking for against Big Spell Mage, but also in general, because the deck is over half 1-drops. So I feel like you have a lot of liberty to throw them away, whereas Levick just holding on to 2 of them right here.
Yeah, just my aggro sense just doesn't agree with the mulligan with Levick there. I think Druidry was a little bit not as strong, and then when you have peasants in your starting hand, I think you really want that beaming sidekick to pair with it. And because in the ladder, I tried this deck, and I think for Mage, they are really fine with trading the coin with your beaming, with your peasants. So playing peasant on 1 only gets you a coin's advantage, and sometimes that's just not enough for this deck. You really want to buff up the peasant to have a chance.
Yeah, and it's looking like all these buff spells are not going to be getting too much value for Levick right now, because Habu Gabu's hand is just going from strength to strength. Coin 2-drop into a 0-mana hero power. Another 0-mana hero power ready to go. Pelican, Mailbox Dancer, and even the location, like the single most important card. This hand is the nuts.
Yes, I think Habu Gabu has all the tools he needs to beat the aggro deck that Levick is playing in aggro druid. So for Levick, it seems odd to players that play the other version of druid a lot to play aquatic form with 2 mana. But what Levick is playing, the deck that he has 16 1-drops and all the other 2-drops that you can imagine. Only 4 cards that are above 3 or 4 mana, so that's very safe.
I like this choice that we're going through here, this chain of cards that Levick ended up on with the Planted Evidence, the Cold Tooth, the Dredge, and then the Jerry Rig in the end to get yourself the Roots, which does make sense. Even if you're not ahead on board with this deck, once you hit 5 mana or so, you do have the ability to play like 3 tokens and then Herald of Nature, or 3 tokens plus Pride's Fury. And at that point, you can then start to make a surprise board. The mage maybe struggles to deal with all of that at the same time, which definitely looks to me what Levick is setting up for here.
Well, the Living Roots pairing with Herald of Nature is his only chance, seemingly so far. However, he just used one planted evidence, and his second planted evidence is his only out, in my opinion. He really need that Convoke the Spirits, which is the box for Druid that makes a lot of boards, draws a lot of cards, and buffing all the boards for a lot of times. And that's what his mind should be at.
And I like it. You're settling into the. You're a great replacement for Gia here, where you're already looking for the ridiculous out to a game. That's Gia's favorite pastime. You haven't been casting for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, for the aquatic form, there's not a lot of things to look for. I think with the Habugabu's hand, he has everything basically to beat the aggro deck. Even with the one-off spammy Arcanist, that's a special card versus the aggro. And with the Pelican on board, I think he's very safe.
He's obviously thinking about spammy first and foremost here, because otherwise you'd just go face and you wouldn't even think about trading. So if he trades 2/3 into the Mailbox Dancer, there's then no 2 health minion left on board, which is the important breakpoint.
Yes, exactly. If he didn't trade it, then if he didn't trade and go full face, this play doesn't play around spammy because he can just. Yeah, because Habugabu can just spam me without attacking and treating the Pelican as a 1 health. I think it was a slightly miscalculation if you went for the trade, but probably he was also thinking about Starfish and some other possibilities. But for now, as I said, he can only be looking for the Druid box that he needs right now.
Yeah, exactly. Should we play with our shiny toys to demonstrate what I think Levick has as his outs here? The only thing he can really look for. Because like you say, I mean, I think for Levick at the end there, honestly, what he was thinking was, okay, I could hard play around Starfish, but it's a 40-card deck. What are the odds that they have double Snow Flurry, Pelican, double Location, Mailbox Dancer, and then the spammy to round out? That's literally like the 7 or 8 best cards in the matchup, all on the top of the deck. And whatever the odds may be, Habu defies them because he had every single card you need. And that was just one of the most one-sided games of Hearthstone I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's what you see when aggro is not a powerhouse in the meta. Because when aggro is not a powerhouse in the meta, you choose it to punish the mediocre to bad hands from the mid-range or other control decks that they might play. When they have the good hands, when aggro is not good enough, you never beat them.
That's right, which means that Habu off to a great start. He's got left the, what has he got? Rogue, Shaman, and Druid, interestingly. Against a full aggro lineup, are there any of those decks that you think are going to be trouble? They're going to be a little bit difficult to win with versus all aggro?
I think it'll be the Druid and Miracle Rogue here.
Oh, okay.
Miracle Rogue just a little bit because Levick is playing the special kind of a Miracle-ish priest version of the Naga priest without a lot of Naga, but trying to create a big board through other means by putting the Radiant element out there and then making a big board all of a sudden. And other than that, he doesn't play a lot of minions, so Miracle Rogue doesn't have any chance to play his reactive tools and make his own board. So it'll be Miracle Rogue and Ramp Druid. Any version of a slow or ramping Druid has always been vulnerable to aggro. That's nothing new, and we'll be able to see Habugabu trying to get a win with his Druid. And he's trying to banking on Levick not playing his aggro Druid again and trying to sneak it through, because I think aggro Druid is the worst matchup for his ramp Druid.
I agree too. Yeah, I think you demonstrated that quite well yesterday in a somewhat snarky comment, but I'll let it go. When I was saying, "Oh, aggro druid's busted. I'm just 8-0," and you were like, "Oh, did you queue into a lot of ramp druids?" And I was like, "Well, Yes, I did, but I'm still doing well. Yes, I was high rolling the matchups because, yeah, I fully agree. It just feels like you can't lose as the aggro druid unless you hit a truly terrible hand. You curve out, spend all your mana, and they lose. But this Demon Hunter is a very, very different beast entirely, with it being a lot less board-based, I would argue. Definitely not a pure burn deck, but it's a lot more of a hybrid between early board and then transitioning over into damage afterwards.
Well, this deck is really, I tried it on ladder, I tried it in a few testing matches. It's really struggling to get through these Renathal decks because they have 40 health. I think Levick was trying to get probably a rogue matchup or the other, just the rogue matchup, probably. And for this deck, he has the Bibliomite that is the highest win rate mulligan card.
Oh, really?
Yeah, especially as a versus Druid in this version. So I really love the hand that I'm seeing, and he'll be able to toss away some of the drawn normal cost cards away to summon his Bibliomite, and things will be great from there so far, seems.
I mean, it's kind of unsurprising. If you compare it to, what was it, Mistress of Pain? Was that the Warlock card, the 2-mana 4/3 that discarded a card from your hand? Like, it's not even close. It's such a strong stat line now, especially with the buff factored in as well. But it really just begs the question, how important is it to find a 1-drop specifically with this deck that you would be willing to mulligan away some of these 2-drops?
Well, he did opt into keeping the Sigil of Alacrity, so he doesn't mind just having that on turn 1 instead of trying to fish for the Iron Deep Trog, which is the Nuts versus Druid. However, he only plays 2 of them, and the other only good 1-drop is Vicious Slither Spear. So he probably wants a turn 1 play, and that's it for him.
Kind of an awkward selection. I feel like he might have just tossed back Chaos Strike if it was offered to him, because the rest of his hand had some pretty nice synergy, in all honesty.
Habugabu understanding the importance of taking away this minion early, so you will buy yourself another extra 5 HP in the future turns, as well as him having the Innervate allows him to have the liberty to do this early coin usage, so he can innervate out his ramping.
And although this Vanguard is, in a sense, quite scary because it's 4 damage this turn, 6 damage next turn, it's really going to ramp up quickly. It guarantees him a good spammy Arcanist clear in the next few turns, which is worth its weight in gold in this matchup, especially as Levick is starting to ramp things up here, right? The Fanatic, the Slither Spear potentially coming down as well. There's a lot of pressure.
Trying to play around the spammy a little bit by keeping the Slither Spear in hand, and also for Levick, with the smart decision of Habugabu killing the Bibliomite early, I think Levick is having trouble already. You see, it's still 30 health. That's what I was saying about pushing through these Renathal decks. It's very, very hard in my experience, in my little experience that I had.
Well, he does at least manage to get down an uncontested Trog, because he can go Trog, Fury, Hero Power, still have 3 mana left over, and either Vanguard plus Slither Spear or the Glaive plus Fury, I suppose, works as well instead.
I think he's a little bit rushy on utilizing his Glaive there. I really like to put the Vanguard first, and then just Hero Power pairing with the Fury can also clear the spammy Arcanist out. So I actually like to be a little bit more patient with my weapon swings.
Ooh. Moonlit Guidance is like the strongest individual card, but that Flip of Friends was really tempting. A bunch of rushes or a big taunt can mess with Demon Hunter pretty heavily.
I think Habugabu wanted some defensive tools as well as just fishing for the skill of Onyxia. Not there, but the Mark of the Wild is still very good.
Yeah, it's not often you pass up Earthen Scales versus Demon Hunter, but I can see the reason why in this instance.
Yes, because for this fell aggro demon hunter, I really like to see a late weapon equipping and trying to extract all the values you have, because when you first equip when you decide to equip your weapon, you're essentially saying, oh, next turn, if I want to attack with my weapon, I want to dump my hands as much as possible. So if you didn't maximize the value, the weapon swings are... You're forced to swing your weapons in a suboptimal way resource-wise next turn as well. So that's what we are seeing. There's only a few draws coming out of the weapons, not the best case scenario where you can draw all the decks.
Oh man, just an unbelievable turn there for Habu Gabba though. As I was saying, this looks like Levik's one opportunity where Habu doesn't have a good clear. His hand's kind of unplayable on this turn. And then he top decks Aquatic Form into the perfect scale of Onyxia to clear the board almost entirely. And now it just looks like plain sailing. You've got Miracle Growth, Naga Giant to follow up, Guidance to find the Earthen Scales. You're honestly just looking at Lethal soon with Giant plus Battlemaster.
At this stage, it's very dangerous for Levik to take this win already, and he needs to bank on the Lady Snetho.
Snetho, I prefer much more. Let's go with that.
Snetho. To come back from this game, and Habu Gabba leaving the little whelp on the board, giving the extra draws for Levik, and he's unhappy with that decision because he was debating whether to feed the whelp into the Slither Spear earlier.
Man, Habu Gabba admittedly having some pretty easy turns, but playing at just absolute breakneck speed right now. This is such a departure from some of the slower play we've had in previous weeks. And, you know, I can't fault him for it, right? His turns, they mostly just play themselves, as they will continue to do.
Still having chances for Levik, it seems. Habu Gabba doesn't have a great turn for his turn 9 so far.
Kind of.
But you never know what's coming out of that moonlight.
Moonlit Guidance into, like I said, Earthen Scales, Oracle of a Loon would be insane. I mean, as long as you're not dying on the following turn. But you could just go Guff for the 5 armor if you don't hit the scales. Could just go with that.
Yeah, if Levik top decks, all his card draws are are not by itself. Like for the weapon, you need to clean your hands. Like Crixus, you really want to clean your hand as well, because otherwise you will toss away all your cards. So for these situational card draws, it's very hard for him to all of a sudden fuel his hand with some more spells and pair them with Lady Steno.
Yes.
I'm getting there.
You're getting there, dude. You got it.
Yeah,
for Levik.
Onyxia, and that's the best top deck he can have, keeping himself safe. And then the Moonlit Guidance next turn will probably get him the armor that he needs.
So Steno is the out at this point, really, right? With, what, 6 damage? Or I guess actually with the 1/1s left on board, it wouldn't even be lethal, would it? It would just attack into the little whelps.
Yep. It attacks the lowest health target on your opponent's side, so that's it for Levik. He's losing to Druid, which is the deck that he's targeting with. You see it from Habu Gabba's reaction that getting his Druid through actually means a lot, and his Big Spell Mage is just trying to see how it goes, and starting with his best anti-aggro deck, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. The last deck, the last win, I think was, you know, it was good for Habu Gabba. He hit the nuts, he won the game, it was expected. This Druid game, he had a good hand, but it's much, much more important in terms of the context of the series overall. And also, I want to say, that play with the the Druid of the Reef and the Coin Hero Power as well. There's a lot of players, I think myself included, who would not have made that play, right? It's so brutal to use a coin in Druid when there's such specific mana breakpoints that you want to hit versus aggro. You know, it can be the difference between Coin Guff in order to ramp up, or Coin Scales, Coin Onyxia, Coin Devourer, like all these big late game clears that you need to be hitting. Using a coin early on can just devastate your chances of getting there. But I think that for me really was the tough decision and the winning decision for Habu Gabu.
But I have to say, sometimes my heart goes to the tempo or aggro-oriented deck a little bit more. And if that Bibliomite gets unanswered, I think this game is at Levic's hand. I really do. So wow. That Druid of the Reef for Habu Gabu was very clutch. I have to say that.
Moving on over now to the Rogue, which has been banned away from his opponents. This is the only Rogue that we are going to be seeing this series. For you, is this the best deck in the game right now?
Well, if you really love powerful turns, that's the best deck that can cheat on mana the best and cheat on a power spike turn the best. But for me, I still really like Druid, just in terms of its ability to drag long matchups, but as well as hold, trying to be a little bit defensive as well. It can be greedy, but it can also be defensive, as we've seen in the last game. I still think Druid is the best deck.
All right, well, I agree, because it's the only deck I can blooming win with. Rogue is just a little bit too difficult for my pea-sized caster brain. I always end up throwing away the combo in some way, losing to all the pro players I queue into because I just get nervous. But for Habu Gabu, I think no such problems will be arising, because the Rogue, for me, you were talking about how it can be weak to aggro, which in a sense I absolutely agree with, because it's a very brittle deck. You know, it only has 30 health, there's no healing in the deck, there's no taunt in the deck. It's very much a glass cannon, and if your opponent gets off to a good start and then follows up with the curses, like with this hybrid curse warlock, you can be in trouble. But there's just so much removal in the Rogue, right? All these early damage spells can double as removal, especially if you're playing backstab, and you're just able to delete almost any board that comes down once you hit that pop-off turn with the nulls.
Yes, exactly. That's why the Miracle Rogue has a very, very strong win rate versus Imp Warlock, and I think Habu Gabu is just hitting all the good matchups. His big spell mage is pretty good against everything. Getting that out of the way is nothing. But his Ramp Druid hitting this Demon Hunter from Levic, I think is huge, because all other decks from Levic, I think, has a higher win rate versus the Ramp Druid. So that's the easiest route. And for this one, Levic trying to target the Shaman there, because with the addition of the curses, this Imp Warlock is favored versus Shaman, especially on top of the nerf of Snowfall Guardian. But Levic is hitting the wrong matchup again. And
sorry, one of the questions I wanted to ask you in this starting hand is, I know against aggro Druid when you're playing Rogue, it's very often correct to kind of dismantle your combo as long as you're just clearing the board every turn. Like, you'll happily play a 1 or 2 mana null. Is that the same case against Zoo here, or do you still need to rely on that big pop-off turn, getting a big location in order to win the game?
So versus aggro Druid, that works because, first of all, they don't run a lot of card draw, or even so, their card draw is relying on composting, which is board based as well. So you can really kick them out of the game if you just hold onto your board, play your null early, doesn't care about the Sinstone Graveyard synergy, and you can win from there. However, with the Warlock, I think it's you can be a little bit more greedy with your hand, because you have to, if you take your time and then put up a very powerful turn, usually the Warlock is very hard to come back from. But the best comeback mechanism from a bad turn is Mischievous Imp in Levic's hand, so that's great for him.
The problem is right now it's only infused for 2 instead of the crucial 3 that you need.
Very unfortunate. You get
Yeah.
From his reaction, he really wanted to hit something there, and then hopefully it gets killed, and then gets the fully infused imps out there.
I believe Habu Gabu's nulls are currently going to be costing 2, unless I'm mistaken, because he traded on 1, and then... Oh no, 1. So close. Okay. But a very big difference, actually, in this instance.
Yes, exactly. It saved him a coin, and even without the coin, Habu Gabu might just enact his Sinstone Graveyard to put a 5/5 out there, saving the coin for future combos. Still doing great.
Ooh, big draw for Levick,
that's
though.
draw in the deck.
Yeah.
To pair it with the impending catastrophe.
Absolutely huge. Refarm starting to get activated as well. Maybe looking at the possibility to pull back on board. Because now for Habu Gabu, yes, he's won the early board, but it's the value game that's the problem now. Can he keep going and going, card for card, before Levick hits this unbeatable board state?
So Habu Gabu has to keep the Shadow, the Shady Bartender in mind, but also the Refarm in mind. If these cards are really timing him to trying to go face and then kill Levick as quick as possible, actually. You see he's really debating whether to... Yeah, he's going face and then trying to keep the cutoff of the minions on the board. Smooth, and the board is really big enough if he sees a Refarm. Oh, he chose to keep the null because he wanted to have a better turn with the Draka. That's interesting.
I think I like it because you're getting not only the Draka but also the location waking up next turn, and that to me feels like maybe you're approaching the point where you can ignore the board and just go all face. Like, how much damage is he taking next turn? 15, 21, 24. It's scary, but maybe you can't ignore the board. It's so close.
Yeah, but the problem with that play is his hand is very clunky for a Miracle Rogue, so it's very hard for him to find the extra cards. But then, well, the clunkiness is also calculated, I'm sure, in Habu Gabu's choices. And if he's seeing a clunky hand, then he might be thinking about he's forced to save some more cheap resources to be able to get through this turn. Otherwise, his Draka is going to be useless and dead in hand.
A very big combo available if we just want to look at board clear, with Levick having access to Grimoire of Sacrifice plus Tamsin in order to get 5 AoE on the other side of the board. He loses a lot of his own presence on the board, of course, and might end up overdrawing. But I kind of feel like that's the only avenue open to him at this point.
Yeah, that definitely, with the weapon equipped and potentially all those new burning spells added to the rogue, especially with Sinister Strike, you really have to be careful with your health. Levick choosing not to use the Grimoire of Sacrifice first. I'm not sure about that, because if you throw it first this turn, you might have a higher chance to hit a few 3/3 imps onto the board.
That's true. I guess he was thinking with this way he could hit an imp and then Grimoire of Sacrifice that. But I think that's pretty negligible. Like a 5/2 and a 3/3 are roughly equivalent.
Well, that's also a fine point, because that's keeping the SI extortion out, which might be blocking some ability to clear the board for Habu Gabu.
What do we got here? 7 damage available right now with the Tooth, which is of course not going to get the job done. So I think this Tooth is earmarked for killing off the Refarm.
And Levick is 6 damage off lethal, and he's sitting at 8 mana, not 9. If you got 9 mana, it's just 6 damage for 3 curses, 1, 2, 3. So he's 1 mana off right there. He really needs to figure out his next turn in terms of just saving himself.
Arcane Shot is actually a pretty clutch card to discover off of the Tooth. It's not all too often that you get damage. And like you say,
The Voidwalker is coming clutch. Not a lot of Imp Curse Warlocks play the Voidwalker, but here you can see the Voidwalker is going to do a lot of work. Trying to pair it with Shady Bartender, and that's great because it buffs up the Imp and takes away the Edwin from the other side.
Oh man, it's actually one-off lethal with the Imp plan, right? Because you can go Wicked Shipment, Voidwalker, Flame Imp, Location. Because of the nerf to Location, it's not lethal, because that would give you +4, right? With those 4 Imp. Oh no, sorry, +5. Oh no, sorry, so it is lethal. It is lethal, right? You can go...
No, the Voidwalker doesn't help with the Location.
Oh, it's not an Imp. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, it's one-off. Oh. So I was correct, just in the wrong way.
Not trying to Voidwalker and protect himself. Oh, he's looking for the second location.
Oh!
He's trying to fish for the second location. Will he get it?
That's another
a lot of Imp as well. That's a great spot. Not trying to be defensive, going for the lethal. Got it, and it's a huge win for Levick. Pushing through this unfavored matchup and trying to keep his hopes alive from advancing. And that's just what great Hearthstone players does. They find lethals.
That was so sick, man. I would have been hyper-focusing on, like, is the way to get it with Quest, with the Imps you have in hand, but going for the very... ambitious draw there to try and find specifically, as you said, a bunch of those Imps in the Tamsin form or getting the second location. Levick knew his outs, went for it, hit it, and is now in a much, much, much better position than if he had lost that. Like, losing that game, you're pretty much out of the series, having to win 4 in a row with a pretty unfavorable matchup left against the Shaman. But here, having to win when you're at 2-1, still down, but all of a sudden winnable. Like, this rogue could run into some problems with all the damage that Levick has access to here.
Yeah, the rogue is gonna have a problem with the priest, I believe, and then a little bit with demon hunter. But also, without Snowfall Guardian, who says the shaman is not a problem for Habugabu too? There are still hopes for Levick. Definitely, it's a best of 7. The matchups are dragged long. The first 2 wins are not as important when comparing to a best of 5 series. So that is what Levick is thinking, where he can gain some confidence from. And also the great spot lethal there, the going for lethal there was a huge play. He had 2 outs, the Wicked Shipment and the second location card, second Wicked Shipment, second location. So still a lot of outs. That's a great spot for Levick.
Very, very well played. And he's going to be lining up now, I believe, his Demon Hunter once again, and Habugabu going for the Rogue. And this is not a matchup I've seen all too much, obviously, this aggro Demon Hunter and this specific build being very, very new from Levick. But if I had to just estimate where the matchup is, I feel like Rogue could be in a little bit of trouble because the Demon Hunter can get off to, if they get the right cards, a very fast start. 1-drop, 2-drop, a lot of damage right out the gate. And then the Rogue is put in a tough position where, say Vanguard is just played on 2. Do they extortion that? Do they tooth that? Do they come out of their disguise and leave their Null trapped at like 2 mana? It's very difficult to know how combo-oriented you're supposed to be once again.
Yeah, we all know Rogue is really good at, wow, the Bibliomite coming very, very clutch and tossing away the predation, not seeing any Naga in hand. So I was going to say, we all know Rogue is really good at killing the board, taking away some early boards from the aggro decks. That's not a news. But as I've been saying in the Ramp Druid matchup for this Demon Hunter doesn't really push through well for, against some Renathal decks from my experience. So when I was trying to queue this on ladder, I get the feelings of, if I see a 30 HP from my opponent, yeah, I can really work with that. I have some great aggro senses, you have Fel Barrage, you have Fury. You can really plan your turns accordingly versus a 30 health deck without some major healings. But now with Levick hitting his very, very clutch card as well. Oh, Habu Gabu misplayed his extortion. He thought, oh my god.
Oh, Habu. What was that?
Taking 5 more damage, although he's still not revealed his hero, which means he'll have a 0 mana null next turn. Maybe that's the only compensation, and that's a huge misplay, of course.
Man, he's just dying straight up. He's at 18 health on turn 3. It's so weird watching 2 decks with 30 health go at it again. You die so quickly.
Yeah, didn't I say we can work with 30 HP? That's what I was.
You can.
That's what I meant.
Oh, the Bone Spike, though, is such a clutch draw here off the Gone Fish. And now we're looking at the Bone Spike, the location, Coin, Sinister Strike if you want another +2/+2, although that's a little bit more debatable. Basically, the headline is the board has been won back here for the moment, and Habu Gabu can start trying to turn the tides of damage.
Okay, a lot of 1/1s on the board. Very clutch for this matchup. Rogue doesn't have the ability to have AoEs to clear very wide board. Maybe 1 or 2 3 health minions is very easy for the Rogue, but a wide board full of 1/1s is going to push a lot of damage.
Damn, even smacking into it twice to preserve an extra 1/1, a measly little Fellbat here, which it perfectly exemplifies your point. Rogue just cannot deal with these wide boards. Now that Fan of Knives, all those little AoE spells that Rogue wanted is gone.
And Habu Gabu really paying the price for that misplay in the early turns.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that misplay one just shows, I think Habu Gabu is not taking out his like S+ a top tier game out here because he's already had the ticket. He's not as, you know, he's not as like super hyper focused, or like in this, the stake is not as high, but then also it's just the benefit of bringing not as common matchups. Because when you're playing Miracle Rogue, when you're practicing on ladder, you don't see a lot of board-oriented decks on the other side to practice these mechanisms, to learn the ups and flows of these matchups. So bring decks that is not seen as common gets you some of the benefits, like for moments like these.
I do like to play here for Habu Gabu, as how much damage is he facing now? 8, 10, 13, 14? Oh, can he finish it off with Fell Barrage, actually? 5 plus 8. I think he can, yeah.
Yes, he can put his opponent to 3, I believe, and that's the right amount.
Very nicely done.
Gabu very disappointed. I'm not saying he's not holding himself to the highest standards, but sometimes our brain just works differently when it's, you see, you just, people just try to perform better in the playoffs than the regular season, and that's very common. It's not any knock on Habu Gabu's current mindset or anything. It's just human nature, I believe.
No, I hear what you're saying. Habu's washed. People's brains work differently, right? His is bad, yours is good. I understand what you're saying.
Well, that's not what I meant, but good for Levick. Getting his 30 HP taken out from his opponent, and then getting the second win, trying to keep his hopes alive. And on the other side, I have to bring up that if Bunny Hopper is watching, he's definitely hoping Levick will push through, because Bunny Hopper has a more anti-aggro lineup where so he's probably a slightly better or happier to face Levick, in his opinion. In my opinion, basically.
In your opinion of his opinion, yeah. Yeah, like you said, he's got that the Quest Priest, the Shaman, the Rogue, which I think could be fine as well. A less greedy build of Druid as well. So I fully agree. I think Bunny will be waiting in the wings, praying that Habu keeps up with these uncharacteristic misplays. But now I think we are at a very, very interesting segue in the series, where we've called Levick's lineup aggro pretty decisively, right? Because the vast majority of the lineup is just straight up aggro. But this Priest kind of defies classification. It's definitely not an aggro deck, but it fits in an aggro lineup in a way.
Well, you see, in my opinion, it's just a worse Miracle Rogue.
Okay.
without Draka. And when you are heading into a pop-up turn, you do the Radiant Elemental, and then you put the Power Word Fortitude on it, you put the Bless on it, and then you Boon of the Ascended on it. And that's kind of a graveyard turn from the Miracle Rogue. So that's actually a slightly worse, or a lot worse in Miracle Rogue. But it's not saying it's a bad deck to bring, but it's just people in this best of 7 series is it's craving for a good 5th deck. But if I'm comparing it to the big 3, meaning Rogue, Druid, or Mage, every other deck seemed flawed.
Yeah, I agree. But one thing I will say is that even though you classify it as a less good Miracle Rogue, which I can get on board with, because of the kind of non-transitive nature of Hearthstone matchups, even though it's a worse Miracle Rogue, it kind of beats Miracle Rogue a lot of the time, is the point of the deck, I find, where you just have this huge pop-off turn, get a huge taunt down with the Boon of the Ascended, and then the Rogue is just left with no removal. They just can't get through it.
Yeah, that's a great recognition by Habugabu, playing the Null first because he knows how this matchup works. He wants to put the early minion downs. That's the weakness of this priest deck. It needs a little bit more time than this Miracle Rogue, but the pop-up, the Miracle turn, so to speak, is stronger than a Miracle Rogue might have. You see, he's just playing the Maestro onto the board and not caring about his combo, and his hand doesn't have a combo hand as well, and recognizing that is important from the Rogue side. And Levick is trying to get his pop-up turn, still grasping some resources. It's not easy for Levick so far, it seems.
Really nice distribution of minions here, though, for Levick, with 1 Radiant, 1 Priestess, 1 Handmaiden, meaning that maybe next turn, but I would guess more likely turn 5. We could see like Handmaiden activated this turn, you draw 3, and then the turn after, you just hope to hit the Boon and pop the heck off.
But right, here comes the pop-up turn.
I guess so.
The Illuminate, what will it hit? I think he picked the Gift of the Naru.
Okay, another draw.
Yep, just to get 1 easy cheap draw. But I think I'm not sure about it. Maybe he loves the cards from his deck. Yes, that's the card he needs, Boon of the Ascended, and that's gonna be huge. Even with the addition of Serpent Wig, that's gonna be a big turn from Levick. And with the healing of Gift of the Naru, I think 1 taunt is gonna be good enough for him to be able to get through this game and defend against the aggression from Habugabu.
Yeah, you do have to thrive first here because you want to hit Power Word Fortitude, and it would be exactly playable, I believe, with the 1 discount and 7 spells in hand. But doesn't find it. Instead, looking at, I don't know, I guess another Boon, for next turn. Makes sense.
Just to get the big taunt out there first and have the Radiant Elemental hiding behind the taunts and doing its work. There's still a lot of things that he can do from next turn, and the Radiant Elemental is not getting cleared, even if the Rogue has his whole deck in hand without finding anything from Tooth of Nefarian.
Okay, so we got double Shadow Step in hand. Still no Edwin, unfortunately, which would be nice to pair with this, because the rest of these Shadow Steps, they're just not really doing it right now. Shadow Step and Null, you can't rush into anything first, so it doesn't really achieve much. Of course, upgrades the power of your Sinstone Graveyard. But honestly, even if he could by some miracle hit like a 15-15, which is just not going to happen on this turn, I still don't think that would be enough for him to clutch this one out.
Yeah, I'm not saying Habugabu is unlucky here, but I really want to say sometimes when I'm playing in moments like these, I will just tell myself, yeah, that's what I get for misplaying very hard, because You know, that misplay from last game really cost him the game, and then that's gonna, you know, kind of justify for myself a little bit of, oh, the RNG god is not on my side because I wasted my chances, basically.
Man, you're harsh to yourself. It's interesting to know while me and Gia were, you know, talking nonsense, just memeing around, you were giving yourself the harshest pep talk imaginable.
And just an easy blast plus second Boon of the Ascended turn, and that's gonna lock out the rogue. And Habu Gabu is looking dangerous. I think the odds has shifted from his side to Levic's side, and that's great for Levic.
Man, this is so turbulent. The degrees by which players are swinging back and forth in terms of who's favored. Like, Habu was just looking unbeatable at the start. The mage winning, sure, that's good. The druid winning, I kind of thought was just his ticket through to the winners bracket match against Bunny, because druid for me was the only deck that could really struggle. I really believed in the rogue versus aggro, but it's just not been getting the job done. So close versus the warlock. Unable to get over the finish line because of a nice lethal spot by Levic. Losing because of a misplay, as you said, versus the Demon Hunter. And then against the Priest, like, he had no chance right from the start. That's what this Priest deck does. Its only good matchup, in my opinion, is against the Rogue.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the best of sevens, because you get more of the ebbs and flows and just swing of momentum within a series, and that's beautiful to watch. On one hand, you said, oh, Habu Gabu got his druid through, and that's done. And that's a lot of times more likely done in a best of 5 series, but now we're in a best of 7 series. You have to grab more wins, and even 3-0 doesn't guarantee you a series win now. So there are a lot of different stories that can be written, and we shall see. Maybe Habu Gabu can still come back from it. It's 3-2 for Levic only.
That's true. Yeah, he's still got to win twice. Oh, sorry, he has to win one of the next 2 games with his druid if he wants to take the win, which is, again, the aggro druid, which I think, finally, in the 4th time in a row that Habu is lining up his rogue, he's got himself a good matchup here, if you know how to play it, which I anticipate that Habu Gabu absolutely will know how to play it. But what I quickly realized with this Druid deck, as I've been playing it over the last couple of days, is as I started going up the ranks, my win rate against Rogue just dropped precipitously. I just stopped really having a chance, because at the lower ranks, people were playing Rogue how you're supposed to play it. They were building up for these huge combo turns, saving their nulls, saving their removal pieces, and then I was just killing them because I hit a huge buff and they lost the game at that point. Whereas when I started running into Bly's and, you know, all these players you've actually heard of, I just started getting dumpstered because they play for tempo, they delete your board turns 2, 3, 4, and then you just lose as the druid.
Yeah, the recognition of matchup of the matchup from the rogue side is huge. You want to get your removals early, get on board early, and Druid of the Reef is the only quote-unquote removal from the Druid side. So once you're ahead on board, you're almost guaranteed ahead on board throughout the matchup. So that's really important from the rogue, but also, Levic during the mulligan thought it was a shaman matchup, but not seeing the Renathal effects tells him that it's rogue, so he a little bit shake of his head.
I thought you were supposed to be told that. I'm not actually sure what the process is, but I feel like you know, right, when they're queuing their rogue.
I think especially just in Masters tours, your opponent doesn't know. So if you're sometimes the Maestra change your hero into some classes that you have remaining in the series, that's gonna be an advantage for the rogue.
Whoa. Look at this hand, man. Like, turn 1, getting out of the cloak, right? Undisguising himself as the shaman by playing the extortion. And now the potential to literally play every card in his hand if he wants to.
He's really scared of Herald of Nature because that's going to create 2 4 health minion that is very hard to deal with. But on the other hand, if he goes in this turn, it's just going to be 1 giant one giant minion, and then he's gonna lose the Tooth of the Nefarian value, and that's really needed in his hand. Oh, he's going for it.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I mean, I was going to say, what if you hold on to the Tooth on this turn?
Oh, he finds a middle ground. Yeah, I was going like all in or nothing, but he chooses a middle ground. That's very smart. Keeping the Tooth, making a 4/4. A 4/4 is good enough versus the Druid to clear up some minions. That's very smart.
Yeah, and there's actually a really good shot that you can get the honorable kill on the Tooth in the next few turns, which could be absolutely enormous when this is essentially becoming a top deck war for both players very, very rapidly. They just need to be the player to find a little bit more value on average than their opponent, and they'll be flying into the lead. As for Habu Gabu, he's keeping up at the moment, right? Keeping the board clear. This 4/4 is just going to chip away. He can very likely get another 4/4 next turn, or at least a 3/3. And I think Levick needs to hit a real power spike card if he's going to have any chance.
Storm Growth Sentries, the highest value. That's going to get you on board a little bit more. And for Levick, he finally, I thought he's gonna play, yeah, he's gonna play Druid the Reef. He finally plays the card that he kept in the mulligan. Druid the Reef and Mark of the Wild was the card that he kept, and finally it's been utilized.
Hey, 4-mana null on turn 4, perfect here for Habu Gabu.
Okay, Habu Gabu recognizing he's gotta go all in, and these two minions are his lifeline basically.
That's right, and this is the situation that you end up in so often in this matchup. But the reason why I'm convinced that this is the correct way to play it as the rogue is, even though I would argue you top deck on average roughly equivalent in terms of value, like the rogue's slightly better on average, there are like 3 insta-win the game cards, right? If you hit Edwin or either Shroud of Concealment, the game pretty much just ends and the rogue can't lose at that point.
Well, there you turn. It's an interesting choice by Levick. He chose Mark of the Wild instead of Herald of Nature. Herald of Nature is a 3/3 by itself. I think it's a little bit waste of board resource unless he hits Living Roots. He's used both, I think, both of his Thorn Growth Sentries, so that's a huge pickup. That's gonna help him catch up in this matchup, and playing around the Shadow Step, knowing that health is not gonna matter as much. Yeah, Habu Gabu. He's gonna equip a 2-attack weapon, a 2/3 weapon if he plays everything this turn, which is not very fun.
We'll get a 2-attack weapon and a 2/2 minion. Oh, you just need one more card. If it was a 3/3 and a 3-attack weapon, you'd be absolutely laughing. But
yeah, but he has to value the body of Draka itself. Yes. A 3/4 on board is dominating right now, so that's why he went for it. And the best draw is Planted Evidence, hitting some. Oh, even that is
not
huge.
Bad.
Is gonna take out the minion there. I think he'll attack with the 3/6, making it very cute.
Yep.
Now we're in a very, very cool end game. Wow, Sprint!
Oh!
Exactly. Hey, we didn't talk about it, but Sprint is the best 30th card I love in this matchup, and that's the value of Sprint. Saving yourself from a bad hand, and the momentum is just swinging back to Habu Gabu's hand right now.
It really does look like the 4th time was the charm for Habu Gabu on this road.
Yeah.
With the peasant, what am I talking about? The peasant, a completely dead top deck.
Yeah.
There for Levick.
Yeah, in these moments, it's not just the top deck, because as players, we put all of our efforts into prepping, not only just the playing. So whenever the card choices, the tech choices that hits, in these moments, you're so proud of yourself. You're like, oh yeah, that's why I bring the Sprint. Exactly why. And then you're so happy about it. That's what Pop-Pop was about.
A 1-game sample size. That's all a player needs.
Well, even having... Oh, I see.
That's smart.
Okay. He wants the Edwin to keep on board. Find the Sinister Strike, keep playing it. Is he ever afraid of anything else?
So what are the disaster outs off of planted evidence if he leaves the board up? Is there anything that can go really wrong?
Well, you see, if the dashboard that we have can still be used, it's still the card that we've been talking about. Convoke the Spirits is the out for Levick, and that's what he's hoping for. Convoke the Spirits coming from Planted Evidence, and it's 9 mana, and then he got it. Well, no, he didn't hit it.
Which means in our first series of the weekend, we're going all the way to Game 7, right out the gate. Such a back and forth series here, and some very, very interesting lines on both players' sides. But for me, I think what's been pretty clear is that even though the Rogue has been underperforming, I think it's come close in a couple games, like very close versus the Warlock. A misplay messed it up versus the Demon Hunter, obviously, and then the Priest that never had any chance. But I will say that the Druid has looked very weak, the aggro Druid for Levick so far this tournament. Versus the Mage, it didn't even have a chance. Versus the Rogue, it wasn't an especially good hand for Habu Gabu. It was good, but not one of those insta-game winning ones. It still really felt like it was just pushed off board a little bit too easily. And now once again, it has to be the Druid. This time versus one of Habu Gabu's signature decks in the Shaman.
A signature deck Shamans for... Just toss away any analysis here. I just want to say Game 7s are the best. I love it. I love to see Game 7s. Everything on the line. And for Habu Gabu playing his signature deck. Also Levick not having the best results in the previous games for his Druid here. But he still got a chance. He bought him a lot of leeway with the great Warlock plays and Demon Hunter plays. So for now, they got everything to lose and everything to gain. That's just amazing. And from the Shaman side, I gotta say, the new version Shaman, as we know, the Snowfall Guardian is lost. That is huge in these matchups. But also, another thing that people might not notice is now the Shaman build is shifting away from the Primal Dungeoneer synergy, because you don't have enough elementals, you don't have Snowfall Guardian as the elemental that you want to draw, and without the addition of Snowfall Guardian, you're shifting a little bit more towards you're looking for better cards. And what are the better cards? Wildpaw Cavern. So the Wildpaw Cavern is back. That's why the Primal Dungeoneer got kicked out. And that is also important in this matchup, because Primal Dungeoneer is gonna get you the Primordial Wave. That is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, that can be absolutely enormous. It does feel like the removal portion of the deck is probably where Habu Gabu has his head set at. But this is, for the most part, a pretty flimsy board-based deck. Until you hit the Herald of Nature or the Pride's Fury, the health is very, very low. So for Habu Gabu, if he can hit Firemancer Flurgle, that's very likely to be able to clear off the board. Or even if he can get ahead on the board at the start.
Is he keeping the Brilliant McCall? That's the dilemma, because Crud Caretaker pairing with a McCall. Okay, he's not going for just trying to board biting with this very strong board centric Druid. He's looking for a Primordial Wave. He kind of stumbled a bit at the potential of that combo, but nope. Way better cards Schooling. So what am I thinking?
Yeah, he's got a really nice starting hand. Schooling plus the Clownfish is a really blisteringly fast start. And even just the Command of Neptune, calling that out on turn 4, and you're looking fantastic.
Just having 4 minions without the Primordial Wave, it's going to protect the board against... Oh, it's going to go all 3 fishes. And having the Clownfish in his hand is just going to he's not going to even hesitate with this play. Because sometimes if you don't have a 3-drop, you're like, should I coin out the 3rd one? But no, not even one hesitation.
Does miss on the second living roots here, which is I think a little bit worse. You'd rather just go as wide as possible to go with the Herald of Nature next turn. But it's not bad. Still, Fertilizer to go with the Herald of Nature for just an even bigger attack buff. Or the Trog. All are absolutely fantastic.
Amazing. And just a little just a little extra for this matchup on HS replay. It is actually slightly favored for Aggro Druid in this matchup.
Wow.
52.5%. So that's what we're seeing here.
All right, Crud Caretaker can bridge the gap, I suppose, for the moment, and get himself another Elemental. Is that what that is? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Elemental, not good. He's fishing for a Snowfall Guardian. Even if it's only a 5/5, you take
He wants
those.
it back in.
Yeah, and for Habugabu, that's interesting about every player's build choice, because a lot of other players brought a Shaman because it's a best of 7, and Shaman is a great 5th or 4th choice for some players. And in Bunny Hopper's deck, he plays 1 Snowfall Guardian, and then he kept the Primal Dungeoneer synergy along with the Snowfall Guardian, 1 Snowfall Guardian addition. So that build is definitely going to be better versus this Druid. But now what we're seeing is just a Shaman that is struggling and not hitting the key cards of Primordial Wave. If he top decks 1, he still has a chance, but if not, he's dying in 2 turns.
And so do you think that would push him onto Famished Fool instead of the command of Neptulon? Is that how desperate this situation is?
I am very not sure. Let's see. Oh, the command of Neptulon is going to have a great target in the 5/4 of Iron Deep Trog, and that's going to be amazing. All right, praying for no Primordial Wave, please, please, please. Okay. No Primordial Wave for Levick, but he doesn't know yet. He's still praying.
How much damage are we looking at? If he trades and plays Famished Fool, he is 9/11 just dead. Okay, so that's not an option. Let's count that one out. Does have to be the command of Neptulon.
Command of Neptulon. Yeah, Habugabu knows this is not the best situation that he wants. Is he playing the Mancer there just to, you know, fight for board a little bit more?
Oh, that hurts so much, but I guess it's so unlikely you get like exactly 1 of Amalgam next card.
Oh, this is very interesting. Levick now needs to choose between board just trading or not trading. Because he doesn't know Habugabu's hand. He knows there's no Primordial Wave. He knows there might be a Snowfall Guardian because he discovered an Elemental, and that's all he knew. He know there's no like schooling or any immediate clearing tool or Starfish, right? There's a 1-off Starfish in Habugabu's deck. None of that. So how much trading will there be? If he chooses like this, then it means a full trade because Mancer's got to go.
How much damage are we setting up for the following turn now? You get to push 7 face, so it is setting up lethal, just about.
It's 11. It's 11 plus 3 plus 1. It's 15 on board.
So Tar Creeper does technically keep you alive for the moment. Habugabu doesn't believe in it all too much, obviously, because his outs are getting extremely limited with no Snowfall Guardian in the deck.
Yep, the best 2-card combo that he can get for Levick, getting through the taunt without any minion on board attacking. And he gets through in this best of 7 series. And for Habugabu, he is losing this matchup using his favorite pet deck, Shaman, from the previous expansion. That's why the nerfs are interesting. We've seen the old king stepping off from the throne, and just Levick stepping through to the winner's bracket.
That's right. Very, very well played by Levick overall. Even though there are a couple of instances where I think we maybe disagreed on like sequencing that he could have gone for the most part, I really, really liked his strategy that he was going for. And the build of his decks, I think they're all pretty standard aggro decks, but they got the job done. Each of them found their correct matchup in the end. And that Shaman looking so... what the word is, just non-fluid. It's clunky. It wasn't able to get these big combos down that you're used to. Doesn't have the stall mechanisms. Maybe that was an uncharacteristically bad draw with a lot of the expensive cards in there. But for there, Levick looking very strong going up against Bunny next series.
Yeah, Levick is gonna want to take this momentum versus Bunny because, as you can see, if versus Bunny, if he bans out the priest, which I imagine, the quest priest, which I imagine he will, because it's like similar to Habugabu's quest hunter as a anti-aggro deck. It's gonna be just 4 similar decks. For him to beat, but like I said, I think Bunny Hopper has a better shaman versus aggro, better tools versus aggro from his shaman, and that's going to be interesting, and we'll see.
We will see. Once again, this is for Bunny Hopper the chance to get to Worlds, with Habugabu and Levick both having already made it at this point. Bunny is hoping to capitalize on a fantastic start to the season, winning out the entire group, or the entire initial season of Grandmasters Last Call, and now hoping that can transfer through to a victory this weekend and taking that spot at Worlds. I believe in him. I'm a big Bunny fan. I think he can do it.
Yeah, it's interesting and a little bit dramatic to me that in 2018, back in 2019, Bunny Hopper had the World's ticket already, and he qualified into the Winters Championship that year. Yeah. And then he was in the position of having the World's ticket in his hand and trying to crush other people who doesn't have his dreams and taking it very seriously, along with Viper at the time. And now he's in the spot of, well, I'm playing a player who already has a World's ticket, and he really has to take the take the ticket himself. He has to grab it himself because nobody is gonna let him have it freely.
That's right. Karma comes at you real fast when you're in those situations, turning around. But I believe that's it. Done for Alan and I. A very nice quick day with just having to cast one best of 7, even if it did go all the distance. It was a super exciting one to cast. So we're going to sign off now. And I believe we're going to pass you over to Sottle and Fino on the casting desk for Europe. Another very, or not for Europe. I keep calling it that, for the traditional European slot. Back when Europe Grandmasters was segmented for the next couple games of the day. So thank you for joining me for today, Alan. We'll see you again tomorrow. Any other closing thoughts?
I think it was just a great series of a best of 7, and just right from the bat, there was no 4-0s, no 4-1s, a 4-3 series to start the day, and I am excited for the upcoming matches, and I'm loving this casting experience. It's my debut, and I am feeling great, and I can't wait to cast tomorrow.
Great, you're smashing it. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, plenty more Grandmasters Last Call.
Hello once again, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This one is about Ramp Druid, and I know what you're gonna say. This will not be all about Guff. Wait, no, stop showing these clips of players keeping Guff. I said it's not all about Guff. I mean, look, Habugabu played Guff here, and Levick still beat him. Like, Guff's great and all, and he may be the #1 best card to keep in every single matchup, but he still needs the usual suspects to support him, right? You always want your Jerry-Rig Carpenter on 2, and your Wild Growth on 3, especially when going first. The newest member of the Ramp crew, Widowbloom Seedsman, is also a great keep. When going second, it's pretty common to coin out Wild Growth when you can follow up with Seedsman. Another clean curve with Coin or Innervate is on 3 mana to get an early Seedsman, and then follow with Nourish on the next turn. We see Chunsu keep that combination because he's going second, but Nourish is actually a debatable keep. You'd much rather draw and split it with Jerry-Rig, and keeping it often makes your second Jerry-Rig do nothing. When you have nothing to support the Nourish, unlike back in the old days, it's definitely a toss. There's simply too many other earlier options you'd rather draw. When facing aggressive decks, in addition to early ramp, you can keep removal like Druid of the Reef or Living Roots if you run it. We see Levick with the unusual Theatar keep as well, which potentially steals an important pressure option from Dmitry Kazov like Imp King Rafam or Shady Bartender. However, I see the Theatar keep more often in the Mirror or versus Mage to steal hero cards and other heavy hitters because the low tempo you get from the 3/3 body isn't punished as heavily. You can also argue for the Planted Evidence keep against aggro because there are many good cheap options. Proactive cards like Living Roots, Sow the Soil, Natural Causes, and Thorngrowth Sentries help fight for the board, so Blythe places first evidence on turn 1. You can also get removal like Seaweed Strike, which comes in clutch from Blythe's second evidence on turn 2. Feral Rage and Frostwolf Kennels would have been good outcomes here as well. These cheap cards are way less impactful against slower matchups like Mage, Quest Hunter, and the Mirror, however, so it's no surprise to see Fury Hunter toss double Druid of the Reef here. An exception is against certain lists of big Spell Mage, which run double Far Watchpost. We see Pun keep a Druid of the Reef to respect that one card, which is extremely punishing against Druid because they have no other removal for it in the early game. Even one turn of delayed ramp, Care of Watchpost, can ruin Druid's game plan. By turn 3, Pun hasn't hit any ramp cards though, which is usually a disaster for Druid, but he makes the best of it by using Planted Evidence to build a composting board and cycle closer to ramp. Even without the coin, he's still able to play Theotar on curve next turn, with some low value options in hand that he's not too sad to give away. On the complete opposite end of the mulligan spectrum, we have Judgment keeping Sire Denathrius in the Mirror. I personally do not make this keep often, especially not without the coin, and against an opponent whom you know runs Theotar. But it has its merits. Infusing the Denathrius right from the get-go can catch your opponent off guard, though you run the risk of missing ramp. The only greedy keep I see players consistently make against these slower decks is Topior, like Bunny Hopper does at the beginning of his full Druid sweep against Okashinsuke. He was under tons of pressure and hit no ramp until Coin Nourish, but the Topior allows him to stabilize right on time. He doesn't play it straight away on 7 mana though, because Ivus represents more immediate stats, and big taunts are actually quite strong against Ping Mage early on. On the next turn, Topior is stronger than Miracle Growth because of the immediate evidence to follow up. With a perfect Discover of Earthen Scales, he still stabilizes and can go for a clean Miracle Growth next turn to run away with the game. Against Wig Priest, Bunny gets what looks like a full auto keep, but he tosses Widowbloom Seedsman. That's because with Jerry plus Wild Growth, the curve is already spoken for until the post-Nourish 8 mana turn. At that point, he would rather have an expensive card like Topior, Scale of Onyxia, or Miracle Growth to follow up. After ramping with Nourish, it's pretty funny that Seedsman would have been playable because of the 2 Innervates he drew, but that's rarely the case. And even if it were there, spending the last 2 mana on Moonlit Guidance would probably still have been better to dig for Raid Boss or Scale of Onyxia. In this case, the best option is just Miracle Growth to keep cycling. On the next turn, there's a temptation to use Starfish on this buffed up Wig Priest board, but Bunny knows there's a Wig in hand and the Starfish doesn't actually remove anything, so Okashinsuke could easily rebuild the silent stats. So Bunny goes for Miracle Growth, and if he isn't dead to a big Bless this turn, he can swing back fully. Using the Innervate he saved, he gets to remove the board with Starfish plus Scale on the same turn. The Mana Giant is also free by this point, and Okashinsuke simply cannot come back. Finally, we have the Tempo Rogue matchup with a standard Wild Growth keep. Since Bunny's drawn Widowbloom Seedsman, the coin Wild Growth curve is looking great for him, and he can get up to 6 full mana crystals by turn 4. So here, Bunny knows Okashinsuke has plenty of minions in hand from Shroud, and if there's a location or Draka, he could die very quickly. Without a Nourish, it's still going to take a while to get to his Onyxia, so he searches for more ramp with Moonlit Guidance. Among these options, Seedsman lets him spend mana efficiently by playing it now, and draws the other copy, which he would then play next turn to get to 10 mana. But he takes Guff instead, mainly because of the Bran in hand. Bran plus Guff, which would immediately give him 2 full crystals, lets him hero power again for 3 total ramp, not to mention the 2 draws and 5 armor. This means he'd go to 12 mana next turn, enough for Onyxia and the Earthen Scales, which gives an extra layer of safety. This line also meant that he didn't have any Seedsmen on board for Okashinsuke to potentially target with backstabs and serrated bone spikes to fuel his combo turns. Sure enough, with 12 mana, Onyxia for board clear and Scales to stay out of range of Burst seal the game in favor of the Ramp Druid. And yes, I know, this was mainly thanks to Guff, but I did say he needed his support cards, right? Bran did a lot of work there too. Just look at this game between Possessi and Judgment. Possessi keeps Guff, because it's Guff. On turn 2, he starts with Aquatic form, a bit earlier than you usually see it, but it makes sense with his list and situation. If he hits Innervate or Seedsman, he could curve cleanly starting with Coin Wild Growth this turn. Jerry-Rig Carpenter, Living Roots, or Natural Causes would also be good hits. As it turns out, he's offered Innervate but passes up on that immediate draw to dredge his Scale of Onyxia instead, anticipating that he would need a big board clear after his slow ramp turns. In theory, he can still curve cleanly with Wild Growth on 3, Guff on 4, and Scale on 5. However, because Judgment had a high-pressure opener, Possessi is forced off of Guff and plays Flipper Friends to stay alive on board. This line still allows him to coin Scale next turn and stabilize the board, unless Judgment has good refill. But Judgment had good refill, establishing too many stats for even Scale of Onyxia to remove and winning the game. See? Guff's so bad he never even got played, and all Judgment had to do was draw the absolute stone cold nuts playing a deck with a highly favorable matchup. Alright, episode's over. I'm done being in denial. Guff is really strong. Hopefully as strongly as you enjoyed watching. See you next time!
Welcome back, everyone. This is Grandmasters Last Call Playoffs. We have one series down and in the books. Levick progressing through after looking like he was in a lot of trouble early on. And it is, of course, my great pleasure to bring you the illustrious return to Grandmasters of the one and only Fino King. Fino, how's it going?
Hello, Solo. It's going great, man. I'm really excited about this. I was really looking forward to it. I think we have some great players, some great games coming up. And I've been playing a lot of Hearthstone recently, like a lot. So I'm looking forward to it. I just can't wait.
And you were telling me just before we went live, you are objectively the greatest Grandmaster of all time since you've won 50% of the seasons that you took part in Grandmasters.
Exactly. Name one more person. Name one more person that has won 50%. Well, I've also completely lost the other 50%, but let's not talk about that.
Well, I was going to throw you a bone and say we won't talk about the other season, but yeah, okay. I mean, winning one and being relegated in the other is
a record. Let's at least
bad. It's
put
no
it that
bad.
way. It's
You know?
pretty decent. But considering where we are now, I think Bunny Hopper, one of those original Grandmasters who was right there with you, Fino, but Bunny Hopper has stuck it out the entire way, and I think Bunny Hopper at this point absolutely goes down as an all-time great in Hearthstone. Levick is a player who I know we both have a lot of respect for, but you'd have to, just on prestige, I suppose, consider him the underdog in this matchup when he goes up against Bunny Hopper. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. I think you guys have probably used like every compliment like available in the English language for Bunny so far, so I'm not gonna do that as well. I mean, definitely Bunny is one of the greatest. I would put him even in top 5 easily, I'd say, for me. And I'm looking forward to it. Levick is probably one of the best up-and-coming players we've had this year, right? Like, I've been following him. I play him on ladder a bunch. He's a great player. We were talking about this yesterday as well. He has like a very big deck pool as well that he likes to play. He plays a bunch of different decks, and he's pretty good with all of them. So Bunny's good with everything as well. So, you know, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and so we're taking a look here. Levick is going to open up with his Rogue, the Tempo Miracle Rogue. You were saying yesterday to me as well, you believe in these aggro lineups that a couple of our players have gone with. Seeing Levick get through that first series, how do you think his chances are overall and with this Rogue going up against Bunny Hopper?
I think it's at the first glance when I looked at the aggro lineup, I was like, I'm not sure about this. It has some like weak decks on paper that don't really perform that well. But I think it actually makes a lot of sense, especially with how much Druid there is. I feel like almost everyone has Ramp Druid in this tournament, so those decks match up really well against Druid. Druid can still just like draw a Ramp and just some early removal and deal with it, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think if
As a
you're playing
lineup.
Druid, it probably helps if you don't take 5 extra damage for no reason, but if you're going to be doing that, it probably is going to get you into trouble real fast. It's
Yeah.
probably a good time as well to point out we are playing best of 7 Conquest in this tournament, which is a little bit different. Have you played many best of 7 tournaments in your time, Fino?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think I might have played like only one. Back in my time, Sorrel, the ancient times, we were playing so many games and so many tournaments that we kind of had no time for best of 7.
Right.
But here it makes total sense.
I thought you were going to say back in my day we played Specialist, but I was going to cut you off. No, we don't talk about
What a
Specialist
great
ever.
format. The GOAT format.
It looks like we are going to be kicking things off with a Rogue Mirror, which I think is going to make Fino very, very happy indeed here, because I do believe this is very much a Fino deck. This is a deck you've been jamming a ton over the
Oh
last
yeah,
couple
I've
of
been
weeks, right?
playing this deck a lot. The Mirror is actually one of the trickiest matchups because you kind of need to like save resources and you kind of need to make sure that your all-in doesn't get countered, because if you go in first and you don't set up lethal over 2 turns,
Yep.
and the other guy goes in and he does, you're just, because he's very likely to do, because Rogue has a lot of spells that, you know, they need to hit minions, and when there's no minions on board, so the first guy that goes in, there's probably going to be no minions on board, and then his all-in is probably not going to be as good. So I'm curious to see how they approach it.
Yeah, I have found that as well, playing Rogue Mirrors. It's like, you always have that debate of like, well, I can make a 6 attack weapon this turn, or I can make a 10 attack weapon next turn. But if you go in with the 6 attack weapon a turn earlier, then your opponent spends their entire turn doing their pop-off turn in response to you, and you kind of have another free turn to then go face. So it's really hard to calculate those breakpoints and work out whether the smaller dagger is going to get there with some wicked stabs or whatever else over the course of the game. So totally agree, it's a very, very tricky matchup. Looking forward to seeing how these 2 players attack it, and it looks like we are not wasting too much time getting into this one, despite it being a best of 7. The game, or the opening series between Levick and Habu Gabu, was played at a lightning pace, but with Bunny Hopper coming into proceedings here, I would expect the pace to just slow
Things will
down
slow
a
down.
little bit here.
Definitely, yeah.
But Bunny has been very, very quick to clarify recently that he has sped up his play a little bit recently, and I will give him credit for that. He absolutely has done. So we'll see how this one pans out. Cutlass in the opening hand for both players is definitely a premium
Huge.
keep. What else are you making of
Yeah.
these mulligans?
Well, Levick insta-kept the location Cutlass and Edwin, which I think is a pretty good keep. Bunny's, I think he's gonna probably go for the Cutlass and Graveyard. I think he's also considering the prep. I'm not sure about it, especially being, yeah, he throws it away. Especially being on the play, I think you really need to hit the Shroud. I think that's like the most important card. So yeah, Bunny's looking for it. Both players are.
Backstab in the deck for Levick as well, and not for Bunny Hopper. Do you play Backstab in your list? Like, what are the pros and cons of having Backstab?
Well, the pros is definitely that there's aggro druid. There's some aggro druid on ladder. In this tournament, not so many, but still, I mean, Levick has it. So Bunny would probably, you know, want to have it if he knew that he was playing against aggro druid. In the mirror, it's all right. Not like the best card, but you know, it's still okay.
So I was just laughing to myself there
yeah.
because Bunny, we need to talk, okay? You can't get on interview after you win a week and say, hey, look, I'm not a roper anymore. I don't want this reputation. And then rope tradable Cutlass on turn 1 as rogue. Like, come on.
Yep. Well, he had the option to... Wait, did he have the extortion as well?
Did he? Oh, he ended up doing the extortion.
Yeah. He
Cutlass,
had the
right?
extortion, so he was debating that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Honestly, I think that's not always like an easy thing, because sometimes having a 0 mana deal 3 is actually not bad. So there's been a lot of times that I've debated on whether to do when I have both, whether to do the Cutlass or the extortion.
Right.
And I think you did right.
You also consider, like, if you wait one more turn to draw a Cutlass, you have one more turn to draw a different spell that you might end up discounting, like a Shroud or whatever, right? Which can end up having a huge upside. So, yeah, certainly a big deal. I'm just trolling Bunny wherever possible.
Oh, wow. That's a very interesting... going fishing here. Curious what Bunny's going to go for. These are all good.
They are, yeah. Obviously, Null is such a linchpin of the deck, but seeing Edwin on the bottom, it's very debatable whether you want to leave that Edwin there for the rest of the game at this point. But even with Draka in hand, like, there's merit to the Shadow Step as well, even though I suppose without a Null, the Shadow Step does lose a little bit of value overall.
Honestly, if there was a Shadow Step in Bunny's hand, I think he would have maybe even snap-picked the Edwin, but... Now that there's no Shadow Step, honestly, I would still consider the Edwin here, because I think you're not in a great spot with this hand in the mirror, to be honest. So you kind of need some sort of, like, miracle. Bunny knows. I like it that when Bunny does my play, it's just the correct play, you know? Like, it just feels kind of good.
So hang on, does this work the other way around though? If Bunny doesn't do your play, was your play the incorrect play?
My play was wrong, exactly.
Okay, all right, fine.
That's how. Yes, see, there's the Shadow Step, man. Bunny knows.
Bunny knows.
Huge top deck here. I definitely expect him to go in with a Cleave here and probably set up a huge next turn unless he keeps top decking like 0 mana things. Okay, that's not the case, so. We step it, call it a day. Next turn is going to be huge.
Yeah, Bunny will take his time to consider this, but it certainly looks very, very strong with a 0 mana Door of Shadows here as well. Obviously not infused just yet, but it does look like a very strong Shadow Step option here. Hold the location as well, and then you have your massive swing turn next turn with the Draka and the location click.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's actually gonna be able to fit all those things. Like, I would not be surprised if he maybe needs to take another turn off.
Maybe, yeah.
But
prep could be,
there's no
prep could be
hand.
huge off the top, I suppose.
Yeah. So did neither of the players have Shroud this game? Because that's actually a pretty big deal. I don't think they had it, right?
Yeah, I think they both missed.
Both have the Shadow Step Edwin, which is huge.
Yeah, Levick does have the Null to go with it, though, on the following turn with the location, but no Draka.
Oh, the Shroud.
Shroud can find that Null that we saw is buried on the bottom as well, which would be huge just to pull that card up.
Oh, I think Bunny will wait a turn. I think Bunny will go for the Shroud here. Oh, no, he's going for the Edwin. Interesting. He's kind of recognizing that if he waits one more turn, it might be too late. So he kind of wants to go for it now. I am not sure this is going to be enough, though, so I'm not going to lie. There were a lot of bricks from the Edwin. He kind of had to go on a chain of, like, nulls and preps and stuff.
Yeah, Bone Spike was one of the worst hits for sure. Both doors missing on the preps as well is nasty, which means this is actually going to be a fairly underwhelming turn at the end of it all.
This is an absolute disaster in the mirror. Oh, wow, he's actually going for it. Interesting. Oof. Is he gonna play the nose here in location?
He has
Yes,
to, right? You have to make something out of this turn, otherwise it's just so miserable.
Well, on the bright side, he drew both nose from Shroud, so Levic can't interact with, can't play his backstabs and all the removal stuff, but his turn is insane, even without those. Oh, and the null off the top.
Also hits the Bone
Be a
Spike.
huge turn.
Yeah. But he can actually backstab Bone Spike his own Knoll here for the perfect kill. Get 2 cards played, get the discount down as well here, continue drawing cards with the Edwin. Yes, looking like a significant...
I actually think he did this wrong. No,
Okay.
I know he did this wrong. He should have played the null first in case he top deck Shadow Step. Because if you Bone Spike and you top deck Shadow Step, then you can't really play the null, so...
Oh, interesting.
He played
Yeah,
the
yeah.
null first.
Okay, that's fair.
But I guess he would have to spend the mana on something else from the Bone Spike.
Yeah, you could just like
Not that much.
drop the Maestra for 0 and then the Knoll and the Shadow Step would
Yeah,
still
yeah,
cost,
yeah, I
would
guess
still
that
cost
was
0 afterwards, right? So it's probably still fine.
Yeah. Oh wow, Prep is actually a huge draw here. Gigafin. Prep, Recon, Gigafin? GG? So many good
Yep.
things from Recon here.
Oh! Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Gigafin, me dude.
And as we've already established, when Bunny does the Pheno play, it is the right play, as you can clearly
Exactly.
see in that situation. Absolutely
Look at the
disgusting.
smile. Look at the body smile, man. Damn. That was sick, though.
And Bunny has been on an absolute rampage recently. Like, not only winning the regular season of Last Call by an absolute landslide, but he's also been farming in the China League. 17-4 record in the China League at regular season that just happened as well.
That's
Like,
crazy.
Bunny is playing the Hearthstone of his life right now, and you can kind of see, like, last week he was already qualified. There was really no incentive for him to, you know, perform well. Bunny, like, just won by accident last week as well and still had another run deep into it. Like, it seems impossible for Bunny to lose a
Yeah,
game of
pretty
Hearthstone
crazy.
right now.
Well, to be honest, he played this game ridiculously well. There was so many options for like misplays in this game. As someone who plays the Rogue Mirror a bunch, even the Gone Fishing, like as I said, not picking Edwin there would probably be game losing. So props to Bunny for that. Actually, a really well played game. And I think, yeah, I think the Gigafin sealed the game, right? I kind of stopped watching after it, but
Yep, sure did. 14. I know you don't like counting, Pheno, but there is 14 damage on
hell
board. So it's just one spell from hand, and that means Bunny is going to go up to a very, very quick 1-0 here. But bear in mind, Levick did kind of go through this rhythm in his opening series as well. He kind of got stomped in the opening 2 games against Habu Gabu. Like, I was absolutely not ready to come on camera, and I was like, oh my god, like this first series is going to end in like 20 minutes, even though it's a best of 7. But Levick was able to climb back into it in the end. Reminder again, these are best of 7s, so there is still a very, very long way to go for both of these players. But I think Bunny will be delighted that he was blessed with the Gigafin in that game.
this was a huge win, and the game was not looking that good when with Levick's hand. To be very honest, I think I would have actually lost that game. I don't know if I would have gone in. I might have waited an extra turn. And waiting the extra turn, I'm very confident that would have lost him the game. So, yeah, great play. Great play by Bunny there.
Yeah, so with the Rogue out for Bunny, he now has his Shaman Druid Mage remaining. We haven't really covered the bans yet. Bunny Hopper's Quest Priest was actually banned out from the series, which is a blessing for Levick with the aggro lineup, but also a blessing to casters and viewers around the world.
Exactly. It's a blessing for all of us. Let's not underplay this, okay?
And the aggro druid actually got banned out on the other side from Levick, which I think is a bit of a hot topic at the moment. Like, what are your thoughts on aggro druid in general? Do you respect that ban in this series?
Yes. Well, let me tell you how it all started, Sol. It all started with me playing against Aggro Druid a bunch on stream, and like I always called it, oh, this deck is bad, it doesn't make any sense, why are people playing this? And I don't think I beat it a single time. So I was like, what is happening here? Why am I losing to this bad deck all the time? It's actually not that bad though. It kind of matches up really well against Rogue and Druid, which are like the most popular decks on ladder right now. So I think it's actually a pretty good choice. And Bunny opting to ban it is very good understanding because he kind of knew that his Quest Priest would be banned. So
Yeah.
very good choice.
Looks like Levick is going to be going with the Curse Imp Warlock coming up next. Bunny looking like he's queuing Shaman as well, which I think is where this series starts to get pretty interesting. We saw this with a brief glimpse at Habu Gabu Shaman in the previous series. Shaman after the nerf is a little bit sketchy in my opinion, just lacking, as Derek put it, like lacking some of that fluidity that it had before. That ability to just win the game with one card with Snowfall Guardian, just not really the case anymore. It really is just a freeze. It's not really a straight up win the game card. As you can see, only being one copy in this deck overall for Bunny. So after the nerfs, where do you think Shaman is sitting in the meta right now?
Well, to be honest, I don't think Shaman is that great. But also, if you take out like Mage, Rogue, and Druid, nothing is really that great. So I think Shaman is kind of like the good bad deck. That's how I like calling it.
Okay.
You can definitely win games. Shaman still has some like really strong hands, really strong cards as well, and makes sense. I think it makes sense to play it when you need to bring 5 decks, right?
Yeah, it's a problem with best of 7 Conquest in general, right? I think when you're playing best of 5 Conquest, like you said, like Rogue, Mage, Druid, nice. What's my 4th deck? But now in best of 7 Conquest, you have to find a 4th deck and a 5th deck on top of that as well, which means you do start seeing 1 or 2 slightly more sus decks appearing in people's lineups. But we are in game. Impending Catastrophe, Phoenix Circle kept by Levick in the mulligan. How are we feeling about Bunny's hand?
I think Bunny's gonna only keep the Cavern here. I think, even though, to be honest, Brukan is something worth considering because it's not a Warlock that's just an aggro Warlock that you just, beat the early game and that's it. It still has the curses, which are pretty annoying for Shaman. Bunny chooses to throw it away. I think that's correct. You still kind of need to contest the early game, especially if you keep only Caverns, like your plays are... Oh, and the Schooling!
Oh, hello.
That is such an insane draw. And the Snowfall Guardian. I think Bunny plays it as a one-off.
That's right.
That's pretty huge as well.
Yeah, absolutely is. I do agree the Brukan is interesting though, because since the Imp Lock has moved to including the Curse package as well, just the lack of healing in Shaman can become a problem in the late game, right? Even if you deal with the early game stuff. So just having that extra armor burst and healing that you can get from the Brukan can be useful. But I do think if you keep Brukan, you're probably just going to lose to the Imp package stuff at the start of the game. Anyway, right?
I don't think you can with Caverns. You kind of need some early game. And then he draws the Sleep Breaker, which is probably the best draw at that point.
I mean, it's 40 card privilege, Fino. Like, you put 40 cards in your deck.
Oh, you draw better, man.
You just draw better. That's how the game works.
No. Math is fake, Sol. I learned that math is fake just from 40 cards. I swear they draw better.
Well, math might be fake, but maths is definitely real, Fino.
This is an interesting turn. I would always play the Fizz and clear here, but I want to see what the actual play is.
He saw a 2-keep from Levick as well, right? Which he saw a 2-keep. The Imp that was played on 1 was not part of the 2-keep. It's probably not Flame Imp as well. So I think there is a very healthy fear of catastrophe here based on the cards that have been kept from Levick. So I do think clearing up these boards of Imps do make sense.
I mean, you're just in a really good spot, right? You clear the board, then you play Caverns next turn, you're chilling, then you do something next turn again, and just... smooth sailing from here, I think, from Bunny. The curve is looking really good.
Yep, I think so too.
Bunny agrees. He clears the Imps. He doesn't want to have to deal with Library, I guess. Library was like the good card there.
Yeah, Library and Catastrophe both are a pretty big punish. I think Library was worse. That's a great draw off the top, by the way, for Levick.
Great draw.
Because like impending catastrophe, he could probably deal with just in terms of card draw. But considering he's doing nothing essentially for the initial turn that you play Wildpaw Cavern, if he got hit in the face twice with a big imp from the library, I think that's just too scary in that spot. Whereas this gives him the time he needs to just drop the Wildpaw Cavern.
Also, Rafam. Can we talk about Rafam? What a card. That card is ridiculous, dude. I don't know if people understand how good of a card Rafam is. Like, it's actually crazy stats.
Yeah, it turns out players, well, one player in particular was just a few years early in playing Rafam in Aggro Warlock. Right? It was a really...
I remember exactly what you're talking about.
It was a really, really dumb decision a few years ago, but it's very, very smart now.
True.
We got good content out of it, though.
Oh, for sure.
That Hunter Ace Viper final would not have been what it was without Rafam, you know? So you have to tip your hat.
Let's appreciate it, yeah.
Yep.
Well, this is the first kind of awkward turn for Bunny here. I guess he's gonna go for the win seal, not take the 3, see what's on top. Oh. We take that. I mean, Bunny has 4 mana. If you ask me, there is a card that costs 4 mana in Bunny's hand, so...
That's 1. It took a game and 5 turns for the first spend your mana to come out, which I don't know what the over-under was set at, but I think a lot of people would have lost based on that. But that is 1. We are keeping track.
First time.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I don't see Bunny doing any other play here. You want the Mako for after. You don't really want to discover a totem. You also remove one imp, which kind of matters. I don't remember if Levick is playing the Arbor Up, the imp Arbor Up. He's playing double Sadie Bartender, so pretty good removing an imp here, just in case that drops.
The top shelf is
Off the top.
Oh, and off the top indeed.
Huge draw.
But really just keeping fairly level on board with these extra stags that are summoning as well. Really not pulling too far ahead in the early game, which I'm sure Bunny will be absolutely delighted with. And
By
now
the way,
go...
this is a pretty crazy Snowfall Guardian. Like, even though you don't get the stats, the ability to just chain freeze and like smork your opponent is like huge here, right?
Yeah, particularly with the parrot to back it up as well. You get to push 3 this turn and then push another 5 on the next turn if you really want to go for it that
Call
way.
me crazy, but I'm kind of vibing with the Tempo Kilthas here.
Really?
Big vibe. Not just... Actually, it's the play for sure.
It's the play for sure.
Bunny's wrong. Bunny's wrong.
Fino, we talked about this, okay?
No, listen.
We established.
No.
All right.
I have a very strong opinion about this. It's always Tempo Kilthas here. I don't want to hear it total, okay?
Do you want to explain why you like it so much?
Yeah, because it's a minion that your opponents kind of have to deal with, and then it buys you another turn for the Snowfall Giant, right? Every time I played Shaman, I always found myself in a spot where if I had a play that was, you know, that doesn't kill me, and my opponents kind of need to deal with it over the Snowfall Giant, and I could save the Snowfall Giant, I would choose that play. So I think Kilthas was really good here.
All right, here's my counter proposal, though, right? Freeze on 6.
Yeah.
Freeze on 7 with the Macaw. And then turn 8, you have Kael'thas, Amalgam, and go from there. Like, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
particularly
that's also pretty good.
with Insatiable Devourer in hand as well. Like, that's kind of
I don't think that's going to be corrupted, though, right? I guess
Oh, good point,
kill
yeah.
one minion.
Yeah, true. No, that's a good point.
I don't know. I kind of like the Kilthas. I mean, this is also fine, I guess, but... Because, like, do we really want to freeze again here? Like, I don't think we want to freeze again. Maybe he'll end up doing it anyway, just to... And here's where the Snowfall Guardian nerf comes in huge, right? Like, this Mako would have been gigantic, but now it's a 3/3 instead.
Yep.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, such a big deal. Like, this would just be straight up lethal at this point if it was still the old Snowfall Guardian with the amount of damage that would be being able to be pushed through. Picking up an extra sleep breaker here, though, is very, very nice. It's still a huge board being generated by Bunny.
This is really good, though. It sets up a bunch of VTs into healing with Brukan and the AoE. This is an insane turn.
Yeah, really strong.
And the board look is also kind of stopping Levick from playing his best card. So he's kind of stuck with, you know, like a bunch of minions in hand and no space. Pretty big deal as well. So how many... he plays one Abyssal Wave, I think, Levick. Yeah, it's only one Abyssal Wave. Not that it would be great here. It would clear the board. Choosing to put more stats on board, I think that's a very good play. You don't get the max value from Rafam, but it's definitely more than good enough.
And now, this is the tricky turn for sure. Yeah, you see Bunny just mouse over the Insatiable Devourer.
The Devourer wins, right?
Well, it's still only one minion right now. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I think you can trade stuff and just eat the... Like, kill the Imp, kill the Voidwalker, kill the 3/3 Imp, kill the 5/5 Imp, and just Kael'thas, Sleepbreaker, Devourer ends it. Some quick math. I don't know. Bunny is doing the actual math, but my quick math checks out.
Looks fine to me.
Also, there is no Starfish.
It's 3 dead, that's 4 dead. Yeah, so this is now juiced, and he can eat up the entire rest of the board here by targeting.
Damn, it's
6/6.
always Bunny's play, Sortle.
It's always Bunny's line. Yeah. Yeah, see, it turns out Bunny agreed with Soto on this game, so does that mean I had the right play the whole time? Or... I'm not sure what the rules are, Fina.
Could.
Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, wow. What a ridiculous Shaman hand. This was pretty crazy hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that schooling off the top just to fix the mulligan was really, really clutch, right? Because without that, he kept Wild Paw, but then the rest of his mulligan was pretty nasty. But then the schooling appears off the top. That just gave him the one turn he needed on like turn 2, turn 3 to be able to get that Wild Paw cavern down. And then from there, like, Bunny was never out of control of this game. Super, super clean. Debate over the Snowfall Guardian versus Kael'thas turn, which I can definitely see both ways. There's lots of ways to look at it, right? Because if you were talking about playing around Imp King Rafam by keeping the board full, right? Yeah. Which that did. If you play Kael'thas, they can just trade 2 minions into your Kael'thas and then just play Imp King Rafam just for a straight up board refill on curve. But you could then create the counter argument to that with, well, then you had the Snowfall Guardian in hand, right? To be able to deal with that on the other side. So definitely debate.
Honestly, I think Bunny's hand was that good that it would probably win either way.
Sure, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we are going to now move on to the Aggro Demon Hunter from Levick. This is a deck I scrambled to get a few reps in before this tournament because it's not a deck that I've been...
Oh, poor you.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's not a deck that I've been playing or seeing a whole lot of because, yeah, it's Aggro Demon Hunter. It's not great, right? And my experience so far is if you draw Bibliomite in your opening hand, you're big chilling. Outside of that, like, you're in a massive, massive problem. Yeah, for sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So is this like kind of like a beat up druid deck, or what's like the point of it?
It's yes, in general, like it is. We were talking about it before, right? Best of 7, Levick has decided that the aggro strat is the best way to go. So you have to find a 4th and 5th aggro deck, right? Which is where things like the Miracle Priest and the Demon Hunter are coming into this, right? Alongside Rogue Warlock aggro Druid, which I would say are the first 3 decks that go into that lineup. So, you know, yes, that Demon Hunter is a sketchy deck. Yes, the Priest is kind of a sketchy deck, but that's just going to be the way the format works when you have to bring 5 decks in general.
We're just biased, I think, because of how good the good decks are.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it makes sense. No, I think it actually makes sense, the DH. I think you can easily beat the Druid, and he actually manages to queue into the Druid, right?
Yeah, which is a really, really big deal. We did see this matchup again. I alluded to it a little bit in the intro, just trolling a little bit, where I think, even though this is, arguably a good matchup for the Demon Hunter, I think Habu might have been okay in that series if he hadn't have made the disaster play of, taking the 5 extra damage with the extortion mix-up.
I don't know. I was watching that game. I think it was kind of over anyway. Like the D8 start was pretty good. Yeah. I think it actually wouldn't have mattered that much. It could definitely have mattered a bit, but there's your boy, the bubbly one in Levik's hand. Wow, and the play as well, it's pretty sick.
It's just so nasty. Like, imagine Imprisoned Felmore, but it's not garbage, Like, that's what this card is. You just get to hit people with it straight away.
It's actually a lot of damage, damn. It's like a 4-drop, basically.
Yep.
Pretty huge. I think Bunny's probably gonna not keep anything here. Let me check his deck list. I think Bunny is playing... Is he playing the early game? He is playing Druid of the Reef, so... Oh! Bunny kept the Starfish.
Bunny kept Starfish, and Levik mulliganed into the other Bibliomite as well. So this is 10 power plus on board on turn 3. Like, this is going to be a pretty disgusting opener.
This is huge.
So Bunny sees a card kept here and not played on turn 1. So might be thinking Bibliomite already, but I don't think there's too many ways that he can really set up to deal with that.
Yeah, you definitely have to pass here. There's definitely no option to coin. There's no plays after. And it's not like you contest anything, so... I mean, you do contest like a 2-2 on curve, but...
Perfect. Just get a Fossil Fanatic back in the deck. Drew the second one, which makes that nice and juicy indeed.
Wild Growth off the top. This is interesting. You think Bunny's gonna coin it, or is she just gonna go for the Jerry here?
Does it do anything with this curve? I don't really think it does, right? Because if you play Jerry, split the Nourish, you can then just go Wild Growth into Nourish theoretically and keep the coin.
That might be too slow though.
True, but like, how are you fighting for board with coin Wild Growth? Does that actually help you do anything?
You just aquatic form into like, I don't know, maybe a Seedsmon or something next turn.
Okay, cool.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about plays because I don't think the slow Jerry into Wild Growth into Norris works here.
But like what you're describing with coin Wild Growth into aquatic Seedsman, it's the same thing, right? You're ramping twice and playing one small minion over the course of 2 turns. Like, is that actually any better for you?
Well, yeah, but you have a chance to get something good next turn, right? Like even you can even just go like aquatic form and get an Innervate and go like Innervate, like and the 5-drop, right? That kind of contests.
Yeah, fine.
So in that regard, I think it could work, but let's see how this turns out. I would not be surprised. I think Bunny has to look for like an Innervate here. If there's an Innervate at the bottom, this is huge. Because he just gets to ramp and then hope for like scales.
Scale, yeah.
Oh, there's no Innervate. There's still another chance. I think he's gonna go for it. I think he's probably picking the Oracle here and then aquatic form again. Oh, he doesn't know to. Interesting. I would have gone for the Innervate again here. Because it's not like you need the other cards that were at the bottom anyway, right?
True, yeah.
I guess you could find a Scales or something later on. That could also matter. Oh, Tempo King here. This card has like a 30% played win rate, or even less, I think.
It does seem to be underwhelming in a lot of positions, yeah. But I think specifically against Druid that hasn't ramped yet, like a 7/7 on turn 4 might just give you the push that you need, particularly when you have 10 damage on board. Okay, he is actually just going to go Magnifying Glaive. I actually didn't mind the 7/7 there.
Yeah, I kind of like the 7/7 as well, to be honest. I feel like it's way too much stats, and you know it's the turn he's gonna nourish, so he's kind of dead, isn't he? I think this is also probably good enough. Ooh, the Druid of the Reef. This is pretty good as well.
That is actually a huge draw with the Oracle.
Probably scales here. Gotta try to survive after you stabilize a bit.
Yeah, I think the other two are just going to be way too slow in this position. I don't think you're going to live long enough to stabilize with Topio.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Bunny goes for like the Vol'jin here even. Just hoping that there's like a small minion in hand.
Time waits for no one.
And then gets the Grixis instead. Just pulls a 7/7 out.
Yeah, he wouldn't like that. This is pretty good as well, though. This is pretty good. He's kind of hoping for like some really good draw now, though, because his hand doesn't really do much, and you can't really afford to draw 3 with Norse at this point.
Yeah, now you see the line from Levick. He sacrifices 7 potential damage on the previous turn by not playing the 7/7, but this way he gets to draw the 3 cards with the glaive after discarding the hand, which is very nice indeed. Basically entirely removing the downside from the minion. Well, it does give Druid an extra turn, though, essentially, right? By not putting a 7/7 in play a turn earlier, and that extra turn... Like, Druid can do more with 1 extra turn than basically any other class in the game, so it is a dangerous line to be walking.
This looks like a pretty good Vol'jin, yeah. And I guess the silence, since the Oracle doesn't really do that much.
Probably, yeah. Especially now you've seen Slither Spear come out, right? Like, that's doubly scary with the rest of the hand from Levick.
Bunny is actually kind of stabilizing, but... Oh, maybe he's just dead, though.
6, 11, 12, 13 right now? Yeah, not enough.
No. Oh, wait.
7, 8, 13, 14, 15. 1 off.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a lot of actual counting in a row, Fino. Are you okay? I'm aware that was quite a lot of counting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was hard, man. Okay. We got this. Oh, he's saving the multi-strike. This is a pretty good choice as well, because... Yeah, he's just thinking about like a Miracle Growth turn here, like Miracle Growth with scales, maybe.
Yeah, makes sense.
He just wants to have the answer for that. Well, if you're Bunny here, you just probably coin the Onyxia and hope there's no burn. And it's all minions or something, but... Yeah. You think he's gonna go for the Norse Ever here?
What are you even looking for at that point?
Scales or like the 1/3 taunt, I guess? Like another...
You'd need to hit multiple though, right? Because like just drawing into Earthen Scales doesn't help you clear the board, so you'd still be taking this damage anyway. Like I think it's always Onyxia, right? And just hope it...
Well, I would always Onyxia, but
yeah.
I know that you're dead, so I'm doing the caster play of, you know, of knowing my opponent's hand and just choosing another play. No, but I would definitely go for this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You just kind of have to hope that there's no damage in your opponent's hand.
There you go. Draw the Biblio, win the game. That's just how it works for this Demon Hunter deck. Levick got 2 of them, and that gets him back into the series. And so far, Fino, this is the exact pattern of the first series from Levick, where he went 2-0 down in super easy games for his opponent, and then started to climb his way back into it with the Demon Hunter against the Druid. So hopefully for Levick fans and for Levick himself, this series ends up the same way for him, because he is only 1 victory away, 1 series victory away for making it into top 4.
Yeah. I think Levick is also playing with less pressure, which we've talked about yesterday as well. He's already qualified for Worlds, so he's a good player. He knows how to play the game. He's pretty relaxed, so I think he's just taking it easy. Hitting his opponents in the face, having fun. And if he does well, he does well. That's a really good mindset to be in my opinion, so...
Yeah, it absolutely is. Both of these players had a little bit of a relaxing element to their day. Levick with the Worlds qualification already wrapped up from the Season 1 of from the... Wait, where was it? Was it Season 1 or was it Summer?
It was like
Summer Championships, right? It was Summer Championships.
Summer Champs.
Whereas Bunny, because of him stomping in the regular season, he finished first in the league in the regular season, which means he was in the advantage position. Like, if you're just joining the broadcast now, you're like, oh, what happened in Bunny Hopper's first series? He didn't play a first series. He was just sitting in the upper bracket initially as if he'd already won his first series. That's the advantage that he's given for winning the regular league season. So both of these players have that little aspect of relaxation, but I would certainly say being qualified for Worlds already is a slightly bigger deal than the one series advantage that Bunny has.
Oh yeah, definitely. So we got the Warlock versus the Druid here.
Wicked Shipment in the opening hand for Levick. Bunny sees the wild
big deal.
growth.
Yeah.
Druid can really struggle early on without the 3-1 rush. There is very few ways to deal with early boards, and it's so inefficient against the Wicked Shipment and Fiendish Circle that comes down in the early course of the game anyway. It's really, really hard to avoid getting run over as the Druid in these positions.
Yeah, definitely Levick is praying here for his good early game, and Bunny is praying for the opposite. Cause yeah, even like the 3-1 is kind of only good with dealing like with Flame Imp and the Librarian, and we see the Wicked Shipment. I guess you can still make like a 1-3 taunt and be annoying, but yeah, the Warlock has really, really good early game minions that can just pressure the Druid out of the game. Oh, this hand is no minions though. Yikes. Bunny's hand on the other side, kind of the cards that you want. There's no Druid of the Reef, but at least there's some ramp. That has to count for something. So you just kind of close your eyes, play your ramp, hope you don't die.
Yeah, it's the kind of hand where
Sounds like a plan.
If your opponent doesn't hit like imps into location, you might actually have enough time to do some disgusting stuff. And this is the downside of, you know, putting all these extra curse cards and an AoE in your deck, right? Is sometimes you do hit this opening hand and you're a little bit slow to start up. So I think Bunny will be feeling okay with this situation, but that second Wicked Shipment off the top, there's no actual payoff to this in Levick's hand, but Bunny's still going to be absolutely terrified of this on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, the Rafam is kind of it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Kind of playing for the Rafam now, and drawing more imps is pretty good here. Oh, wow. Levick is kind of breaking on the minions here. Oh, there's another one. We'll take that.
You see Bunny's reaction there, just sort of a slight smirk, just like this was not the huge punish he was expecting on this turn.
No, Bunny's chilling, man.
Yeah, if location comes down there, you take an immediate beating, you're probably just dead with this hand because...
Yeah, you're very scared now, though, because you know there's the double Shady Bartender, so you kind of need to dodge that as well.
Yeah.
If that's in hand, I'm pretty sure it's just game here. It's kind of too much stats for the Druid to deal with. I don't think Bunny plays Arcanist. I guess he does play Starfish, but Starfish still leaves like a bunch of stats on board.
Yeah, for sure. Levick needs some help off the top, though. That's not really it.
I guess I will have to do...
Spider tank him.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying here because you need Bunny to play minions. If he doesn't play minions, you don't even have a next turn. So this is kind of awkward.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
The Naga Giant.
Even if Bunny plays Seedsman here, there's just enough value for Levick to be able to trade off the board and actually have a powerful turn next turn. But I mean, really, what else?
Is Rafam infused 4?
I can check. Bunny still needs. Oh, no, Bunny still needs 5. Yeah, nothing's died, right? Or Levick still needs. 5.
Yeah. It's 5, so it doesn't work.
It's true. Yeah, really good spot.
Oh, wow. This is actually a huge deal that the Rafam is not active here.
I wonder.
Then does
What is
Bunny
Bunny
just...
considering here?
It's between Pass and Hero Power and Wild Growth, right? Because you can't Earthen Scales, because that then gives the stats on board to actually get the fully juiced farm.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna do that. Yeah, this seems pretty good. This might just be the double dreads below turn. No, he taps.
Hey, you just tap in to draw your deck. It's easy.
Oh. Interesting. I was kind of vibing with the double dreads below. The curses are like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And, you know, your opponent still kind of needs to clear the board. And if he doesn't, he keeps taking the damage. I mean, this could also pay off. If he gets the library here, this is pretty huge.
Yeah, exactly. I like this. You just coin the draw. Just look, you have 4 draws for the location, which is insane.
I still prefer the double dreads below.
Interesting. Okay.
Into the Rafam.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
like...
you had to, like, tap into it as well.
Right, exactly. Like, results-oriented, once you tap and you actually once you actually hit the card draw, I think that turn is way, way, way better than just playing the 2 curses. But obviously there is a ton of garbage that you can just tap into at that position. That's not really going to help you at all. Massive
that
draw.
is probably just game, right? Because he has Devourer and Scales.
Yep, juices the Devourer and juices the Naga Giant here at the same time. Baits out the Nourish.
I feel like it would have actually been kind of a big deal here if he had like 2 curses.
And then the Denathrius as well off the Nourish. Of course, not a big play at this level, but great sequencing from Bunny to bait the Nourish before trading any of the tokens from the scale, just making sure he's picking up maximum value. Was rewarded by hitting the Denathrius there as well. Big deal.
Well, this is probably gonna end it. The Devourer plus Scales here gets him out of range. Really insane turn. Interesting that he didn't go for the aquatic form there.
I mean, what card are you going to play? This is the turn, always, right?
Yeah, I guess, sure. This is kind of always the turn.
Levix.
That seems like Druid is way too far ahead now.
It does, yeah. Levick, for some reason, choosing to remain in Bunny Hopper's game here, but I'm not entirely sure why.
So the Sire, it's probably... Is it good enough?
Sire does 12 right now. 4 to go face. But just hitting the board and clearing most of it and healing for 12 is probably good enough, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably good enough, right? I think Bunny's gonna go for it. And I mean, if something bad happens, you can always just trade the 19, because you kind of win anyway, right?
Sorry, Fido? Say that again? You want to do what with the 19?
I know. It's not something you want to do, but I feel like you're just so far ahead that... You can do it. I know it hurts. It definitely
Wow. You've changed, Fino. Like, caster Fino and streamer Fino. Wow, these are 2 very, very different.
I do this on stream as well, and people flame me, but sometimes the game is so over, and there's like just no chance to lose.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
let's trade that 19 attack minion into the 3 attack imp. Yeah. Great idea,
not in
Fino.
this scenario, obviously. Like, maybe if like the other guy survived, the librarian, but probably not.
But yeah, I mean, like, even if the other imp survives, you're still clearing all the other imps off the board, right? So they'd have to refill their entire board with imps, and then still have a 7 attack minion, and you're at like 50 health. Like, who cares?
It would not be enough.
You're going face in that position every single time. Bunny has cleared this one up. He's going to go up to a 3-1 lead. Levick is back facing a shot back down into the lower bracket here. Bunny 1 game away from finding his way through to top 4, and I don't think that would surprise a great many people at this point, because Bunny has had an incredible year this year. As I mentioned, just winning the regular season by a fantastic margin, incredible performance in the China League as well. Like, outside of Habu Gabu, who's just had like an absolutely freakish year so far, like I think Bunny is right on top of the game right now in terms of current form.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bunny playing really well. I don't think he's even had a bad turn so far. Playing good decks, playing decks he's comfortable with, and just doing well. In classic Bunny fashion.
All right, Fino. We are now dealing with one of the more unusual decks, I would say, in Levik's lineup, kind of the Miracle Priest, the All-In Priest. We saw, if you were watching earlier, you saw a little bit of how it works in Levik's opening series against Habu Gabu, where you're just looking for those individual power swing turns with the Boon of the Ascended, which I think this deck really came about because of how much Rogue there was on ladder, specifically on the other side.
Yeah.
Just making like massive 15 health taunts over and over again kind of locks Rogue out of the game most of the time, and you have a really, really strong win rate against that deck. Against the remainder of the field, though, is this a deck that you believe in?
No. I think this is the kind of deck that it's like always, not always, but kind of only really good against Rogue, and then against everything else. You know, people play Starfish in other decks, people play, you know, like a bunch of removal in other decks. It's not really great. But against Rogue has like no removal, no sap, no nothing. Like, they just play stats and you just play more stats. Or if they play a lot of stats, you can just boon their thing as well, right? And just make it even bigger.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think Boon of the Ascended was one of those Fino card reveal moments where when you read it, you didn't realize it was any minion and not just your own minions, which, you know, is the Fino classic for card reveals. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
You say a card's garbage without actually understanding what it does, like 90% of the time. Yeah.
Well, I don't think I said that card is garbage. I think that card is pretty good.
Okay.
I somehow managed to get it right on the first time. It happens sometimes. But yeah, it's a pretty good card. I think it has potential in the future as well. It's one of those carry cards. Just can get so many stats out of nowhere, especially with like the Radiant Elemental and
Yes.
the Vas. What is it called? The 0 mana card.
We talked about a couple of the other matchups, though, but it is just Mage remaining here for Bunny Hopper. How do you feel about this matchup in particular? Because there is, of course, the location, which is a ton of freezing potential, but you would say, like, the Wig Priest matchup, like the full Naga Wig Priest, was an incredibly frustrating and tilting matchup, I would say, for the Wig Priest to play. But I do actually think it was a favored Priest matchup overall. It was just really unpleasant to play over and over again. Like, how do you feel? Like, what are the differences between that matchup and this one, do you think?
I think this one is different because this is not exactly like Naga Priest. Like, you don't really have, you know, like the Vicious Slither Spear on turn 1 that can push infinite damage if you wig it.
Yep.
Like, that deck doesn't really have that. It's just like an all-in on like 2 or 3 minions, basically. Which by that time, mates will probably have drawn some kind of freeze or some kind of silence, or, you know. So I think this is not that good. But Bunny is playing the big spell mage, though. If he was playing the other version, the control mage, I would say this is for sure favor for the mage. But
Okay.
anything can happen here. Yeah,
do you make-
Theotar is a really good keep. It's a really good keep against that deck. If you just steal like their good cards, like, it's over. I had a game yesterday on ladder where I tempoed the Brand, they couldn't deal with it, and then I played Theotar, stole both Radiant Elementals, and that was just it.
And that's looking very, very possible this game indeed.
Oh, it's
with
gonna
Brand
happen.
coming into the opening hand.
Wow.
That, like you said, like, this Priest doesn't very often just curve out like 1, 2, 3 and just play stuff on the board. They're really saving up for those pop-off turns, which can sometimes make it difficult to contest things like Bran if they come down early. But
Very
Levik
good
here,
understanding here from Levik, though.
Yes.
He knows that his opponent's deck can't really deal with it. There's not like a Frozen Touch or something like that, so Tempo King, good.
yeah, the only real answer this early, and its answers in inverted commas, is the Starfish, which Bunny does have in hand. But even then, that's
you're okay
kind
with
of a
that.
nasty
You're cool with
answer.
that.
Yeah, for sure.
The thing here is though that look at Priest hand. It's not really great, you know. Like you kind of really need the Sealed Maiden or the what's that card called? The draw 2.
Handmaiden?
Switcheroo.
Oh, Switcheroo and Handmaiden. They both draw.
Yeah. Oh wow, Bunny's Einstein. He just
Bunny's
eats
farming.
everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so unlucky.
Yeah. But I think honestly the big deal here was just coin Spider Tank. Use this to contest the Radiant if there aren't a whole bunch of buffs on the board on the other side.
Yeah.
And if there are a whole bunch of buffs on the other side, then this causes Levick to like load into it, and then potentially you get much better Starfish value on the following turn instead. Obviously, another great benefit of the Boon of the Ascended is that the minion it summons just has natural big stats, right? So it doesn't actually get silenced by Starfish. Big deal.
Was this just to play around Starfish? The light burn straight?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Interesting.
It works
is
out
this
really
good
well. Right?
enough though? I think I would have probably done the same, but is it good enough?
And Levick
I'm
definitely
vibing
has
with the brand
to.
here.
Levick definitely has to trust his deck in this position, but he does have a Gift of the
definitely.
Naru. Oh, I suppose that's what it is as well, right? He wants to guarantee the damage potentially onto the Radiant Elemental so that he can get the injured target with Gift of the Naru for next turn, maybe.
Well, there is one card that can be pretty big here, and this is Identity Theft. I think this card might be here what Levick is looking for, and might go for a box or something like that. I feel like that's... Oh, he doesn't get it. Switcheroo is still good. Switcheroo is still good. It draws the Handmaiden.
Drive into Switcheroo is definitely a good consolation prize there for sure.
Tempo Brand, Bunny, I agree.
Yeah, and now you see, like, last turn, because Levick got 3 damage onto the Radiant, he then trades into the Bran again here, and then still has the injured minion for the gift, which works out really well with the extra card draw. Very nice.
You always Theotar here. Like, I feel like it's so good. You just want to steal the Handmaiden. Because you're not really scared of anything. Like, even if he blesses you, like, it's not... I feel like it's probably not that big of a deal. And you can even steal it.
Yep, still at 40, still have a Starfish. You're not going to take, like, repeated damage from those things.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting, by the way. He got the 1 health Sealed Maiden. Because if he got the other one, he would actually know that there's 2 Sealed Maidens in hand, right? Because...
Did he? I thought
the Priestess... Yeah. The
I thought he saw the 2 health.
health.
Oh, the Priestess had 2 health. Yeah, right.
Priestess had 2 health, so you know he drew a Sealed Maiden with it. And if he discovered the other Sealed Maiden with 2 health, he would actually know an extra card in Bunny's hand.
Right.
Levick's hand, sorry. This is still looking not completely terrible for Levick. I mean, that's a really bad draw, though.
He just plays a watch pose. Oh.
I'm kind of curious on why he keeps trading all the small minions. I feel like I would just be going face here, too. I mean, it is 40 HP.
Oh, best watch post in the world. Look at that. Slowing down the Barbaric Sorceress by 1 turn. Big deal.
Yeah, it was actually kind of rough there. I was even considering of giving him the amulet because I'm feeling that both Blade Master and the Watch Post were really annoying for Bunny here.
Yeah, that's true. I think if you draw Barbaric Sorceress and you've given your opponent a Drakefire Amulet, that's pretty annoying for you as well, right? So drawing this Barbaric Sorceress would have been quite frustrating either way.
Well, he would trade it, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
He would for sure trade it. He never keeps it in hand, so...
Yeah, that's fair.
Levick, I think he still needs 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell for the Handmaiden to be active. 1 more spell
The one in his hand is still, he still needs 3. That's the one that was drawn after he cast.
Yeah. I mean, if he plays those 2, he needs 1.
Right. Yep, gotcha.
Yeah. Keeps straightening with that Radiant. Very interesting. Don't know if I like this. I was kind of vibing with that watch post.
Oh! Okay.
That was such a... Oh, man. I didn't think he would get that punish for the silence, but... Wow, that is huge. I mean, did you really need the taunt? Couldn't you just silence the taunt there? Was it, like, that big of a deal?
Well, I mean, obviously there's the upside that you now just have a 2/6 that you're attacking with, right? By doing it this way, which I think is probably worth it for just getting punished for Belinda on exactly that turn, right? Like, I think that's probably fine in that situation. It's just 1 out of 28 cards, like, absolutely ruined him. He just got hit by the 1 in 28. I think it's fine.
I think it's probably more worth it to gain more health on your big guy so you have like a better bless as well.
Yeah, sure.
And just, I mean, the watch post would still be doing work, right? Oh, the identity theft though. Oh, these are not great. I guess probably Starfish here?
I mean, the disaster there is that he just saw the hand and there's a Starfish and a spammy Arcanist in there, right? Like, that's the really bad news for Levick in this position.
Yeah. This is not looking great. The Bless, though, is really good.
Yep. Gotta go in.
Abo Bless pushes everything. But there's a box now.
Levick, hands on head. He knows that this turn could spell disaster.
Yep. Let's see it.
Couple of different ways to go
Let's
about
see
it
Bonnie.
here as well. Is it always box? Is it always box,
in the box,
Fino?
Bonnie?
Is it always box, though? Okay.
It's always box, dude. I mean, you could Starfish, but come on.
Right. That is the other option. It's a
Well,
really good
I would not be
Starfish.
allowed to Starfish here if I was streaming. I would
Oh, of
definitely
course.
not be allowed. Yeah, the chat would revolt against me. But I don't know. You could. I think Bunny will still choose to go for the box. I mean, it just... Can it really be that bad? I mean, even if it just casts like Solid Alibi, it's good enough.
Trade first, right? Yeah, I like this trade first because you're going to silence your own Belinda if you're going to do it this way, and then you go with the Okani. I really like this
is pretty
play.
damn good.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
This is the good play.
You can ban me
it's the
and
lame
Bunny
play.
from Fino's chat if you want, but I do think this is
Yeah.
the right play on this turn.
This is the lame play though. Chat is not happy about this one.
Fino, when there are
correct
world championship spots on the line, sometimes you have to make the lane play. Okay?
Oh no, for sure. I understand. I would have done the same, I think, but that would have definitely made some people not happy. Can you believe it, Total? Not happy people in the internet?
I know, ridiculous.
Wow, Levick actually made his box more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for Bunny, it was actually a pretty huge moment for Levick. It did hit the
That's actually
one...
a pretty big deal that he missed, right?
Yeah, it hit the one that was already expensive as opposed to the 5-mana one in hand, which is a really big deal. Because not only does he now have an expensive box, but it means Bunny can still play a 5-mana box on the
Oh my
Yeah.
god. That is nasty.
That is nasty indeed, and I think that might just spell the end very soon for Levick,
no.
unless he can find something insane off the top.
Box. There's a box, dude.
Okay, sure,
talking
yeah.
about?
Yeah, 9 damage, that's all. That's all you
Levick is
need.
favored from here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know the odds explicitly on how likely you are to get 9 damage to face, right? With Rune of the Archmage? You're definitely that kind of player.
Well, I mean, I guess, like, drawing cards doesn't really help you that much with this deck. With a priest, it's not like you're going to draw any burn or anything, so you kind of need exactly to kill them. I'm surprised that he even throws that away. Like, I kind of wanted to play it next turn. maybe. And then just leave the books for like the last resort kind of play. Right? Because if you get like a big dragon, didn't he have the silence in hand? So if you get like a big dragon and Bunny just like freezes it, then you can just unfreeze it and go face with Whispers of the Deep.
Yeah, I can see
Unless
that.
I don't know. I feel Levick is playing a little bit fast, to be honest. Like, I think he could maybe benefit from taking some more time. That was a pretty underwhelming box, to be honest.
It was very unimpressive.
The secret, though, is very annoying for Levick here, because he's just scared of Counterspell. He can't really play around it, but...
Yeah. Yep.
Here we go.
Rip
What's
it.
in the box?
Needs 9 damage to face or an
That's
absolute
good. That's a good
ton of
start.
card
So
draw
everything
here.
goes face now. Oh, that's big!
Oh!
No.
Doesn't kill anything.
That's pretty good. Nope.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Come on. No. That's
that's it?
gonna be it.
Wow, that wasn't that good. Another one. Oh, they...
Oh! Insta cold case every time.
Yeah. Wow. I think that does it. Is there another identity theft? I don't think so, right? I think he played both.
We can
played
see. Yeah, he's played both. The remaining cards for Levick, there is not a whole lot of value left in there. There is that Drakefire Amulet that's been traded back in that could maybe make some nonsense happen, but there's the location on the board, so he's going to get Big Dragons frozen pretty much guaranteed at this point. Bunny going to use First Flame here to check Counterspell, which is very reasonable. He can now even...
I really think it was a mistake trading the Drakefire Amulet away. Like, what are you really looking for? There's like nothing in your deck, right? If there was like an identity theft or something like that, I would understand it, but I just feel like there was nothing to look for. There it is.
Comes back anyway, but those are two very underwhelming options. And Levick is going to throw
Bunny
it
takes
down. And that means Bunny makes it through to top 4, and you can see what it means to him. Unfortunately, despite being the most experienced Grandmaster pretty much that we have left, he still doesn't understand that you're supposed to wait 3 to 5 seconds before you pop off so that you get the full screen before, you know, like, come on. What is this, amateur hour? Yeah. Bunny, though, fantastic performance. As I've been saying the whole way through this series, fantastic form player, but also I think perhaps the most consistent player of all time. Because if you think about it, Bunny might be the only player that has been successful in every competitive Hearthstone system, right? Apart from the super invite-heavy original system, which he had no part of because he wasn't getting invited to stuff, right? Like, you couldn't do that. He was one of the very first players to qualify through an open system at Winter Playoffs into Winter Championships all the way back in 2016. I remember vividly, like, the amount of no-names who ended up qualifying through that playoff that we, like, had to research extensively, Bunny being one of those players. And then he was a Winter Champion in 2018, top 4 in the world in 2019, an original Grandmaster, and now he's, you know, trying to make it to the World Championships in the Grandmasters format as well. Like, Bunny's done it through every single change of format, whereas some players, Fino, just gave up and started streaming at some point.
Well, yes, but some players have also qualified to Worlds. But he hasn't done that yet, so...
Yes, yeah, he's been top 4. He's been top 4 at Worlds before. He hasn't done it out of Grandmasters, but he has been to the World Championship.
Oh, he has? Okay, well, I probably missed it, but... yeah, no, Bunny, I think it means a lot to him to qualify, because he's been playing so much, he's been so successful this year. So this is kind of like the cherry on top that you need. You know, he kind of really wants to make it, because I think he also has a really good chance. And you can definitely see that it means a lot to him, so...
Yeah, and for
He's
Levick
got
on the
more
other
wins?
side... He's in top 4 now, so he has 2 more wins to make it to the World Championship. So Levick now is not, his day's not done though. He's going to go down into the lower bracket, which means he will be taking on the winner of Zloy Gruzin and Habu Gabu, which is the next matchup that we will be facing. Obviously, just the way this bracket breaks down, obviously Bunny Hopper had the advantage position. Zloy Gruzin has the disadvantaged position. So he is starting in that elimination game, which Habu Gabu now goes into. And you can see Levick, having lost the winner's match, now goes down into the decider. So Levick will still have another chance. And there's a chance that he goes up against Habu Gabu again, for example.
Could see a rematch.
We could see a rematch, and he won that matchup in the opener as well, so he might be feeling okay about that one. So Levick's hopes are not over, but of course, as we've mentioned before, Levick and Habu Gabu, in fact, are both qualified for the World Championship already out of this group. So it's really Zloy Gruzin who has everything on the line at this point. Like, do you expect Zloy Gruzin as kind of the one player left in this group? You talked about, you know, the pressure and how people play differently with that much pressure on. Can he do it? Can he win the 2 series that he needs to do to get out of this group?
I'm not sure. This is the player that I know the least out of all the people in this top 8. I like his lineup, though. He has like a very similar lineup to Levick, I think. It's a little bit different. He has like a little bit different priest deck. He has like the Naga priest, which I honestly think I prefer over this Spoon priest. So we'll see. We'll see. I think he has a really good chance. I think his decks kind of match up pretty well against Habu Gabu's lineup. So I'm interested to see how he plays. That's the one thing I don't know yet, because I know every other player. I've seen them play so many games. I've played against them so much, but against the Zloy, I don't think I've even played him that much on ladder. So I'm curious to see how he handles the pressure as well.
Yeah, well, we will wait and see. We have one best of 7 under our belt. Myself and Fino will be sticking around. We're doing double duty today, so we're going to be bringing the next series to you as well. Will be another best of 7, Zloy Gruzin versus Habu Gabu. Do not go anywhere, everyone, because we have more Hearthstone, more playoffs action coming right at you.
We'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone. 2 series are in the books here at Last Call Playoffs. There is a World Championship spot on the line, and so far, Bunny Hopper is in the prime position, being the first player to qualify into the top 4 on Sunday. We now move our attention to the lower bracket, where there are 3 players remaining fighting it out for that 1 extra spot on the top 4 to join Bunny Hopper on Sunday. Joining me to bring you through it and offer his incredible expert analysis as an original Grandmaster, as a World Championship qualifier, and as a relegated Grandmaster is Fino.
No. Hype me up more, Solo. What is this, dude? Come on. I was expecting at least 2 more compliments before you flame me. Come on.
All right, and a player. All right, I'll add one more. I've been saying like Habu Gabu and Bunny Hopper are the 2 form players of the year, right? I think you have to throw Fino into that as well with
Let's go.
2 recent tournament wins under his belt.
Back to back.
Yeah, the back-to-back 2-time everything, Mr. Fino. How is it going?
Good, man. Good. I'm excited. I want to see how Zloy plays, because honestly, it's kind of impressive to me how he's managed to not only qualify for the whole GM, like the last call GM thing, but also make it to top 8. That's like no easy feat. You can't just... I don't think it's easy to just hyrule your way in this, right? I feel like you gotta be good. So I'm really curious to see how he handles the pressure. That's like a really big thing. Because I feel like he's probably the least experienced, together maybe with Super Fake, out of all the people.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the comparison with Habu Gabu is pretty stark. Like, Habu Gabu doesn't have the competitive legacy of someone like Bunny Hopper, for example, but like just this year, right? 4th place in the league for the regular season of Grandmasters Last Call. He's a seasonal champion at Summer Championships this year. He's already qualified for the World Championship, and he's been top 8 in Masters Tours at Ruins of Alterac, Voyage to the Sunken City, and Vashir. Like, that's this year.
Not win a Masters Tour?
That's this year as well. Yeah, I mean, yes, as well. Like, but he's been absolutely farming this year. Habu Gabu is the player of 2022. I don't think there's any real debate over that. So Zloy for sure has his work set out for him, but I think one of the things he can take some confidence from is the performance of Levic's lineup, which is also his lineup going into this series against Habu Gabu, because Levic has already beaten Habu in our opening match of the day, so Levic will be looking to emulate that. However, we are looking right now at a Quest Hunter, which was banned in the opening matchup between Habu Gabu and Levic. Zloy has actually banned the Mage instead of the Hunter on this one. Do you have any thoughts?
I think that's better. I would never ban the Quest Hunter. Like, Quest Hunter is the kind of deck that I feel like it always sounds like it's gonna be good, and like stats kind of say that it's gonna be good, and then when you play it, it like always betrays you, at least me. So I have no trust in that deck. I know Habu Gabu is great with it, but I mean, is that really a thing? Like, isn't he just great with every deck? So I think it makes sense to ban the good deck, quote unquote, which is the Mage. Which will definitely give your aggro lineup trouble, right?
Yeah, but I think arguably the Quest Hunter can deal with aggro quite well as well, with the Dormant Wild Seeds and all just the insane amount of removal that you can have in the early game. But I do agree, I think it's a deck with some weaknesses. You always have to ask questions, right? We've talked about this a lot already. Mage, Druid, Rogue. Those are the good decks. If you're not banning one of those 3 good decks, you have to have a really, really strong reason for why you're not doing that specifically, right? So whether or not the argument against Quest Hunter is enough remains to be seen. Zloy going a different route from Levic. Levic did end up winning the series, but there were some question marks on Habu Gabu's side in that series as well. So we'll see how it pans out. We are dealing with the Imp Warlock going up against the Quest Hunter on the other side. Do you have any significant experience in this matchup, Fino?
I've played some Imp Warlock. I've played a lot of Quest Hunter. I think this actually might even be Warlock favored, to be honest.
Okay.
He's playing the pure aggro list, right? I guess Giants are not that great. I remember he plays the Sea Giants, which are definitely not the best against Quest Hunter. But, I mean, if you still manage to hit your, like, insane early game, you should be pretty good.
Why are Sea Giants underwhelming in this way? Is it just the difficulty of sticking stuff to the board so you don't actually get Sea Giants?
Yeah. I mean, it's that in combination with Hunter kind of playing like almost no minions, right?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, it's not a good combination. But this is a really good opener though, from Sloy.
It absolutely is, yeah. Multiple imp generations, double catastrophe as well. I'm expecting we will be seeing the coin circle here, which pushes infinite damage with the Librarian on 1. This is a really, really strong start for sure from Zloigrazine.
Oh yeah, this is sweet. I like that he has like no hesitation as well. Boom, boom, just smork. I like it. Boom, draw cards. I'm already vibing with this guy. I like his style. I like his decks. I like the way he's playing. We're gonna have a good time, man. Oh, and these are so ridiculous. I think, you know what? I'm gonna say it all. I think Rafam ends it here. I don't think you can deal with Rafam. I think even if he manages to deal with all the boards, once Rafam hits the board, I think the game ends.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I think, you know, turn by turn, Hunter can just about keep pace in terms of removal with clearing up the early boards, but Rafam just as a board in a can, it's just too much stats in one go, right? Like if you give Hunter 6 mana to deal with all of those stats on the other side, they can't do it, and that means they just generally fall behind and they have to try and find some way to race, which is obviously incredibly difficult. Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough spot for sure. Ooh, okay. Bartender burn though. I'm sure Habu will be at least slightly happy to see that one. And less happy to see that one.
I think he played this turn too fast.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be better to have the Librarian in play and one less imp? I guess you can develop the Librarian next turn together with the 4 mana, which is also good. That might actually be better. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. He could have done that. Yeah, he could have just played the Librarian now to have like 2 big threats, right?
Yeah, it would mean
I was kind of like
still
it.
had, yeah, 1 significant minion left attacking on the board this turn. Very unlikely Habu Gabu can clear up both.
Oh, the Giant is huge here, though. And now it's where those like little imps that just push 1 damage become a problem, because next turn they're gonna add stats with the library there and just push so much damage.
Desperately fishing with a mark shot. There's nothing there though. Needs some extra source of damage to be able to take this away.
Yeah,
and
you see what I mean with Quest Hunter Soul? See what I mean with it? It's that kind of deck exactly, I feel like. Yeah, it sounds good, and you're like, oh, I'm favored against aggro, but are you really? I feel like the quality of cards you're playing is not exactly as good as the aggro decks have nowadays.
Well, blink and you will miss it, but Zloigrazine does go up 1-0 there against the Quest Hunter. Theno's prophecy of the mage ban working out better does seem to be the case right now. I don't think that matchup would have necessarily been as straightforward up against a mage on the other side. So 1 big victory for Zloigrazine. We'll see if Habu Gabu does go back to the well with Hunter here. But yeah, very short highlights package, I think, here, because there really was not a lot to see. Zloigrazine just curves out perfectly and then ends up in a very, very strong position overall. Is able to get that Sea Giant.
That's why I like Imp Warlock. I think Imp Warlock was probably a bit underplayed this patch, I feel, in general.
Really? Okay.
I feel like the nerf was big, but you also gotta keep in mind that like Shaman is kind of no longer that popular, right?
Yeah.
I get it that it doesn't do that good against Rogue. I feel like you still have a chance, but I think in this format, especially the best of 7 conquest, it would be a very big consideration for me. Like, I think I would even probably play it in this format. So I think it's a really good deck choice.
And so far has proven to be the case for Zloigrazine, as Levick did struggle with it a little bit in the previous series. He lost 2 games against Bunny Hopper, I think, with the Warlock, but he did win with it at the first attempt against Habu Gabu. So it's performing at a middling rate so far, I would say, with in the broadcast today. Habu now going to switch onto the Shaman, not going back to the well with Hunter. And looks like Zloy is going to be rocking the Demon Hunter here as well, which I do think is probably the most questionable deck in his lineup overall. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, in terms of power, I probably say that D8 is like the one that you kind of want to get the win with. It's like the one you're probably the most scared about getting a win. I think hitting the Shaman though is pretty good, because if Shaman kind of misses cooling early game, I feel like you can push crazy amounts of damage. So
we will see how it works out though, because Zloy with this Demon Hunter, slightly different build from what we've seen from Levick, although very, very similar overall. Still has those Bibliamites as the massive early draw overall. Iron Deep Trogs, of course, can be extremely punishing still against some of these spell-heavy decks in the early game, but it is really going to be all about that early curve, I think, particularly against 40 health decks. There was a time before Renathal appeared where you didn't have to worry too much about curving out early with Aggro Demon Hunter. You could just get there with Glaives and Multi-Strikes and whatever else in the late game, Lady Stheno combos and all that kind of stuff. I think against the 40 health decks now, you absolutely do have to curve out super aggressively and get that minion damage to come through. And that's where Schooling, for example, can mess with you in the early game. It's where Wild Paw Cavern can mess with you in the early game. And Habu Gabu is looking like he has a pretty solid opener on the other side.
Look at that hand, man. I'm telling you, Solid, there is no way the 40 decks are not rigged, man. You draw perfectly. I swear.
Lead Breaker
What
coming
a
down.
ridiculous hand.
Spell Barrage, perfect answer though. And that does allow you to get the Metamorph in down here as well. Choosing to go this way instead of like Slither Spear, Coin, Metamorph in, which I do think works out a little bit better. Just get the straight up Spider Tank on the board. Makes sense.
The budget Drekthar coming in now. Oh, he doesn't hit another 2-drip here. That would have been huge. Still pretty good though. You develop the tempo. I like it. Habu knows he just needs to kind of like contest. Really good choice.
Demon
Armor
Hunter
up
or
doesn't
Armor?
look bad either. Oh, he goes
Demon
for
Hunter.
DH.
Yeah.
Interesting. I
it's
guess
just
that
the
the
best
DH
hero
is more
power.
flexible, right? Yeah.
It, like,
More flexible.
right, just straight up vanilla, like, it's the best hero power in the game. It costs one, you know? Like, there's not really any debate about that, so I do think...
it's so much easier to weave it in as well, like in
Yeah,
defense.
precisely.
I
Really
don't know why you would trade here. I think that's for, I guess for the Devolve? Primordial Wave, but I feel like you're kind of losing Primordial Wave, kind of.
Logrizine vibing. Is going to
Yeah.
be Wild Paw on 4 for Habu Gabu, which means there is going to be a potential ton of damage coming straight through here again. There is a Crixus to be jammed here, if Zloigrizine would like it. Yeah, you see, I think you saw that.
Bad against Shaman, though.
True.
Like,
yeah, that is fair.
I actually don't like this. I think he played too fast. Like, I think this is so bad because you know there's a wind chill in the hand. Like,
Yes.
wasn't it just better to develop and try to push more damage that way? I feel like you kind of never play this at this point. It's just way too slow, but we'll see.
Yeah, he definitely waited to see what the draws were because he was double drawing off Sigil of Alacrity. He kind of, if he was trading, which he did, he had to play the Sigil, right, to make the 3 Slither Spear into the trade. The other option, of course, was to just not necessarily play the Sigil and just go from there and discard the Sigil instead of a different card off the top of your deck, but that doesn't really make a difference. So he just waited to see what the draws were going to be and then discarded with the Crixus. But the Vanguard plus the Trog plus a hero power to make 2 extra 1/1s certainly was not bad there, right? Because you are just loading the 7/7 into a permanently frozen board, right? Because of the
well,
wind chill.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend that play would win the game.
No, of course not.
But I think it was the right play because you kind of know that your opponent is spawning 3/4, so
Exactly, yeah.
kind of never gonna let your 7 attack. Or Habu Gabu is no noob that's gonna kill it as well. Like, he knows that he just needs to freeze it and wins the game. So I think it was a bit questionable. I wouldn't have gone for it, but The game was looking grim anyway, so...
That was the big kicker for me, right? As you mentioned, you know he has the wind chill in hand. You also know he's spawning a 3-4 freeze every single turn, right? So when was that 7-7 actually going to get to attack? It does seem a little bit questionable in that spot. And yep, Zligrizine is good enough for me.
Man, this guy's my guy. My guy. That's a Fino concede right there. The amount of games I've conceded with 40 HP solo, you wouldn't believe it.
Really? I mean...
Yeah, because, I mean, I understand when a game is over. Like, I've played so many games, and you kind of understand, right? Like, this game was definitely over.
All I hear there, Fino, is you confessing to being a dirty Renathal player, which, you know, massively disappoints me, man. I thought you knew better.
Listen, man, the situation forces you sometimes, so, you know? I would rather be playing 30 card decks, sure, but... when you can just play 40 and draw the nuts and then have extra 10 HP, like, you'll take it sometimes, right? Like,
yeah, and you saw that exactly from Habu Gabu there, right? Like, subtract 10 from his health total at the point where Zligrizine concedes. That's not a concede at that point, right? You stick it out. You maybe look for Kurtrus. You look for Chaos Strikes, Fell Barrages, try and pull some damage together, get us the no combo going, something like that. You think you have a hope, but when your opponent's hanging out at 27 or whatever Habu Gabu was at that position, you know it's relatively hopeless at that point. So Zligrizine, in what has been a very, very rapid series so far, now falls back to parity. It's 1-1. The Shaman and the Warlock picking up wins on either side. Zligrizine still has the Demon Hunter, which has been defeated once already, plus the Druid and the Priest left remaining. Of course, very, very similar lineup overall to what we saw from Levick previously. Still that Quest Hunter to deal with from Habu Gabu that Fino has some questions over.
Yeah.
But in terms of Rogue and Druid, like, would you expect Rogue and Druid to get out of this series at some point over the course of the best of 7?
I think they will. I think Rogue and Druid will probably get a win. I am really scared about Zligrizine's Demon Hunter. I feel like looking at the decks now, that's like the one deck I feel like that will probably struggle quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking. I think it's probably has a good chance against the Rogue because the Rogue kind of needs to hit the tradables and the null to be able to deal with the board. Like, if you don't hit the tradables in the null, I feel like you're too slow to deal with the DH threats, and it can just kind of like get out of control, and then you're kind of dead because you have 30 HP. you take quite a bit of damage, but
and even then, if
it's against the Quest Hunter.
If you're playing a 5-4 on turn 1 or turn 2 as Demon Hunter, then the null doesn't even deal with it, right? When it comes down on the other side.
It's so hard to deal with it. You can't weaken stab it. It's kind of trouble, right?
I see you've brought guests.
Zligrizine has the absolute nuts curve in the early game here. He has that Magnifying Glaive into Crixus combo as well to be able to fully juice his hand. Can just go straight up 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Finds the Trog, gets answered by the Quick Shot. I don't think he'll be too upset about it. But Bibliomite, I think, is the big deal.
Yeah, being on the play against Quest Hunter with the Trog is the absolute dream, man. Like, damn. He was on the coin, but this is still looking... I don't know. This is... the Hunter curve is really good this game. Like, he keeps playing spells. He can make his hero power 0 next turn. It's a pretty big deal.
It's a matter of whether this insane 1-2 punch from the Glaive and the Crixus can actually get there, I suppose, from Gruzin. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of card draw, and it's a 7-7 in play, which is a very, very big deal.
Wait.
Drawing a card? Okay, yeah, fine. Oh, he's actually not going to draw this turn. Sure. Just playing a 1-2. This does make sense, right? Because he's going to discard it all next turn anyway. But you might as well just...
Sense?
Well, so...
It's a 1-2.
Right, but
a target for a spell as well.
That's true, yeah. If you want to hold it...
Have played it next turn.
Yes.
I guess you could also find like a Slither Spear next turn or something, or like a better minion to play. I think it was okay to hold here, just play the weapon.
Well, I mean, that's almost an argument for holding the coin as well, right? Yeah, is that you can just find a better minion off the top and then go that with the coin? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
I feel like this doesn't accomplish much. Like a 1-2 compared to 40 HP is not gonna get there, you know? So I think it would be probably better to keep your options open there. Like even pushing the extra hero power, right? Like you could coin hero power next turn. I think that would even be better.
Sure, yeah, no, it doesn't make sense.
Well, anyway, Krix is online. That's actually a pretty big deal here. Hunter is no mage or shaman that can just freeze it.
Yep.
They kind of have to deal with it or they'll take it. I guess they do have freezing trap, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah, not in this situation though, and it's really clutch here because it's kind of, I'm going to say, preventing Habu Gabu from just slamming Barak Kodobane on the board. He might still end up making that play. It's not necessarily a bad thing when you're still at 37 health, but yeah, this does seem to make the most sense. Just deal with it, piercing shot, get the order right as well to push the 1 damage.
I like this play. I like this play because Habu recognizes that his opponent now, like the weapon is not that good, right?
Yep.
It makes him draw the cards, so it makes the weapon less good in a sense. I like this. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Job's done.
Fury, attack, and then probably just override with the Dread Prison Glaive at the end of the turn, right? Yep, this all looks pretty great. Does now have the Kurtrus to follow this up as well. This has been a really, really strong curve for Zloy Gruzin so far.
Man, Zloy is playing like my kind of Hearthstone, man. Just like going face, playing fast. Is he always playing this fast?
He's a very, very fast player, yeah, he always has been.
You'd love to see that. How do you feel about fast versus slow games, Sol? I bet you're like a fast game enjoyer, right?
I mean, like, so Europe Grandmasters has kind of gone through both sides of it, right? There was the era where it was Bunny Hopper versus Viper versus Yarla. You know, those were the matchups that we were facing over and over again. And then suddenly, like, Bly's, Gabby's, Loy Gruzin, like, all these other players appear, and they're all just, like, ultra zoomers, like, playing as fast as humanly possible. I do enjoy both. I think the one thing that's important to recognize is, like, we saw this with Casey years ago, right? Where a lot of casters would criticize Casey for playing too fast because we were in, like, the life coach era, you know? And it was just kind of expected that you were supposed to play slowly. Like, I don't think it's better or worse in any way to play fast or slow. I think it's just, like, certain players are like rhythm players, you know, right? Like, they just get in the zone, they see the lines, they play by instinct. And some players just absolutely take their time. I think it works out both ways for sure.
Yeah, I think I enjoy the faster games more, but I will enjoy a good, you know, long hype game every now and then. But yeah, definitely prefer the faster ones in general. This is actually pretty big, man. That's a lot of damage coming out from the hero card here.
It is.
This is like serious damage, especially with the Lady Stendo in hand.
Yeah, massive damage.
God, this guy's playing so fast, dude. That is crazy.
Hello. Metamorphin off the top as well.
He tempoed it because end turn is green, so he must have played it.
Yeah, it's on the board. It's 100% on the board. There it goes.
This guy.
Yep. Yep.
I'm becoming a fan really quick. Just won me over. I like.
You were saying coming into this, you know, when we were talking, do a little bit of prep, you're like, oh, I don't know that much about Zloy Gruzin. Like, you know, is he good? How's he been playing? And it's taken what, like 30 minutes, and now you're just full standing Zloy Gruzin.
Oh, I'm vibing big time with. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely my kind of player. This is looking kind of scary from Habu Gabu now. You can see like the low quality cards he has, but I think the Barak will probably be good enough.
Yeah, he needs to find a turn where he doesn't have to straight up answer the board, though. He needs to find the turn to be able to come down. So Zloy needs to, like, run out of threats.
Freezing trap is huge, dude.
Yes, it is.
It works with the lady, right? Like, it goes back in hand. It's a pretty big deal.
Cow Strike procs the Ice Trap.
Order? Is he playing it now?
Well, I think he was just testing for secrets first, right? Because if Ice Trap was there, then it wouldn't have mattered on the order anyway, and he gets to get extra information as to whether it's an explosive trap, for example. So I think the order is defendable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. I thought he was going to play the lady, so then the order would matter, right?
Oh, I see, okay.
The good thing with lady and freezing trap as well is that she doesn't take the damage. I think it makes sense to hold it. It's really annoying against... I don't think he has enough time. I think he's dead next turn, so this freezing trap is actually coming in super clutch here.
It is. Yeah, I think Habu has the 2-turn setup hit from here for sure, especially now with the aim shot, one of the highest individual damage cards in the deck.
It definitely sets up lethal for next turn, and also the ice trap and the freezing trap are blocking like any lady steno kind of turn, so yeah. Playing the Barak as well, now that the weapon is gone, he's not really scared of like any multi-strike.
Yeah.
With matched with a 1-mana weapon to push a lot of face damage. Yeah, this is looking pretty clean. Really, really good hand from Habu Gabu this game. Even though Loi's hand was also really good, just Habu just took over with the early quest completion. Yeah, this is when you know it's pretty much over. The really good trap combination. Actually, he got all of these traps from discovering from Markshot, right?
The bunker?
Draw traps thing. That was huge.
It was huge, for sure. Yeah, Zligrazine just tests it, gets the knowledge that it is a freezing trap, and knows that he has no way of getting out of it in this position. Habu Gabu now goes up 2-1, and yeah, the Demon Hunter looking very, very sketchy indeed for Zligrazine at the moment. Worth circling back around to the bans discussion as well, of course, because we talked about it a lot. The different bans, Levick choosing to ban out the Hunter, and Zligrazine choosing to go with the Mage. He ended up 1-1 against the Hunter, which, you know, is debatable about whether that's worked out in this series. Are you still in favor of leaving the Hunter up after watching that game?
I don't know, man. Like, I would for sure be 100% against leaving it up if the mage was like a more control mage, but it's still the big mage. It's the big mage with 40 HP, which is still kind of annoying. I think it's very close. But I do believe the mage is the better deck in general. And I think Hatton can just draw bad. Like, you can just draw Renethal and then your hand is unplayable. Or you can draw like multicaster and minions and then you do nothing. I think that's kind of what he was hoping for, but Habu draws the absolute nuts here and completes the quest fast, removes every minion as Loi plays, and just gets the W.
And so we now move on to the Druid, and I asked you one game ago, you know, the Druid and the Rogue, will they pick up a win in this series? You said yes. Well, if that is true, Habu Gabu is going to win, and Zligrazine is going to be eliminated from playoffs, because it is just the Druid and the Rogue remaining at this point. I know you are a big Druid enjoyer. What do you make of this particular list that we're seeing here from Habu Gabu? Is this to your liking?
Well, to be honest, I enjoy playing more the like all nature spells. You know, like Flipper Friends, Composting, the taunts, like the 2-mana 1/2 taunts kind of list. That's more of like my vibe.
Okay.
So I just like Topior, and I think it's like it makes Topior better. I feel like the Topior in this deck is not that insane, but it definitely makes sense. Like for the tournament, it probably even makes more sense because you kind of want this kind of like early game with Druid of the Reefs and all of those type of cards, so you don't die to like the aggression that some people have. So I think Habu is happy with his deck choice against, because I think he also plays the 1 Arcanist, which is right, or is it Bunny that plays it?
Habu, you mean?
Habu does play 1 Arcanist, yeah.
He plays 1 Arcanist, yeah.
Yeah, pretty big deal.
I love this mulligan from Zligrazine. Had double Sigil of Alacrity in his opening hand, as well as some other playable cards, and he says, nope, absolutely not. Those all get in the bin, because I need to play 5/4s in the early game to win this matchup, and that is exactly where his head should be at in this position. Habu Gabu debating this mulligan extensively. Do you think there is any consideration? It's probably just the Seedsman he's considering keeping. Right?
Dude, I think you throw it away. I might sound crazy, but I don't think it's insane to throw the Seedsman away here.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine. It's definitely fine keeping it, but I think that was what he was considering.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because you just kind of want to like stop the bleeding early, right?
Yeah, I mean, you weren't keeping Renethal there, and Topior is incredibly ambitious.
This hand, man.
Not it.
That is definitely not it.
Well,
Hey, yo, calm down, dude. Why are you playing Fury? I mean, I am telling people to use mana, but like, calm down. Oh, I guess he's probably coining. Is he coining the 7/7 or like weapon into 7/7?
yeah, I think he's just trying to dump as many cards out of his hand as possible because he knows they're all going to get discarded anyway, or emptying the hand for Glaive to try and make that draw cards on curve. I do think it actually makes sense. Yeah.
It actually might have been good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. With this hand, it could definitely make sense.
You also managed
Habu
to,
gets...
just to keep you updated, you managed to tick one on the calm down dude count and the spend your mana count in the same sentence there, which was quite impressive.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious if Habu goes for the hero power here. That's lame. Kind of wanted to play something.
Yeah. It just looks so
Man,
dumb.
I love
right?
this guy.
Yeah, like
No. It's good. It's good though.
no, I 100% agree it's good, but it just looks really stupid. Like,
Oh, yeah,
this is
definitely
this is spending all of your mana taken to a ridiculous extreme for Zoidry scene at this point.
Man, poor guy didn't draw any early game minions. That's really sad.
It is, yeah.
Habu just...
Ooh.
I don't want to say it, but I kind of feel like this is almost an unlosable spot. Nah, not unlosable. That's extreme, but definitely looking really good for the Druid here. He just has everything he kind of needs, right? Has ramp, has heal, has just minion presence that it's annoying for the DH. Just very good package.
And even between the Seedsman and the Druid of the Reef, he will be able to answer the 7/7 on the other side of the board while taking 0 damage from it, theoretically. But Zoidry could trade with the weapon here to be able to protect
And he hits
the
it.
Grixis.
He hits the Innervate.
Yes, he does.
Oh. Order? I mean, I guess you don't really care to play the Sire here, right? It's probably no big deal. And he plays on Nixia, so it's 50-50. Oh no, he plays Naga Giant, never mind. Oh, the Cold Tooth Mine doesn't work for highest. I've kind of forgot that people play Naga Giant now, so you can't really tutor the Onyxia or the Sire with it.
Right.
Miracle Growth, draw cards, get a taunt. Seems pretty juicy here.
Oh, Nixia in hand now as well. It's such a disgusting
Even
swing
Oracle's
turn when it comes
huge.
down. Yep, for sure. Multi-strike, probably the best draw in the deck here. He can get up to 8, right, with the Chaos Strike and the Hero Power?
It's so expensive, though. What if you face tank it twice? No, that's crazy.
Huh. Now that you mention it, it might be crazy, but it might be the kind of crazy that I can get on board with.
I grow impatient.
Yeah. I mean,
Because you get to play,
feels so
you get to
bad
play
here.
10 extra attack of minions if you do that. No, you don't actually, because you lose the weapon after the
you
first
can't
swing.
kill it. You lose 3, so you'll have only 2 after. So you got a hero power, which is really sad.
Yeah, okay. I like it significantly less based on that. Oh, looks like he's going for it though. All right. Take 16.
I feel bad. Oh, and the scales. Oh, the scales is such a clear, such a clean clear here. You even have like the army of taunts with the Oracle of the Luna, the Druid of the Reef, which is pretty nice as well. I think he was hoping for like hero card here. Like that's
Yeah, I think
kind
so
of card
too.
that you would need.
Need something huge to get back
Really
into
grim.
this. Yep, still another huge board being presented here, but now there is Innovator Nixia on the other side for Habu Gabu.
Mm-hmm.
Strike now!
And I think there will be no hesitation here from Habu. Your hand does not contain a better play than Innovator Nixia on this turn.
He's gonna
Get
concede.
this done.
Slow is gonna concede here.
Zell?
I think so. At least from what he's shown us so far, I wouldn't be surprised if he just conceded here. I mean, she's dead on board, so that's probably, yeah.
Yep. Bottom right from Zloy Gruzin, and his World Championship hopes are slowly melting away. Habu Gabu, of course, just to clarify again, is already qualified for the World Championship. If an already qualified player were to win this tournament, essentially the World Championship spot just passes down to the highest ranked player that has not already got a spot at the World Championship. But if Zloy Gruzin ends up being eliminated in his opening match, he's not going to be that player that gets awarded that World Championship spot. You can absolutely guarantee that. So this now needs to be a huge comeback against the deck that some people would have you believe is the best deck in the game, the Rogue on the other side for Habu Gabu.
I am one of those people, so I think Rogue is the best deck. Especially played well. I think if that Rogue deck is played well, it's pretty crazy. Habu Gabu has a weird list though. It has like the sprint list, which is not sprint and 0 backstabs against aggro decks. I think that's why he probably didn't do that well against Levic as well in the first series we saw today. So I think he has a good chance. I think Zloy is still in it. He just needs to keep calm and, you know, hope that Habu Gabu doesn't get tradables into nulls. And he definitely has a good shot.
Indeed, but he has to do it 3 times in a row from this point.
Yeah.
Habu Gabu in his opening series, as you mentioned, did queue the Rogue, what, 4 times in total, losing 3 and then winning 1 with this deck before he finally got there. It was, though, the sprint against an aggro deck that ended up being able to take it home for the Rogues. He kind of got into a top deck war against the Druid, right? And then drew the sprint and ended up taking it down. But I fully agree with you that in this case, you would much rather have the more anti-aggro list with the backstabs included. So,
wow, dude. Habu Gabu's hand, man. Damn.
Yeah, don't
It's
sleep
like
on
the dream there.
Don't sleep on this Bibliamite on the other side, though. That is a big deal as well. And
Yeah,
Iron Deep
pretty
Trog
big deal.
is very annoying against a no backstab list as well. Because you never want to play that Cutlass on 1 to be able to deal with it. It's such a bad feeling.
No.
Yeah.
I think you lose the game if you do that, actually. I don't think that's a play that can win.
Agreed.
This is a obvious full keep for Habu Gabu, though, right?
Yep. I don't think that hand is going to improve.
Zloy finally getting the early game. Man, if he had this hand against Druid, we would have a completely different series now.
100%, yeah.
And he hits the Shroud pretty big. Null cost 0 next turn, Sodal.
Yep, 1 tradable and play 1 Arcane Intellect and you have a 0 mana 3/5 rush. That sounds balanced to me.
Yeah. Look at him, man.
Oh!
Come on!
All right, Fino, calm down.
That is ridiculous.
This is a 5/4 on the other side of the board. That is important.
Sodal, dude, come on. What are you talking about? He played so much stats. I really... Damn. He's not trading, but...
No shot, he's trading. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well... You can probably even ignore... No, you don't want to ignore it. You can just kill everything. Trade the Trog, trade the Null into the other thing. Yeah,
And then just
over,
double,
right?
and then just double shoot the 5/4, right?
Yeah. It's way too good. Shoot that, shoot the 1/3, draw. You have Edwin. That's kind of all you need from this point. Boy. Zloy kind of knows it, man. I feel like he kind of knows it. Well, you still play it out. This is definitely a game you play out. This is, you know, unfortunate how the mulligan turned out for the Rogue here, but It's your last game, right? You might as well try your best.
Yeah, World Championship spot on the line. I don't think Zloigrizin will be conceding this particular game anytime soon unless he gets an absolute disaster sequence of draws. Double Chaos Strike, okay. Magnifying Glaive being found. Like, at this point, I feel like damage cards are the best draws, right?
Yeah, like, hero card is kind of good here.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm calling it too early. Habu can definitely miss here.
That's not great. You click it, though, for sure. Get the 2-2. Yep. Absolute Tempo King, Habu Gabu. But if Zloigrizin can keep on drawing damage here, he might just have a chance. That's a bit of a whiff, though.
What a find!
It's still okay, I think. Still fine.
Yep.
I mean, I think if he draws the hero card, he has a pretty good chance this game. Oh, there it is! Wait. Oh, the prep, though. Prep is... Nah, prep sets up lethal almost, I feel. Prep, Tooth, the minion, location, Draka, all face. I think that sets it up.
Is location definitely better than going like Whirlwind Door for the 1 extra damage? It probably is, right? It has
much
to be.
more stats, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
Oh, he's going for like a step or a prep or something? The Draka location prep Tooth seems so good to me. You can either be a Giga-Chat and ignore the Tutu and Tooth face.
Double step 1 prep, 2 Wicked Stabs left remaining in terms of expensive spells that he could draw off this. But yeah, I think the line that you suggested at the start of the turn is just, it's just good enough, right?
Face here?
The Tooth face instead of the minion, yeah, I could see it, honestly.
That would be the most respectable play I've ever seen in my life if he did that.
That is too much of the board. Hero card can deal with...
Oh, they're only 4 though. They're only 4, so he can't take care of the Edwin cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. You still don't die, right?
No. Not from 23, I don't think. What, 9 showing? Yeah. 13 with the weapon, so needs
so much
10.
in the deck, though.
10. Those are not Wicked Stabs or Sinister Strikes.
Oh,
Those are Wicked Stabs and Sinister
right?
Strikes.
That's 7. No, it's still not enough. But you can just clear the board, I guess, here. And make another minion. Wait, dude, Lady Steno, does he get there? Off the top? It clears actually quite a bit. Whirlwind is not bad here. It deals with 1 minion straight up. Sinister Strike.
1 mana off because the other Sinister Strike's on the bottom of the deck, right? See, if he could, he can't cast Stab, Strike from this point. If he could, he would have had it.
Yeah, we could stab the minion here, make another minion. And that should... Dude, wait, Lady Steno? How much is that? I think it's actually enough, dude. It's actually enough.
There is no measure to my fury!
The Fury
Man, it was actually lethal, right?
Was it really?
Because he had 3 mana left, and he could do 3 hero powers, right? Yeah, he would have mana for 3 hero powers.
You don't need any of the Steno attacks to go face. No, right? Yeah, it's just the 2 predations
No, you don't
and
need
the
it.
swings.
So it's actually
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Pretty crazy. He had an out here as well. Slither Spirit was lethal.
Oh, that is so brutal for Zloigrizin. The Demon Hunter bring in the end ended up being his undoing, but I think it is fair to say, like, yes, we were both critical of that deck. We didn't really believe in it, but I think it's also fair to say 2 bad draws from Zloigrizin, and then that last game Fino expertly outlining all of the outs that were available that Zloigrizine missed in that position, sat with double predation in hand. Like, not only was Slither Spear an out off the top, if he just draws and plays a Naga at any point during the game, right, like then that ends up being lethal in that situation by cheating all the mana with the predation. So
He's a
really,
winner in
really,
my eyes.
really brutal outcome from Zloigrizine.
I love the gameplay. I think he got very unlucky, especially in the Druid game. Full mulliganing and gaining nothing, like no minions against Druid. That's pretty sad. And then the Rogue, tradable into double null, turn 2. That is brutal, man. That is brutal. So, good job for Habu Gabu. He gets there, plays well, draws well, in classic Habu Gabu fashion.
Indeed,
And
yes.
he needs one more win against a rematch against Levic.
Yeah, rematch against Levic now after Levic was able to take it down. And I think the big difference between those two series, the one we saw with Levic and the one we saw with Zloigrizine, was the performance of the Rogue, right? In the first series against Levic, it was Habu that was kind of hitting some of those more dead draws, whereas this time he just hits the nuts with the Rogue straight away. His opponent doesn't draw super well on the other side, and it's that Rogue that's able to get out of the series. So obviously you've watched both of those series now come up. We can take a look at the state of the bracket. Bunny Hopper hanging out, waiting in top 4 already on Sunday. And now Levic and Habu Gabu, who, and this is the heartbreaker, right? Those two players, Levic and Habu Gabu, are both already qualified for the World Championship. Zloigrizine was the player who really, really wanted this out of that lower bracket, and he was the one who got eliminated straight away. So that's a heartbreaker for Zloigrizine, but in terms of the Levic versus Habu rematch, we're going to be handing over to TJ and Lorinda very soon. So do you want to get in a prediction on this Levic versus Habu Gabu series? Which way do you see it going?
Man, I don't know. These players are both insane. They're both very confident on their play. They both know what they're doing. I honestly think it could just go either way. I'm curious to see if Levic decides to do the same ban again. I don't know. I think there's like a small chance, maybe not, but we'll see. I think it could go either way. If I had to pick, I would probably say Habu Gabu, because I feel like the aggro decks could very easily like backfire, while the good decks that Habu plays are more consistent in a way.
Yeah.
So if I had to give a slight edge, I'd probably give it to Habu Gabu, but I wouldn't be surprised if Levic won.
I think I'd agree with that as well. I do think the ban question is interesting because, you know, as much as you want to avoid results as a Hearthstone player, right, and you want to deal with situations on average, you know, Levic banned Hunter and won, and then Zloy banned Mage and lost. So I think it's a hard sell to get Levic to change his strategy in that position. But we will wait and see. Fino, just before we toss it over to the other casters, how did you enjoy your first day of casting?
Man, it was fun, man. It was great games. It was great games. Very clean execution from the players, as you would kind of expect to see at this level. To be honest, last year's was my favorite. I enjoy people playing like Zloy, like fast. They know what they're doing. They know when they won. They know when they've lost. I vibe with that. That's my kind of player, because that's also how I play the game. So yeah, I really enjoyed the last series, even though I am kind of sad that he got a like, because I was rooting for him. I was actually rooting for him. He kind of won me over, I'm not gonna lie. So best of luck to him. I enjoyed it. Yeah, very, very good games.
Yeah, as Fino said, very clean play, as you would expect from a top 8 of not only the best players in the world, but when 7 of those players are representing Europe as well. Clean play is what you're going to expect at that point. But we have another Europe versus Europe matchup left to deal with. We ourselves will not be dealing with it. We'll be handing you over to TJ and Lorinda. So make sure you stay tuned, because we have one more deciders match from this first group left. World Championship spot on the line, directly playing for a spot in the top 4. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this break.
Hello once again, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This one is about Ramp Druid, and I know what you're gonna say. This will not be all about Guff. Wait, no, stop showing these clips of players keeping Guff. I said it's not all about Guff. I mean, look, Habu Gabu played Guff here, and Levic still beat him. Like, Guff's great and all, and he may be the #1 best card to keep in every single matchup, but he still needs the usual suspects to support him, right? You always want your Jerry-Rig Carpenter on 2, and your Wild Growth on 3, especially when going first. The newest member of the Ramp crew, Widowbloom Seedsman, is also a great keep. When going second, it's pretty common to coin out Wild Growth when you can follow up with Seedsman. Another clean curve with Coin or Innervate is on 3 mana to get an early Seedsman, and then follow with Nourish on the next turn. We see Chunsu keep that combination because he's going second, but Nourish is actually a debatable keep. You'd much rather draw and split it with Jerry-Rig, and keeping it often makes your second Jerry-Rig do nothing. When you have nothing to support the Nourish, unlike back in the old days, it's definitely a toss. There's simply too many other earlier options you'd rather draw. When facing aggressive decks, in addition to early ramp, you can keep removal like Druid of the Reef or Living Roots if you run it. We see Levick with the unusual Theatar keep as well, which potentially steals an important pressure option from Dmitry Kazov like Imp King Rafam or Shady Bartender. However, I see the Theatar keep more often in the Mirror or versus Mage to steal hero cards and other heavy hitters because the low tempo you get from the 3/3 body isn't punished as heavily. You can also argue for the Planted Evidence keep against aggro because there are many good cheap options. Proactive cards like Living Roots, Sow the Soil, Natural Causes, and Thorngrowth Sentries help fight for the board, so Blythe places first evidence on turn 1. You can also get removal like Seaweed Strike, which comes in clutch from Blythe's second evidence on turn 2. Feral Rage and Frostwolf Kennels would have been good outcomes here as well. These cheap cards are way less impactful against slower matchups like Mage, Quest Hunter, and the Mirror, however, so it's no surprise to see Fury Hunter toss double Druid of the Reef here. An exception is against certain lists of big Spell Mage, which run double Far Watch Post. We see Pun keep a Druid of the Reef to respect that one card, which is extremely punishing against Druid because they have no other removal for it in the early game. Even one turn of delayed ramp, Care of Watch Post, can ruin Druid's game plan. By turn 3, Pun hasn't hit any ramp cards though, which is usually a disaster for Druid, but he makes the best of it by using Planted Evidence to build a composting board and cycle closer to ramp. Even without the coin, he's still able to play Theatar on curve next turn with some low value options in hand that he's not too sad to give away. On the complete opposite end of the mulligan spectrum, we have Judgment keeping Sire Denathrius in the Mirror. I personally do not make this keep often, especially not without the coin, and against an opponent whom you know runs Theatar. But it has its merits. Infusing the Denathrius right from the get-go can catch your opponent off guard, though you run the risk of missing ramp. The only greedy keep I see players consistently make against these slower decks is Topior, like Bunny Hopper does at the beginning of his full Druid sweep against Okashinsuke. He was under tons of pressure and hit no ramp until Coin Nourish, but the Topior allows him to stabilize right on time. He doesn't play it straight away on 7 mana though, because Ivus represents more immediate stats, and big taunts are actually quite strong against Ping Mage early on. On the next turn, Topior is stronger than Miracle Growth because of the immediate evidence to follow up. With a perfect discover of Earthen Scales, he still stabilizes and can go for a clean Miracle Growth next turn to run away with the game. Against Wig Priest, Bunny gets what looks like a full auto keep, but he tosses Widowbloom Seedsman. That's because with Jerry plus Wild Growth, the curve is already spoken for until the post-Nourish 8 mana turn. At that point, he would rather have an expensive card like Topior, Scale of Onyxia, or Miracle Growth to follow up. After ramping with Nourish, it's pretty funny that Seedsman would have been playable because of the 2 Innervates he drew, but that's rarely the case. And even if it were there, spending the last 2 mana on Moonlit Guidance would probably still have been better to dig for Raid Boss or Scale of Onyxia. In this case, the best option is just Miracle Growth to keep cycling. On the next turn, there's a temptation to use Starfish on this buffed up Wig Priest board, but Bunny knows there's a Wig in hand and the Starfish doesn't actually remove anything, so Okashinsuke could easily rebuild the silent stats. So Bunny goes for Miracle Growth, and if he isn't dead to a big Bless this turn, he can swing back fully. Using the Innervate he saved, he gets to remove the board with Starfish plus Scale on the same turn. The Mana Giant is also free by this point, and Okashinsuke simply cannot come back. Finally, we have the Tempo Rogue matchup with a standard Wild Growth keep. Since Bunny's drawn Widowbloom Seedsman, the Coin Wild Growth curve is looking great for him, and he can get up to 6 full mana crystals by turn 4. So here, Bunny knows Okashinsuke has plenty of minions in hand from Shroud, and if there's a location or Draka, he could die very quickly. Without a nourish, it's still going to take a while to get to his Onyxia, so he searches for more ramp with Moonlit Guidance. Among these options, Seedsman lets him spend mana efficiently by playing it now, and draws the other copy, which he would then play next turn to get to 10 mana. But he takes Guff instead, mainly because of the Bran in hand. Bran plus Guff, which would immediately give him 2 full crystals, lets him hero power again for 3 total ramp, not to mention the 2 draws and 5 armor. This means he'd go to 12 mana next turn, enough for Onyxia and the Earthen Scales, which gives an extra layer of safety. This line also meant that he didn't have any Seedsmen on board for Okashinsuke to potentially target with backstabs and serrated Bone Spikes to fuel his combo turns. Sure enough, with 12 mana, Onyxia for board clear and Scales to stay out of range of Burst seal the game in favor of the Ramp Druid. And yes, I know, this was mainly thanks to Guff, but I did say he needed his support cards, right? Bran did a lot of work there too. Just look at this game between Possessi and Judgment. Possessi keeps Guff, because it's Guff. On turn 2, he starts with Aquatic form, a bit earlier than you usually see it, but it makes sense with his list and situation. If he hits Innervate or Seedsman, he could curve cleanly starting with Coin Wildgrowth this turn. Jerry-Rig Carpenter, Living Roots, or Natural Causes would also be good hits. As it turns out, he's offered Innervate, but passes up on that immediate draw to dredge his Scale of Onyxia instead, anticipating that he would need a big board clear after his slow ramp turns. In theory, he can still curve cleanly with Wild Growth on 3, Guff on 4, and Scale on 5. However, because Judgment had a high-pressure opener, Possessi is forced off of Guff and plays Flipper Friends to stay alive on board. This line still allows him to coin Scale next turn and stabilize the board, unless Judgment has good refill. But Judgment had good refill, establishing too many stats for even Scale of Onyxia to remove and winning the game. See? Guff's so bad he never even got played, and all Judgment had to do was draw the absolute stone cold nuts playing a deck with a highly favorable matchup. Alright, episode's over. I'm done being in denial. Guff is really strong. Hopefully as strongly as you enjoyed watching. See you next time!
everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call Playoffs. Cruising along here today. We've approached our final match, and because it's our final match, it means they bring in big boys to cast the final match. It's me and Lorinda. Lorinda, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing absolutely great, TJ. What's happening? I'm not used to casting at this time of day. I don't even know what this time of day is.
What the?
Usually still doing stats. Like, yeah, what's happening?
Donald's so desperate for followers, he has to invade our broadcast and steal my Twitter handle.
I know, and unfollow Raven while you're at it is what he normally says at this point. But you should follow Raven and unfollow Sottle. I think that's the only fair way for us people who have been bullied by Sottle to stick together.
Don't follow that Twitter account. Whatever you do under my name, don't follow it.
Don't follow the one under my name either. It's just not worth it, honestly.
Follow that one for the best of memes and stats, whatever you want.
Best of yeah, I'm just good at everything. Let's face it. Anyway, let's carry on. Obviously, production are just ribbing you today a bit, TJ. So.
I see. Funny joke. Okay. Getting into this match, we have our decider match for our first group. Winner of this is going to head on to that top 4. Loser is going to be out of playoffs, which is tough.
Yep.
After this amount of season's hard work. And Levick and Zoe Grushin this week actually bet all the marbles on an aggressive lineup, which is honestly not something I expected.
It's not, but also when you look at sort of what are you going to do for deck number 5, it isn't a pretty sight, is it? It's pretty grim for Conquest. For Last Hero, I think you can make it work, but for Conquest, it's like, well, my Druid's going to lose some games to their aggro, and my Rogue's going to lose some games to their anti-Rogue stuff. What do I do? And just going, you know what? Chuck it all in the bin, play 5 aggro lineups, and hope for the best. I get how you get.
Yeah, there are some decks in the metagame that are susceptible to aggro, right? If you consider, the whatever 5th deck is going to fit in a good decks lineup, which in, this case ended up for some players being like Quest Hunter. It feels a little sketchy to bring aggro because Quest Hunter does have some decent matchups against aggro. They have 40 health, they have a lot of removal. Their removal has the added benefit of progressing the quest, etc., etc. But like Rogue can be susceptible to aggro, especially if they don't draw the right side of their deck, right? You can deal 30 damage a lot of times faster than they can deal 30 damage if they're not answering your board in the early game. If they are answering your board in the early game, a lot of times they're popping out of Maestro Disguise early, which means that their nulls are more expensive, which is one of their other best tools at dealing with early board presence. You have Druid, which, one could argue is susceptible to aggro. One could also argue that it's not. It's Druid after all. Mm-hmm. It's all about, when they hit that stabilization turn and if they hit it quick enough. So I'm curious. Obviously, this matchup went the distance earlier on. This is a rematch from the initial match where Levick was able to take the win, but barely, 4-3 over Habu Gabu. But then Habu Gabu's lineup was tested against Zoe Grushin, who is a similar lineup, but not the same. There are some key differences in the deck, specifically with this Warlock, right? Where Levick is running a hybrid Curse Warlock, which does do a little better against some of the matchups, but it's less consistent in its early game pressure. And Habu Gabu was able to win that one pretty handily that we just saw. I mean, a best of 7 Conquest match that lasted, 45 minutes, which is pretty insane.
It was something silly, yeah.
Well, Grushin was just slinging cards,
But this is the matchup where it makes a big difference, right? The imps not be able to necessarily consistently just be huge against the Druid while the Druid sets up.
Yeah.
This is where I laugh at your curses because my hand is full of 10 great cards later on. And early on, well, unless you're lucky, you're just not applying the same beatings that the other deck does.
Exactly, yeah. This is one of the matches where I think the curse package gets a little bit worse because once Druid hits that stabilization point, one, they're pressuring you a lot, right? Especially with the Naga Giant variation. And two, they can gain a good amount of health in a burst with Earthen Scales. So like the curses start to become less impactful. Levick just rolling through here though, even though not hitting the early pressure. Did hit the Impending Catastrophe with 3 imps on board. It's a good chunk of card draw, but is still drawing kind of that, hybrid hand of, Tamsin and Zakul not really doing much right now. Both Tamsins and Zakul not really doing much right now. So looking for the faster end of the deck. Meanwhile, Abu Gabu does have Wild Growth and Jerry Rig Carpenter. Has to make the decision whether or not to play the Wild Growth right now, or Jerry Rig Carpenter just to set up for a coin Nourish next turn to get to that ramp even faster.
Yeah, you can also start using the Oracle next turn if you want to. I know it's there for the Giants to win the game. I know that's the point, but just Oracle into Druid of the Reef and all that sort of stuff. Just get the game over with.
Jerry Rig Carpenter into Druid of the Reef.
Yeah.
Right, get an extra 2-1 on board, get an extra 3-1 rush, and then go into the Nourish turn.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable, yeah.
Just don't die, because it's about stabilization, like we keep saying. You got the Nourish set up. I'm not saying he'll do that, just saying that's something he definitely want to have a look at. Yeah, here we go. He's going to do it. Wow.
Reflect in the
So this year, this is the world's final, I think, TJ. These two played in the Summer Champs semi-finals when they'd already qualified for Worlds by reaching that top 4, and Habu won it. Then they get in the group. Levitt wins 4-3. Habu won that 3-2. Levitt wins this morning 4-3. We've got this match. They're both qualified for the Worlds already, as I just mentioned. This is it. This is building up to be the World Championship final this year. You can see it already.
Becoming the ultimate rivalry, the ultimate world rivalry is Levitt versus Habu Gabu. The only other one we're missing is Blythe versus Pascoa, which could be a world's final matchup as well.
Oh, I want to see that. I don't want to cast it, but I want to watch it.
That would be a good one.
I definitely don't want to cast it. I don't have a spare 3 weeks in my schedule on the 1st of December or whatever it's going to be.
World Championship, I think, is later in December. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It usually is, but who knows? But yeah. I don't have a spare week booked for those 3 days or whatever it's going to be. Because that match will go forever if Blythe plays Pascal. Oh my goodness, I can't wait.
Yeah.
And if it's the final, we'll have to split it over 2 days. Games 1, 2, and 3 on the first day.
All right. Well, Habu Gabu hoping for nothing big here, because going into 10 mana next year, no Guff, however, but going into 10 mana, a lot of options with Moonlit Guidance, with Enrich. Could end the turn with a Naga Giant, depending on what happens as well. And Habu Gabu giving the thumbs up. No Imp King Rafam, which I think was the big worry there for Habu Gabu. But it's still a good amount of pressure. Levitt gets a chance to get these curses sort of ramped up.
He's used the Oracle. I think it's a one-of in the deck. I haven't checked if he's changed the list. I should do that, but I'm pretty sure he plays a one-of.
Yep, it's just the one-of. So no Oracle Balloon left, but still is going to be able to get a full 10 mana Ibis. That can't happen.
He's just pretending he's drawn the Starfish and just pointing that at face, trying to get a reaction.
Yeah. So Impending Catastrophe is a shadow spell. So you could draw your deck here, essentially. But probably better to just go a little bit heavier on the board.
You could do with killing this, right? Because if it gets scales, you've lost.
Yes. There is 10 on board, so Abyssal Wave would kill it, but then you're not developing anything. I guess you could use Tamsin instead.
Yeah, it's not nice. You've got to do it, but it's not like you've got to kill it. You can't have Nerve and Scales on this.
Yep.
Yeah.
And hope that you draw some of the imps immediately, or at least one of the imps immediately. Still have.
And now you've got a high roll.
Just in case. Yeah, this is.
But you've got a high roll for 25, not 38, being the difference.
Yep. I mean, this is a lot of the curse damage in hand already. Tamsin plus Drag Blow, Abyssal Wave, Occultist. Levitt bringing the same list that he brought last week to the final week of the regular season, which does not run the Bran, which is a little bit off standard, I guess. If you look at like most played HS Replay hybrid Curse Imp Warlock deck, it does run Bran. gives you that extra reach, but it's oftentimes a dead card early on in the game. Though many of the curse cards are.
Tend to find when a card like Bran is played on ladder and cut from like top level players playing it, it tends to be a training wheels card. Because I'd love to play Bran, it makes sense to me. You just OTK people.
Yeah.
But when things get refined out and you find out, you know what, actually, it's just a win more when it's played at the very best level. I'm not saying that's the case, that's just what it seems to be when that happens. I imagine that at this level, they just don't need it in the games that they win.
Yep.
Does that set up lethal? That sets up 24, so not quite. 25, still not quite.
Yeah, with the Battlegrounds Battlemaster, but Abyssal Wave is going to help clear up some of this, and then Levick does have like Tamsin quadruple dragged below next turn to be able to answer pretty much any board, which is funny considering Levick is now behind on board, but the curses are going to be good.
Sorry. I feel like Habu just needs to stabilize still. That's why he's not even that worried about playing this Battlemaster, right? He's obviously considering it for the extra 8, but he's trying not to die. He wins if he doesn't die.
Yeah, it's all about Earth and Scales right now. Obviously, Aquatic form, you could have some hits here that you wouldn't be able to dredge immediately, but I feel like Earth and Scales is the big target.
Yeah. He's even playing curses just to, you know.
Seedsman could still draw Earth and Scales. Nope, hits Nourish. Has another Seedsman next turn to try and get that out, but Levick can go full curse here. And this would also put Habu Gabu at, wouldn't be a full hand because that curse is going to go away at the end of the
Yeah, he chose not to play it, right? He thought about playing it and realized actually having it in my hand is saving me more damage than playing it out of my hand.
Yeah. But I think Levick can just stop at the... maybe you don't stop at the 3. Because it still ramps up the curse damage if you play it. But I guess leaving a 3-2 on board is not that big of a deal. But now, Habu Gabu has to play some of these curses because...
Scales.
Levick only has 12 cards left in deck, but 2 of them are Fell Rifts. So we're looking at only 10 actual cards left in the deck. It's pretty likely that either or there's no second wave. One of the cultists is in hand at this point with how many cards have been drawn.
I think Habu's just going to lose here.
It seems so.
It's a bold prediction. Given that he's obviously losing in every quarter of the game, but I think it's going to happen. Oh, there's the Scales. Does it save him?
So curse damage is at 6 at the moment. But Levick has Lady Darkbane, which is a drag below, so you just... Oh, okay, yeah, and a Grimoire picked up, so this is going to be plenty of damage, and the curse package really coming in strong here for Levick. It did have a reasonable early start in terms of just having things to play on the board, right, that Habu Gabu had to answer. But really what came into play the most was the card draw, and then the ability to just ramp up the curse damage incredibly quickly. Because that did go incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
To, 8. That was 14 damage worth of overkill there. It was 6, 7, 8. He was at 8 health. So quite a bit. 13 damage worth of overkill.
13.
So even if an Earth
I'm not going to
Scales
fight you over a
on
point of
something
damage,
big,
TJ.
even if Earth Scales had come out like on a Naga Giant, like if a Naga Giant stuck on a board and you had Earth Scales it, still would have been lethal for Levick with that turn with the Lady Darkbane. So nicely done by Levick, gets a point on the board.
Yeah, and one of the weaker decks gone as well, which is nice in Conquest. I mean, they're all weaker decks apart from Druid and Rogue, really. And Mage, I guess, which he hasn't even got. So, it is going to be a process. That Druid being up is a big, big deal, obviously, because the aggro decks should be preying on it on average. They can beat Rogue a little bit as well, but yeah, that 1-0 lead we saw last time, it was really close, so Getting that first one on the board, a big deal. What didn't win for Levitt last time? Just checking that. For Habu, it was the Rogue lost 3 and the Shaman didn't win. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Levitt had trouble with the Druid. Lost twice with the Druid. Okay. And here it is. I love this deck, TJ. I've been playing this. This is so much fun.
It's very all in.
I mean, you can concede on turn 4 some games because your opponent has a card on the board and you don't. And you're like, well, let's play another game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, the only comeback mechanism, if you can call it that, for this deck is the Planted Evidence. But it's usually not a comeback mechanism. It's a win more card a lot of the times, but it's still a deck that can punish decks that take a little bit of time to get rolling, that don't really have board clears early on in the game, because once you do stick a board, it beef it up really quickly. And Habugaba's going to be playing the Shaman, and this is one of those decks where Shaman creeping back into the metagame, and it does still have some of its really powerful plays, but one of the things that it does struggle with is, without schooling, its ability to clear boards in the early game. You just rely on making your own board that can contest,
right,
and then hoping that you can overpower your opponent with, going wide with Murlocs early in the game, with Clownfish, with getting a Wild Paw Cavern, and then following the Wild Paw Cavern up with more stats, so you just kind of overwhelm your opponent. Schooling is really the card that makes it come together when you're facing against some of the faster decks in the metagame, because outside of that and Clownfish, you're just playing like one well-statted minion every turn. And against fast decks like this Druid, that can be a little bit difficult, especially without the ability to rely on the Snowfall Guardian and Macaw.
Does have Wave and Starfish, which is a big deal for this Druid, though, because this Druid deck doesn't start off with big minions, right? It's not making 3/3/3 imps like Warlock might. Like, it is making just a bunch of 2/1s and 1/2s and absolute rubbish, and then buffing them up. So, Starfish and Wave. And there's the schooling anyway, so who cares? That's so huge. Starfish and Wave do actually help.
It's the only card in the deck that allows you to answer boards, before turn 5.
Yeah.
It's pretty unbelievable.
But if it does do this, now the Shaman, having got rid of the first lot of stuff, is a huge favourite suddenly.
Yes.
Because now it just makes a bigger thing than you each turn.
Yep, and even though you're not getting like the multi-clears or the double Piranha attack buff on these Piranhas, you still just want to keep the board as clean as possible, because that's what Druid relies on, is as many minions on board as possible to get buffs from Pride's Fury, from Herald of Nature, Claw Fury Adept. So,
Herald of Nature, you read it and you're like, +1/+2 to my minions, who cares? And then when you play it, it's like, oh, I care a lot. These are unkillable 4-attack minions. Great, let's just kill my opponent with them. I love it.
Yeah.
But at first, it's who cares. Here we go, yeah.
Yep. And so now it's about just trying to play as many stats as possible for Habugabu. It's probably going to be... Ooh. I was thinking just Crud Caretaker into Command of Neptulon. Gorlock Ravager might change things, but there would only be the one additional buff left.
There's a Flurgle, though. That's what he was looking for there. Flurgle, Clownfish, clear your board, or all but clear your board.
You have to go Clownfish, then Flurgle, Amalgam.
I wasn't sure if he's going to do it this turn, but maybe he does. Doesn't do a lot. It kills one thing.
I wonder.
But it also makes a board.
It also makes a board, and it'll ensure that Command of Neptulon clears up most of the stuff. I guess you could just go Cookie, but...
I like the Amalgam.
I'd much rather go like Clownfish, then Flurgle, then Amalgam.
Yeah, I like it.
Because that makes you not have to worry about taunt. Okay, playing it a little bit slower.
Valuing that life steal. He spent a lot of time thinking about that, so he'd have been doing some numbers somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Not like me and you, just, yeah, that looks great. Bam.
Yeah. This could allow for better Kael'thas in the mid game. Like if you get a chance to set up Clownfish, and then you could go Kael'thas, Murloc, or Kael'thas, free Murloc, big minion, that kind of thing.
Actually, does this just clear so much stuff up now next turn?
It really doesn't, though. Unless you hit a 2 or less cost Murloc with Amalgam to get, because you'd have to go Clownfish. You have to go Flurgle first, then Clownfish.
Yeah.
Then Amalgam.
That does 2 to everything, plus your cookie weapon.
Yeah, but I think it's
Need another one, yeah.
probably just going to be... Oh, okay, it is going to be this.
Yeah.
Now needs a 2 or less cost Murloc. Be able to fit it in here with the Amalgam.
Easy.
Razor Draw is fantastic because that allows for the Vicious Slither Spear to be cleaned up. So, yeah, this setup for Habu Gabu ended up being good because Commander Neptune would have killed 2 minions tops, right? Where if you set up the cookie, you have cookie weapon plus all of these different damage. It's like setting up for max damage. It had a built-in failure rate if you didn't hit a good Murloc from the Amalgam, right? It was relying on hitting a 2 or less cost Amalgam or drawing a 2 or less cost Murloc off the top, which would have just been the other Amalgam in the deck. But it had the ability to deal more damage to the board. So nicely done by Habu Gabu. And again, like the schooling coming in clutch there, because that peasant otherwise would have drawn, I don't know, 3.
All of the cards, yeah, it doesn't matter. 3 or 4 cards, yeah. In fact, it might have even reached the point where Habu Gabu couldn't deal with it because he's killing off the bigger thing because there's just this peasant in a way. It
would have been Thornborough Sentries next, no matter what. So it's like, you know, when are you ever killing that? Like the wave, sure, it would have made the minions slightly smaller and got rid of the draw effect from Peasant, but they still would have been able to be buffs after that. So a nice little win there for Habu Gabu. Now we're tied up 1-1. Problem decks for Habu Gabu, I think, still remain. The Rogue, which was the problem deck in the first series that these two played against each other to kick off the day. And then the Druid is sort of a worry, but it's never really a worry for me, to be honest. I feel like Druid can always get it done. But now we're going to move over to the aggro question mark?
Yeah, I just called this aggro earlier when I did the things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just plays Bibliomite and Crixus, hopes for the best, and draws a load of cards to recover their losses. It's just straight up disgusting. Like, it's not always quick enough, but when it does its thing, it just hurts. There's no clever in it. I mean, there is quite a bit of clever in it, actually, in planning your turns ahead, but there's no clever in the building.
Yeah. All right. Crixus. Crisis?
Card.
Is it Crisis or is it Crixus?
Oh, is it like a crisis?
It could be Crisis.
Crazius the Voracious?
Where's Celestial on?
Watching, always. DMing.
It's
retweeting.
5:45 a.m. in California right now. So
and his alarm just went off. He's come running down to rewind the last 30 seconds and has heard, "What did you call my card?" I shall be on the case immediately, and we'll be getting messages about it.
All right. Habu Gabu. What are we keeping? Nothing. Good chat. Okay, keeping a starfish.
Sorry, I was just trying to work out the time in California. I thought you were wrong, but no, you're right.
I see you've brought guests.
America's casters. Sorry, right, where was I? Oh yeah, that's it. I was casting Hearthstone.
Has a chance for a bruff as well. But Brand probably won't live.
Rough stuff. A lot of the synergies in this Demon Hunter deck have been sort of kicked out, like Metamorphin. It's going to work this time. It is slightly harder than it used to be to get going. It's just a bit weird. You sometimes find now that your Predation just isn't castable for cheap, that sort of thing. A lot of things you instinctively do as a Demon Hunter don't necessarily work anymore.
Each scar, foe vanquished.
What, the deck only plays 3 Naga, correct?
Yeah.
It's just
something
the
like that.
2 Slither Spears and the Lady Steno.
Yeah. So Predation. 2, I've seen one of. I think maybe Zoe only played 1. Somebody only played 1 somewhere. I don't know where. I've gone through so many lists.
Zoe Grushin had 2. Yeah.
Whatever list I copied had 1 for some reason. Don't know what they cut. There you go. Anyway, but here's what it does. Here's all the stuff.
Yep.
The 7/7 coming up.
Innervate Guff. Which, nothing to follow up the Guff. But it's going to look for something with aquatic form here. Something to fill the gap.
I like the middle one.
I like the left.
Oh. Well, have to wait and see.
Yeah. We can't see the options if people are wondering. We're joking. That's why. But Abu Gabu could even pick something that's more expensive if he wants, because he's going to draw it immediately anyway with the Guff from this dredge. If the other 2 options are just that bad, right?
That's
it
what
looks
he
like
did.
that's going to be exactly what it is. I'm guessing scale. Yep.
Good guess.
That's really the only more than 5 card that you want so bad that you would feel like you need to dredge it up anyway and draw it immediately with the Guff. And so I'm sure Levick will probably be in the same headspace.
I hate this decision every single time, by the way.
Why
You want your
wouldn't-
7/7 now, or do you want to set up your glaive to have 1 million more cards, but your 7/7's a turn slower, and it's a long time slower, that turn.
Yeah,
Between 4 and 5 is massive.
I like going this route because you're still pushing. The Crixus would be 7 damage over 2 turns, right? Because it can't attack immediately. Whereas in this instance, the blade is the magnifying glaive would be 8 damage over 2 turns. So you're already netting a little bit more. Plus you're drawing more cards. Whereas Crixus, while it can draw more cards, immediately you're not. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cheeky bit of greedery going on here. Scale is just a nice little clear, but he's gone for Bran and LOL.
I mean, from Levick's perspective, does it have to be killed? Like,
I mean, that's what Habu is relying on, right?
it to be
Kind
killed.
of. Yeah.
Brand to gain 4. Like, if you look at the battle cries that it will be played for 8 mana, Queen Ashari, you're not too worried about. Bambi would clear your board anyway. Not too worried about Jerry Rick Carpenter. Maybe like Ivis. Just be huge.
Yeah.
But he is going to kill. It's just 4 damage, right? Like,
It's just a cheeky little, you gotta kill this.
yeah.
And this.
All right, well, this is a full clear, I believe. There might be a 1/1 left after the end. But yeah, there's just a 1/1 left at the end, which is not that big of a deal. Habagaba's going to go into a Miracle Growth turn, but keep in mind, Miracle Growth is not going to be that big because there won't be that many cards in hand. And Levick does pick up the Kurtrus, so there's going to be another board online.
He's got all the cards. He's just drawn 6 in the last, like, half a turn.
I know.
I know he threw some away to get there, but, yeah, look at the state of this now. Keep on drawing, yep. Some fossils, we like fossils. All right. These Miracle Growths, like you said, aren't going to be big enough for a while.
Ancient power.
And with multi-strike, chaos strike in hand, plus the glaive being presented, like Levick has all of the breakpoints in the world to make sure that this glaive gets an honorable kill next turn on whatever minion Habu Gabu would play.
Think, Gov, think! How do I make this Denathrius cost 9 and have twice as much lifesteal? That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, he's actually not even going to go for the Miracle Growth because he knows that it's possible Levick would be able to deal even more damage than if he just puts a taunt in the way anyway, right? So
if he lives now with all he's just drawn, he probably wins. But does he live?
We're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 with the hero power. Yeah, that's exactly lethal.
I think so. The speed at which Levick did it as well.
No, it's way more than lethal.
It's just so much lethal. It's fine.
I wasn't even counting the extra damage that you get from the Slither Spear.
God.
That was just raw damage, not even the buff damage from the Slither Spear. All right, and there you have it. Levick 2-1 up in the series now. And again, I said it, the Druid's got to have a really good start in order to beat some of these fast decks. Or hope that your opponent kind of fizzles out. But it feels like, you know, these 30-card decks, they're pretty good at drawing their important stuff, right? Whether it's
we've missed
the
those.
Magnifying Glaive or Crixus, Crisis, whatever you want to call it.
Like, he's only just got back in bed. Don't make him get up again. Those darn casters setting off my pronunciation alarm. All right. The priest deck could be awkward for Levick. I know it beats Rogue, but it's an awful deck. If it's the deck I'm thinking of. Is it the awful deck?
Yeah, he's not playing it right now. Call it awful.
All right.
It's got very polarized matchups. Doesn't necessarily mean it's awful, but it's got very polarized matchups. And sometimes it can beat itself, though not that often. Because it does have ways to find the cards that it needs, with like Illuminate for Dredge, with Handmaiden. But you're really all in on the Radiant Elemental, beef it up, boon, and then hope that gets there, which against Rogue is often enough. Just like one giant taunt, or in some cases 2 giant taunts. We've also seen the deck just straight up win with Identity Theft. Like,
sure,
just steal the win conditions from your opponent and play them faster because you have Radiant Elemental and you can steal cards in their deck that they may not have drawn yet. But now we're going to move on to the Mage. So again, this was the big difference between Levick's strategy and Zoygruzin's strategy, who had a very similar lineup, is Zoygruzin banned the Mage, whereas Levick has banned the Quest Hunter, so we actually are going to get to see the Mage. And this Mage is kind of, to me, the 40 health version seems like the jack of all trades.
Yeah.
It feels like it can do well against just about anything. It has Disruption to be able to beat some of the slow decks with your ability to swap with Barbaric Sorceress and increase the cost of cards with Far Watch Posts. It's got a bunch of early game minions, you know, regardless of how poor of early game minions they actually are. They're early game minions, so you can fight against aggro. And then you also have just like Rune of the Archmage as an emergency out against just about anything that can come out, you know, quite early on in the game, as early as turn 6 if you can coin out a Belinda or a Barbaric Sorceress and hit something for less mana.
Yeah, what they've seemed to have done with this deck is, yeah, you've still got all the Belinda sort of combo stuff in there, but the deck now just curves out with all the stuff you were talking about, just random stuff, as you can see now. And quite often it just curves, doesn't go all the way to 9, 1, 2, 3, 4 like Priest, but it just stays alive quite comfortably with its rubbish until it just hard casts a lot of these spells, then repeats with parrots and Dawn Grasps and so on. So even though it still has the combo of which it was built around, that seems to no longer be the main part. And I agree, it's a jack of all trades. When I queue this deck up, I don't feel like there's anything I don't want to play against. As in, oh no, I just don't want to play this game of Hearthstone. Feels like I've always got a chance.
Yeah.
It's only natural.
Except maybe right now.
Well, I mean, still a chance to hit some big stuff here, but this was a great opening for Levick. Had minion into double minion that were all relatively resilient into a Herald of Nature, which, you know, one of the minions early was a nature spell, and it was in the opening hand, so ended up working out. Going to be able to gain a lot back with the Deepwater Evoker. That Cloak Sanctum's going to be able to buy some time. It's just how much damage can Levick get done in that time frame, because right now Habu Gabu has none of the comeback mechanisms available.
Yeah.
Oh, this is brutal.
They're not comeback mechanisms in the traditional sense, though, right? You clear a board, play a minion, and that's it. You don't need to really protect your health total beyond about 8 or 9.
Yeah.
It's not like you need to stabilize, then gain armor or whatever. You just need to kill a board.
Yes. But still, none of those are there. So...
The Seed Lord be the Seed Lord.
Good point.
This is just so much damage, to be honest, though. Like, that 40 health is going down quickly. Already down to 19. Ooh, Varden.
Varden. Starfish also will take a lot of that damage away when needed.
Yep. And again, Deepwater Evoker. A lot of life gain. Is hoping that Levick's just going to kind of go wide with buffs here, probably, to make it so that Starfish can come down and do a ton of work. And Levick really just has buffs. I guess Levick could go sow the soil for a Treant, but really wants to just spend the mana here.
This is what we talk about, no reload. There really isn't much you can do for the Druid in terms of, oh, I'll hold on to these in case my board is cleared. Well, it just doesn't. When it runs out of stuff, that's it. It's gassed. It's done.
Yep.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, and he knows it. Like, yeah, just whatever.
Yep.
There's no mass card draw. There's nothing to really hope is going to get you out of it. You just try not to get frozen.
Yep. Now, Starfish ping and freeze actually cleans up a ton of power, right?
Yeah.
You Starfish, you can ping one of the 1/1s, trade off, value trade something.
Take out the Still Spear, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah.
Just limit the amount of things on board as much as possible. And then, again, stabilize with Deepwater Evoker next turn. His board is about equal to Levick's, at least going into the turn.
So Levick's plan really is to get Habu down to, like, I don't know, 5. Hope there's no Evoker. And, yeah.
And then rely on the hero power to win the game over the course of, like, 8 turns.
Like, 2 hero powers. Well, there's 2 hero power. There's a couple of other things. There's some direct damage. Oh, yeah, Living Roots. I knew there was more damage.
Living Roots. And sometimes Planted Evidence.
And sometimes Planted Evidence. There you go.
Yep.
All that damage.
Okay, so here's the big turn, right? You could go Deepwater Evoker, but then this board is sticking no matter what. Or you could go trade, see where it goes, then make a decision from there.
Oh.
Okay, now I think you can Deepwater Evoker. Actually, you could go Reckless Apprentice, ping, and then trade off 1 more to really limit the amount of space on board. Yeah, I like this a lot. This limits the power the most, and then Deepwater Evoker, you can play going into a coin rune turn, right, to hopefully pick up rune.
Yep.
And then you should be good from there, right? There's 4 power on board, 5 power with the hero power.
Yeah, there's no buff's gonna do it.
Yep. Levik's just doing the best he can, but this is starting to get out of reach. Gabu Gabu can once again pare down the board to where it's just a few minions.
But taking 4, and you know, there's quite a few buffs in the deck if stuff survives. He should be okay, but you know, he's got the ping and removal. There's be 3 on the board, plus the armor from this, of course. I think he's okay, obviously.
Yeah, and Blade Masher Akani, you can block the one thing that you don't want to see happen, which in this case would likely be a spell to try and block Aquatic Form, Planted Evidence.
Prize Fury.
Yeah.
Prize Fury would be remarkably annoying on this low health total, believe it or not. Yeah. One more turn and it's done.
At this point, just pick the Jerry Rig, right?
Yeah.
It just thins the deck the most. You can go wide. Nope, gonna concede. Habu Gabu gets another win across, so still, you know, keep it in tow with how sort of the first series went, where it was very, very close. Though Levik picking up a few more wins early on because Habu Gabu did end up losing a lot with the Rogue, and Rogue hasn't been played at all in the series thus far. So it's Druid and Priest left remaining for Levik, and then the Rogue and the Druid left remaining for Habu Gabu. So this kind of, you know, the Priest from Levik is, I think, lined up pretty well against these two matchups, outside of like specifically Starfish, and even then, Boone is immune to Starfish. Not immune, it loses its taunt, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this
still keeps
sort
its
of
stats.
Almost double target strategy. Obviously, you can't double target Rogue and Druid, but sort of going at those two decks strategy is working okay. I mean, now we're going to find out, right? Because he's got it down to those two decks with only 2 decks left to go. If his strategy works, this should be quite favoured, but I don't know.
If it works,
I think it is, but I don't trust the Priest deck.
We'll see. We shall see. It's going to be Rogue up first for Habu Gabu, benching the Druid for now. And again, going with the same list from last week with the Sprint at 5 cost, which I loved.
Yep.
It seemed like it made a lot of sense as opposed to like putting up backstab in the deck.
When you always backstab your own Edwin, that's all it's for.
Yeah, or one of your Knolls before you shadow step it, right? Like,
yeah,
it's like feels like you're rarely using it on an enemy minion in a lot of matchups, and a lot of people cut it in favor of something else. I've seen a lot more reconnaissance pop up as well, which I was like, that seems weird, but just more tempo, I guess.
And the Druid on the other side. Don't need to talk about this Druid. We've seen a lot of it.
Yep.
Can just get it done against Rogue. It's a weird matchup. It goes so quickly that I think you've got to be pretty greedy in your mulligan on both sides.
Yeah. For Habu Gabu, I'd like keeping Shroud and Bone Spike.
Yeah.
Yep. What's the hero here? Warlock for Habu Gabu. Okay.
Of course, Rogue is even better in a best of 7 format than a best of 5, right? Because you've got more chance of getting a hero that's one of your other classes.
Yep.
That's how people decided their lineups this week, isn't it? It's like, Rogue, obviously good, not because it's the best deck in the game, but because it's now got even more chance of surprising my opponent.
Yep. All right. Going Slither Spear, coin, Slither Spear.
And what you're doing on the other side, then? Nothing into Shroud and hope it doesn't kill you?
He's thinking about whether or not to tap, but I don't think you need to tap here because Shroud next turn would make the null free. But is going to, just in case Shroud is not worthwhile.
Oh, yeah. You can tooth a null, for instance, now.
Yeah.
Might just be a preferable play.
Or go Bone Spike, Shroud, null.
Yeah. Where's your board gone? 4 things on the board at the start of the turn. And you just got rogued away.
Ooh. Probably Blessed Goods.
Yeah, I think so.
It's cheap. Another Bone Spike.
Sure. Yes, please. It's turn 3 and everything's happened this game.
I know.
Ever going to happen. It's
No
insane.
Nature Spell played thus far as well for Herald of Nature.
Oh dear.
So I think this is probably Jerry Rig Carpenter because it draws a Nature Spell. Oh, no, just going to go Living Roots and Value Trade, I guess.
Living Roots make some
Shadow
dudes.
Step, and then Living Roots make some dudes, and then Herald of Nature to buff up next turn.
And then that's it. That's your game. You've got to draw a 1-drop next turn to even have a game left. Otherwise, the game is over.
Yep.
But on the other side, Habu's hand is pretty yuck.
I mean, every minion in the deck
True.
is in the hand. So you
True.
go Bone Spike, you Shroud. Even if you don't pick up Null, there's only 2 1/1s on board. It looks like he really wants to clear as many things as possible, though. And if he doesn't hit Null, which right now is there's 3 minions left. Sorry, 4
Dagger.
minions left. There's Edwin, Draka, Maestra, and the second Null. So it's a 50-50 to hit the Null. If you don't, then you're going to go Blessed Goods and then Dagger up. Talon? Nah, okay.
I like this. I like this daggering because the worst that can happen is Minion Herald, I think. That's the absolute worst thing that can happen to you now. Or Living Roots for 2. Herald.
Oh, yeah? Minion
You've
Herald?
got it all covered now.
Oh, yeah?
That's the worst case. Like he allowed for this being the worst case, and now he's got a turn that should, because he's got the dagger, clear nearly everything up.
Yeah, well, the only problem is the the Trog is gonna everything that he does is a spell.
True. Good spot.
So the Trog ended up being the best draw off the top. Didn't hit Null just by his facial expression.
Now he can lose. Yeah, now he can actually lose.
Yeah.
Oh, Herald not active.
I just want to play it.
Yeah, yeah, it's just a thing.
You're relying on picking up a nature spell off the top next turn, or else the 3 damage from the Herald of Nature would almost be made up for, right? Like, because it's just +1 attack. It's +2 health, but it's +1 attack. So yeah, I just like playing it.
So, prep Shroud. Can you deal with 4 Trogs? Yes, you can. You just kill everything else. Just let the 4 Trogs have their day and hope they don't top deck Prize Fury.
This has to be a 2-turn lethal setup, I think. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's lethal percent on board, so it has to kill 1, but I can kill 1 thing with the null and then just hope there's no...
Yeah. I would go the other way here and just kill as many things as I could. And then kill the rest next turn.
More meat.
Alright, that's what he's going with. Stupid Trogs.
I've mastered the art of
And this is not a 2-turn lethal setup.
It's not. Is it not? 3, 6, 14, 18. Yes, it's not.
Yeah, you would need 9 damage. I mean, Levick might think it is. This is what Habugai was hoping for. He's hoping that Levick puts some attention into these minions. If Levick thinks that he might be in danger if he leaves the null up, then he's going to trade minimum amount of power into the null, so he's going to trade 2 over and then leave just as much power on the board as possible. So he'd go sidekick into the Treant? He's at 24. If he just leaves 1 minion on board, that's only 11. So Habu Gabu would have to deal 13 damage, which would require like double stab, double sinister strike.
How does he make sure it's his own 2-turn lethal, though? On the assumption that Habu can kill some things next turn to stop it.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. You just call that bluff. Yeah. Ah.
I think he's going to trade the 2/6 into the null.
Sure. Okay.
18.
Stone by stone, storm wind shall fall.
You have to just swing and play it.
Yep. Do you have to swing face? Probably. Well, yes, you do, because you've got to win next turn.
Yep. I don't think there's any way. Because he knows that the prep is at the bottom of the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Stone by stone,
Keep your trogs.
storm wind shall fall.
Too soon.
Kind of close.
Yeah.
At the same time, not really.
Would have been kind of closer if Levick hadn't killed the minion on board, that's for sure. Is he alive on board, or did he manage to even get there? No, he
Get
just
on board.
died on board.
Yeah, with that many trogs, it was no way. And honestly, if that pickup off the top for Levick, the turn where he had the active Herald of Nature, wasn't trog, that was much more doable for Habu Gabu. It was the fact that the way he set it up was he was going to follow up with Shroud. Because if it was a trog in hand, it would have been played, right?
Yep.
He was going to follow it up with Shroud and then hope that he hit the minions. But it was Trog, which was just the best draw in Levick's deck. And, you know, maybe Habu Gabu is supposed to go for the Shroud in that instance, just to have the chance to hit the 50-50 on the null, to be able to, like, fully clear up the board, or nearly fully clear up the board, and have something to fight back next turn guaranteed. But alas, this is the plight of the Rogue. And now it's just Priest left for Levick, and Habu Gabu still has the Rogue and the Druid, which is that the Priest, I think, 2 best matchups in the metagame. Even if, you know, the Priest is not like the best deck ever.
I do agree.
Got 2
It's
good
the two best
matchups
decks.
left.
Yeah.
To find a way to
Yep.
piece together the goods. Now, obviously this deck has the built-in failure rate of it completely relies on Radiant Elemental to get anything meaningful done for a turn a million, right?
Yep.
It really doesn't have that many minions, so sometimes you can rely on booning something of your opponent and then buffing it up. But against Rogue, usually not, because the minion is, if it's big early, it's going to be stealth, and if it hits you, it's probably too late.
But you can just stop it being stealthed and make it small.
Yes, but then you're also having to spend a mana to stop it from being.
Not if you've got a Radiant Elemental on the board.
Yeah, but if you have a Radiant Elemental, you're not worried about it anyway. All right, Radiant
There's one,
Elemental
okay.
in the opening hand
Against the Druid.
against the
Presumably.
Druid.
With a Thrive, a Wig. Yep. I look at the Wig and think it's a good card still. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's almost as if it was in a different, adjacent deck where it was amazing.
I mean, it's give your Radiant Elemental +1/+2 for free.
Yep.
Pretty good. All right, we got everything we need.
If we're Levick. What if we're Habu Gabu?
For Habu Gabu, we have
Shrubagazors.
we have Strapagazors. Yep. And yep, there is a single way to kill this on turn 2. That'd be double Druid of the Reef, which is not there.
next turn he can play Ivers.
And it still wouldn't be able to kill a 3/5
And it
on turn.
still wouldn't be able to kill a
Possible.
3/5.
Turn 4 is the earliest you could kill a 5 health minion, and you'd have to get exactly rush plus double buff.
My opponent has these. Cool.
My opponent has lost the game.
Yeah. When I run out of mana, I can just slam my own Ivers.
Yep. Ooh. None of these are good. That's for sure.
No. Not now, anyway. The expression of what do I do to not just have to concede this game? Which card stops me from doing that? Okay then.
Your purpose awaits.
Damage is still coming in at a fairly slow rate for now.
For now, yeah, but Rail Elemental's not going anywhere. Levick can start to do a lot of stuff every turn. This is just being played to hopefully heal something. And if Levick ignores it, which he won't because he saw that there's an Ivers in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, hey, I can make 2 really big Iverses if you are really bad at Hearthstone and let me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for Habu, it's Levick.
I like here just kind of filling up the hand with some spells and then maybe playing an Earth and Scales to get a clean trade. Guess you could just hard cast the shard and then ignore it, but
just look for
seems
good
like a
cards.
waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this. Abugabu needs ramp. Nourish or Guff off the top, or is in some serious trouble.
Oh, isn't it weird, TJ, how when cards cost 7 and 9 and you don't have that much mana on turn 4, they're actually not that amazing after all?
Yep.
Somebody should tell Malfurion.
All right,
Immediately.
Bran, Earth and Scales. Send it.
Sure. God. Bran Ivers. There you go. And roll what? Nothing.
I wonder.
+6/+6 and rush. There you go. Easy.
It's possible.
Kind of.
Nope. Bran, Earth and Scales.
And then next turn, Ivers.
Then next
Because
turn,
you're still going to have a Bran, right? That's going to still be on the
unless
board.
you want to. I don't know. I think ideally you'd hit ramp next turn.
I mean, ideally, yeah. Ideally, you've already qualified for the World Championship, so you don't care as much as some people would in this situation. You still care. There's a lot on the line. Grandmasters Championship on the line. Everything on the line. But Habu will still be going to Worlds.
Yep. Hey, so will Levick.
Shh. We'll reveal that later.
Okay.
Yeah, but these two will play again later in the year at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, in the World Finals, like you said.
I know. That's it. And in the World Groups as well.
Okay, so now winning edition for Habugabu. Levick picks up nothing. Habugabu somehow finds a way to get this insatiable devour infused.
Okay. I'm buying this.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a starfish.
Uh-huh.
Now just
How about
not
readjust?
die in the meantime, which that's a pretty bad pickup from Levick. Now Levick's got to use Habugabu's own deck against him.
TJ, you
Or
didn't
just play
tell me the
Magus.
part about the priest just doesn't have a way to win the game when it gets all these minions down on turn 6.
It does. It's called Bless.
You didn't tell me the part where it doesn't have that. This starfish is going to hurt.
Yeah, there'll still be 1, 2, 3, 12 power on board after the starfish.
Then you
So you go starfish and Ibis here,
Yeah.
and then hope that blocks enough, and then next turn you have Ray Boss and Nixia to potentially clear up. Okay.
And then you've got Devourers and Shrubs and...
Okay. Handmaiden can't be played this turn, at least for card draw, unless this is Innervates.
Got his own Devourer, though. To devour the other Devourer when it gets devoured, I like it.
Keeps its infused status as well. That's actually a pretty big, because there is only one starfish played on Habu Gabu's side, so it wouldn't be able to starfish the Devour. Still 2 turns away, though, so maybe Habu Gabu can get enough going on board to where it wouldn't be, like, as impactful.
Elec Mount.
I think, yeah, look, Mount, you might be able to think that there won't be many minions.
Or Holy Nova. Does that do anything this turn? Allow you to get 6 more through this turn.
Or Serpent Wing, because you're playing Handmaiden next turn.
Sure.
Whispers of the Deep can do a lot here since it's already silenced. Okay, just gonna hand it this turn.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Oh my.
But both boons are gone.
Yep.
Okay. Levick does have this Insatiable Devourer, though, that is now infused. So on 9, we'll be able to play that and have a big minion. So we'll be whether or not Habu Gabu has an answer to it, which I imagine, because both boons are gone, the Insatiable Devourer will be saved until another Insatiable Devourer comes out. There's just no minions left in the deck, right? Like,
yeah.
But Levick also knows that there's an Insatiable Devourer in Habu Gabu's hand because he took it, right? And knows that it is now infused. So it's going to be this weird game of chicken where Levick is going to try and use the information advantage that he has in order to try and win. Because Habu Gabu doesn't know which of the cards in hand Levick has chosen. But he can guess that it would Devour.
He can just keep hitting his opponent for like 10 a turn. And he doesn't need to guess, he just needs to kill him. With a shower and... Yeah, do what you like.
Yep.
Keep doing things and watch your positioning.
Yep.
Can't believe it.
I think Miracle Growth is perfectly reasonable in this scenario. I think the argument for Habu Gabu would be whether or not it's worth getting the Topior down. Oh, could go Innervate.
Yeah. Which activates it. It's so
but I think Innervates are probably better saved for the Topior.
Yep. I don't even... I'm saying yep. Like, you lost me. If they draw Radiant Elemental, they've won. So I was with this game.
Okay, and it's going to play around. So just this positioning here, you know, lets you know that Habu Gabu is at least considering Insatiable Devourer as an out, right? Trying to spread apart the 8/8s as much as possible.
Yep.
But I mean, to be quite honest with you, like Levick, options are running slim, right? No boons, so like you could make this one Radiant Elemental big. But there's a chance that Habu Gabu is even able to deal with it with just the minions on board plus Topior and doesn't have to use the Insatiable Devourer.
So Levick is choosing to try and use the Devourer to... he wants to set up a lethal, so if Habu devours the Devourer, there's something else going on, or he uses the Devourer against Habu, I think. He's aware. Yeah, he just can't even be bothered to do it because he knows he can't break that deadlock.
Yeah, there's with no identity thefts left to try and steal something, with no boons left. Like his only hope would be that Habu Gabu somehow like messes up and plays a Devourer, but there's no reason to, especially considering Levick couldn't make a big enough board to where Habu Gabu couldn't just remove it without using the Devourer, which he would always do, just on the off chance that Levick had hit it from one of the identity thefts, since both of them could have hit it at that point. I guess he picked the Ibis from the first one, he saw that, but just in case the second one hit it. So I thought that one was done when Levick was able to build a big Radiant Elemental, but the things that didn't come were the things that really buffed the attack, right? No blesses. It gave Habu Gabu a lot of time. And he actually healed a bunch just by tempoing out these early game minions, right? Just you know, Oracle on 4 and then Bran Earth and Scales on 5, right? It's like that was 4 health and then another what, 8 health, because 5 damage had to go into the Bran plus the 3 additional from the Earth and Scales. So was able to just kind of stabilize off those small things, hit Guff right on time, and then the follow-up to Guff was actually reasonable, which, you know, allowed him to take the win. But here we go. Game number, I want to say game number 5. Game number 7. Very similar.
Again.
How the first series played out. Rogue, the deck struggling, going into the final game of the series, and Rogue beat the Priest. This deck seemed like not specifically designed to beat Rogue, but it's...
This is Habu's 19th game of Hearthstone today that we've seen on broadcast.
Sounds about right. That's a 7.
All right. If this doesn't win, if the Priest doesn't win this, TJ, I don't know what to tell you. Like I've heard the hype. I've seen it played a couple of times. Yeah, lovely Priest deck beats things. I need to see it. I need to see it happen right now.
Yeah.
Show me the win.
Well, Levick's got some good stuff in hand, but so does Habu Gabu, right? Has a Null, has Draka already, can make a big weapon. You got to kill the Priest real quick.
Yeah.
But no Shroud, no tradables, no way to accelerate, you know, the ability to make these Nulls cheap. And Levick just looking for Radiant. There it is. Got 1 health, but hey, can't win them all.
Habu's scheming his next turn here.
No tradables at all.
Pretty grim, isn't it?
No, this is not the best sequence of draws from Habu Gabu.
Habu Gabu. Gonna be reasonably okay. I mean, Levick's gonna have to set up in a way that can't get things exploded. Of course, there's plenty of removal here for Habu.
Ooh.
Making a board. Like, yeah, that's the best way to deal with minions with high health. Kill them.
Go Graveyard, Null, Hero Power. All right, tempo. Let's see it.
Yep.
Nulls did get brought down to 1 because the dredge that you get happens before the Maestro Disguise goes away.
What's Habu done? He's not happy with something. Oh, he's just not happy with what he's seeing, I guess.
All right, we're going step.
Yep.
Play, step.
Yep.
Draka. Almost certainly a Draka turn.
Yep.
And just hoping for no boon. Levick can actually make a giant Draka weapon next to him. Wait a second. There.
Oh no.
Oh no. Wait a second.
Must be the turn. I know he can do it next turn. Yeah. Oh my! How big is this?
Oh my god, that's a boon.
Oh, TJ, this turn is just disgusting.
Oh,
I haven't seen anything yet, Habu.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, everybody close your eyes.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, behind the sofa,
no.
looking to my fingers. Look at the state of this.
Oh, no.
Oh, the priestess is going to be so dumb. It's all so dumb. Weaves in a hero power because he hasn't got anything to spend his mana on because he's got so much.
Oh.
This is like the old shark auctioneer nonsense with coins.
Maybe a 12 attack?
That sort of order. I mean, he's gonna float mana.
13, 14 attack?
Habu doesn't want to see it.
14 attack. Oh no. That'll do it.
Habu, if you're watching this back, you're one of my favourite players, but you got to admit that was really funny.
Oh no. Yeah. Has to clear everything off, but the priestess is just not possible. And not take a single damage in the process. Yep, that's game. There it is. Concede. That was the identity theft to end all identity thefts. It's been a long time with this rogue deck that I've seen a 14 attack dagger, right? It is very difficult to do. You have to do nothing for a long time. Priest, easily doable with Priestess and Radiant Elemental. Like, not only was it a 14 attack dagger, but it was also a massive taunt minion and a massive Radiant Elemental. Like, just kind of everything working against Abu Ghabu in that situation. And there you have it. Levick takes the win once again. Another 4-3 score over Abu Ghabu. 14 games against the same player to lose twice and be out of the groups. Gotta sting. But Levick's going to move on into that top 4. Joining, Bunny Hopper? Joining Bunny Hopper in the top 4 moving into Sunday.
And Bunny will be happy with the way this group's gone, not just because he got through, but he didn't want Zloy to go through with him because obviously it'll be the highest placed person who isn't going to the Worlds already. So Levick's like a bit of a buffer. If Bunny has to play Levick in the final, he'll take that because that would be great for Bunny. Not that he won't want to win it all, but obviously going to World Championships any way you can is something you want this season. And then
That's right. Yeah, and so a couple of good outcomes for Bunny Hopper in the other group as well, being like Possessi making it out of groups, right? Since Possessi's already there, so it's going to be interesting to see, especially with. I'm just sad that 0 America's players qualified for the top 8.
We did our best, TJ. Who's the most America's-y player left in? Who can we claim?
Super
Fake? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he works with Fled.
Because he works with Fled. That's it. That's it.
Got it.
Because he shares a first language with one of the largest countries in the Americas. There you go.
There you go. We got it. Super Fake. You're America's now, just like me.
Yep. An honorary American. Oh no, we cursed him. Oh no, what have we done? Even honorary America's players lose.
It's like when we get to the final, we'll wait until afterwards, and then whoever wins it, can be an honorary American.
There you go.
There we go. We got it. We got it, TJ. It's under control.
We have the last word since we cast last every single day.
Yeah, we can say what we like, to be honest.
Yep.
And often do.
But a pretty good series back and forth. It felt like Abu Ghabu. It's just the nature of how the decks line up, right? With Levick playing a more aggressive lineup and Abu Ghabu playing more of like these slow sort of like ramp up style decks. Not ramp in general, but ramp up style decks. Felt like he was on the back foot in every single game, even the ones where he eventually got ahead. It was just like, one draw could have flipped it for Levick. But that's how the aggro decks work, right? They live on sort of that knife's edge where they can go one way or the other. But that last game was certainly not that. But that's honestly what that Priest deck is designed to do, right? It's designed to kind of have these all-in turns where you say you answer this or you lose. And that's exactly what Levick was able to pull off. He almost pulled it off in the game against Druid, just didn't have the bless to kind of piece it all together, right, with both boons. Used one boon early, used a second boon before bless was able to be picked up, realizing that probably can't afford to wait, you know, multiple more turns to see if the bless was going to be picked up. But even then, it was still close, right? If Guff wasn't there for Habagabu, maybe Levick's still able to run away with that. So, but a rough day for Habagabu to say the least, but a pretty good day for Levick. I'm not sure if the this aggro-ish lineup will stand the test of time moving into the top 4, but time will tell. We have no idea who's going to make it out of Group B in order to challenge that.
I think it's fine. I think the fact that it does well against Druid and Rogue, at least to some degree, you know, we can argue how much, but the fact it's good enough against those two decks means that no lineup is going to really, really destroy it. I mean, yeah, you win with Rogue in game 1, you win with Druid in game 2, yeah, you're probably going to win 4-0, but you're forcing people to do well with their 3 not-so-good decks. You're picking on the 2 good decks in the format, so you let their mage have a win. That's kind of how it is, right? You've got mage, you can have that one. Unlucky.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think this could go all the way. I think it's a really interesting lineup. Feel a bit sorry for Zloy, who brought the same lineup and didn't get there. But I think this might be the lineup. But again, we won't know until tomorrow, obviously.
Yep. Zloy had a little bit different of a lineup, but in most regards the same, right? It was like the Imp Warlock that was different because it wasn't the hybrid variation, but was able to take, in the one series that Zloy ended up playing, was able to take a win quite quickly anyway because of the Imps. So hard to say if that would have changed anything. Or the ban, right? I don't think that would have mattered because Zloy was ended up able to take a win against the Hunter anyway, which was the difference, the deck that was left up. But there you have it, Group A. Bunny Hopper and Levick, the 2 players moving on. You know, got to give shout-outs to Habagabu and Sorgruzen for making it to playoffs in a very difficult field throughout Grandmasters last call, but their run has ended. And then tomorrow we will look forward to Group B, which has, I mean, ton of star power in many different regards, right?
Yeah.
As Possessi, which is the biggest name I would say in that group, which is something to say considering the group also contains Blyze and Fury Hunter, who have been considered, you know, top 5 at least in the world for years. And Superfake, who's a player when you have sort of these out-of-the-box formats, talking about rotating formats each week for Last Call, plus now best of 7 Conquest, which, to be honest, is a new format. It changes a lot about how the format functions. Who always brings something crazy, especially when it comes to like a playoff metagame. He's a name outright as well. So that's how the bracket will look. Blyze. I mix Bly and Blyze.
TJ just blazing some time.
From finishing top 2 in the regular season. Fury Hunter snuck in at that 7-8, so going to start off with that loss in the elimination match. And then Superfake and Possessi will kick the day off tomorrow with that initial match.
Yeah, got to feel a little bit sorry for Superfake because, like you said, in any other circumstances, he'd be regarded as one of the absolute best players in the world, especially late last year when he had an amazing run of tournaments. But you just can't say that in this particular lineup. It's just not fair to the others. But yeah, a fantastic group to look forward to tomorrow, and can't wait to see which of those 4 gets out of it. I have reasons to want all 4 of them to win it, which isn't possible, so I'll be sad either way.
Yep, but should be a good day of Hearthstone tomorrow, which is all that we could ever really ask for. But Neil, it's come to that time of the day, and I promised you last week when we ended that I was going to ask you every single day, and then you sort of promised me that you were going to not ignore but not answer this question every single day until the final day. But I'm going to say it anyway. Neil, before I close out the show, are there any final words you'd like to give, or maybe something that to look forward to over the course of the rest of the weekend or tomorrow? Really anything. You could say anything in this time.
No.
Okay. Expected answer. Expected answer. Really looking forward to Sunday. But you know, the ultimate troll would be if we go all the way to Sunday and you built me up for this long and then you say no, even though it's the last day at Grandmasters for the year. That'd be funny. But don't take that, please. Think of something cool. All right, but we are done. Group A is in the books. Tomorrow we will return same time, same place to play through Group B, where we will decide the final 2 players who will be joining us on Sunday for the Grandmasters Last Call Top 4. So, from myself, from Neil, from the other casters in the broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call.
Thank you for your service. Your purpose awaits.
It's a blast off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessy tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.